Welcome. Settle in. Get comfortable. Tonight, we're diving deep into the story of one of the most explosive personalities ever to grace the arenas of Clash Royale. Pull your blankets close, dim those lights, and let me tell you about a warrior who traded precision for power, who found beauty in chaos, who discovered that sometimes the loudest statement you can make is through the thunderous boom of a rocket-propelled firework splitting the sky. This is the story of the firecracker. The year was 2020, and the world of Clash Royale was about to change forever. It was early February, specifically the third day of that cold winter month, when something new arrived in the arena. The timing wasn't accidental. Chinese New Year celebrations were filling the air with the scent of gunpowder and the brilliant cascades of fireworks painting the night sky in every color imaginable. It was against this backdrop of celebration and explosive artistry that the firecracker made her entrance into the game. Before she arrived, players had grown accustomed to a certain rhythm in the arena. They knew the archers with their reliable bows, the musketeer with her trusty rifle, the magic archer with his piercing shots. But the firecracker? She was something entirely different. She brought with her a philosophy that would reshape how players thought about ranged combat, about splash damage, about the very nature of support troops in the heat of battle. The developers at Supercell had been watching, listening, observing how players engaged with ranged units. They noticed patterns, recognized gaps in the meta, understood that there was room for something that could bridge multiple roles while maintaining a distinct identity. The firecracker emerged from countless hours of design meetings, balanced discussions, and artistic iterations. She wasn't just another card to fill a roster slot. She was a statement, a declaration that even common rarity troops could command attention and respect. When the announcement trailer dropped, it immediately captured imaginations. Here was this figure, clearly related to the Archer family by her general build and stance, but carrying something radically different. No simple bow and arrows for her. Instead, she wielded a handcrafted wooden rocket launcher, a device that looked both rustic and incredibly dangerous. Inside sat a striped rocket, its colors matching the vibrant team scheme, waiting to be unleashed with devastating effect. The community's reaction was immediate and intense. Forum threads exploded with speculation. What would her stats be? How would she fit into existing deck archetypes? Would she be overpowered at launch, or would she need buffs to find her place? The excitement was palpable, crackling through the air like static electricity before a storm. On January 6, 2020, select players got early access through a special challenge. This wasn't just a test of the card itself, but a test of how the community would adapt to a completely new mechanic. The firecracker's attack pattern was unlike anything that had come before. She would fire her rocket toward a target, and upon impact, it would explode into 5 separate pieces of shrapnel, each one continuing forward in a cone pattern, piercing through any enemy unfortunate enough to be standing in their path. And then there was the recoil. Oh, the recoil. Every time she fired, the sheer force of the explosion would send her tumbling backward, sliding across the arena tiles like she was skating on ice. This wasn't just a visual flourish. This was a mechanical innovation that would define her entire playstyle, making her unpredictable, difficult to target with spells, and creating a rhythm to her attacks that players would need to master. The early adopters discovered something magical. Here was a 3 elixir common card that could single-handedly change the flow of battle. She excelled at punishing grouped units, could provide sustained damage against air swarms, and had the range to threaten towers from relative safety. But she also came with a massive weakness, one that would become legendary in its own right. She could activate the opponent's king tower with alarming ease if placed incorrectly, turning what should have been an advantage into a devastating self-sabotage. By February 3rd, when she became generally available to all players who had reached Hog Mountain, the firecracker had already achieved something remarkable. She had generated more discussion, more debate, more passionate argument than most legendary cards. Players either loved her with fierce devotion or viewed her with suspicion and frustration. There was no middle ground, no casual indifference. The Firecracker demanded a reaction, and that reaction was always intense. Her arrival also marked a shift in how Supercell approached card design. She proved that you didn't need legendary rarity or complex mechanics to create something that felt special and unique. Sometimes, all you needed was a simple concept executed brilliantly. A woman with a rocket launcher, a love for explosions, and the courage to embrace the chaos that came with her chosen weapon. The first month after her release saw usage rates climb steadily. Players experimented with her in cycle decks and control decks, even in some beatdown strategies where she could clear away swarm counters. Professional players began featuring her in tournament decks, recognizing that in skilled hands, she could provide value that far exceeded her modest elixir cost. The Firecracker wasn't just a card. She was becoming a phenomenon, and through it all, she maintained her identity. Unlike troops that became defined purely by their statistics or their role in the meta, the Firecracker had personality that shone through every deployment. You could almost imagine her grinning behind that hood as she loaded another rocket, could sense her excitement as the fuse began to burn, could feel her savage joy as the explosion painted the arena in fire and light. This was no mere soldier following orders. This was an artist who had found her medium. This was a pyromaniac who had discovered that her destructive impulses could be channeled, directed, refined into something that wasn't just chaos, but controlled chaos. Beautiful chaos. Necessary chaos. Origins in the arena, but where did she come from? How does an archer decide one day to abandon the elegant simplicity of bow and arrow for the thunderous complexity of rocket-propelled explosives? To understand the Firecracker, we need to understand her roots, her history, the journey that led her to this moment of transformation. She started like so many others in the arena as an archer. Not the archer that players deploy on the battlefield, but one of many in training, learning the ancient art of archery that had been passed down through generations of warriors. The bow was tradition. The bow was precision. The bow was everything that the archer corps stood for. Controlled power delivered with unerring accuracy. Young recruits would spend months, sometimes years, perfecting their draw. They learned to feel the tension in the string, to calculate the arc of the arrow's flight, to compensate for wind and distance and the movement of their targets. It was meditation and warfare combined, a practice that demanded complete focus and absolute discipline. For most archers, this was enough. This was fulfilling. This was their calling. But for the one who would become the Firecracker, something was missing. She excelled at the technical aspects. Her aim was true, her release smooth. Her arrows flew straight and struck hard. The instructors praised her potential. Fellow trainees looked to her as an example of what dedication and practice could achieve. On paper, she was the perfect archer, someone destined for distinction in the arena. Yet inside, restlessness grew. Every arrow that hit its mark brought satisfaction, but it was fleeting, insufficient. She began to realize that what she craved wasn't the quiet pride of a job well done. What she wanted was spectacle, drama, the kind of impact that couldn't be ignored or overlooked. When her arrow struck an enemy, they would fall. Yes, but there was no announcement of it. No moment where the entire battlefield had to stop and take notice. The turning point came during a rare ceasefire, one of those mysterious pauses in the eternal conflict when warriors were granted brief respite from their duties. While others rested or socialized, she found herself drawn to the arena's munitions. Depot, a place where explosive ordnance was stored for siege weapons and defensive structures. The bombs, the rockets, the firecrackers used for celebrations and signal flares. All of them sitting there, potential energy waiting to be released died, she picked up one of the celebratory firecrackers, feeling its weight, examining its construction. It was simple, really. A tube packed with powder, a fuse to ignite it, a careful balance of components designed to create light and sound in that wonderful, terrible burst of force. Her mind began to race. What if this could be weaponized? What if the principles that made these celebration devices so effective could be applied to combat? The first experiments were conducted in secret, during those precious hours when the arena slept and oversight was minimal. She fashioned a crude launcher from spare wood and metal fittings, creating something that could hold and aim a rocket without immediately destroying itself or its operator. The earliest attempts were disasters. Rockets that exploded prematurely, launchers that shattered from the force, burns and minor injuries that she had to hide from the instructors. But failure only fueled her determination. Each setback taught her something new. She learned about structural integrity, about the angles needed to handle recoil, about timing and trajectory, and the thousand small details that separated a weapon from a liability. She studied the fireworks used in celebrations, noting how their designers created patterns in the explosions, how shrapnel could be directed and controlled rather than simply scattered randomly. Months passed. Her official training continued, and she maintained the facade of a dutiful archer candidate. But her real education was happening in those stolen hours. In that workshop she'd claimed as her own, surrounded by sketches and failed prototypes and the lingering smell of gunpowder that never quite washed away. The breakthrough came when she realized she was thinking about the problem wrong. She'd been trying to eliminate the recoil, to create a launcher that stayed perfectly still when fired. But what if the recoil wasn't a problem to be solved? What if it was a feature to be embraced? The backward movement could create distance from enemies, could make her harder to target, could become part of her fighting style rather than a limitation of her weapon. With this revelation, everything changed. She redesigned the launcher to accommodate the recoil, to use it rather than fight against it. She adjusted her stance, learning to flow with the backward momentum rather than resist it. She practiced until the motion became natural, until firing and sliding back was one fluid movement rather than action and reaction. The rocket design evolved too. She experimented with different powder mixtures, different casing materials, different ways of packing the interior to achieve maximum effect. What she wanted was an initial impact followed by a spreading pattern, something that could strike a primary target and then shower everything behind it with secondary damage. It took countless iterations, but she finally achieved it. 5 distinct pieces of shrapnel, each one carrying enough force to harm, spreading out in a cone that could catch multiple enemies. When she finally felt ready to demonstrate her creation, she didn't go to the instructors. She knew they would see only deviation from tradition, would focus on the risks rather than the potential. Instead, she went to the arena quartermaster, the grizzled veteran responsible for equipping troops and evaluating new weapons. She showed him what she'd built, explained her vision, and then asked for a chance to prove it worked. The demonstration was set for dawn, when the arena was empty except for a few observers. Training dummies were arranged in various formations, simulating different combat scenarios. The quartermaster watched with crossed arms and a skeptical expression as she took her position, loaded her first rocket, and prepared to fire. The explosion echoed across the empty arena, a sound that made birds scatter from the nearby trees and sent several guards running to investigate. The primary dummy was obliterated, reduced to splinters, and scattered straw. The 4 dummies behind it weren't destroyed, but showed significant damage, struck by the spreading shrapnel pattern. And the archer-turned-firecracker stood 15 feet back from where she'd fired, having slid smoothly in response to the recoil. For a long moment, silence. The quartermaster walked to examine the dummies, inspecting the damage patterns. calculating in his mind what this weapon could mean in actual combat. Finally, he turned back to her and nodded once. It was a small gesture, but it contained multitudes. Approval, recognition, the acknowledgement that she'd created something genuinely useful. Within a week, she was removed from standard archer training and assigned to a special program. The rocket launcher was refined, reinforced, optimized for repeated use. A uniform was designed that offered protection while allowing the mobility she needed. The hood, the gloves, the reinforced boots that could handle the friction of her constant sliding retreats. Most importantly, a distinctive headband in team colors, marking her as something new, something different from the traditional archers she trained alongside. The name came naturally. She worked with fire, with explosive force, with the crack and boom of detonations. Firecracker. It fit perfectly, capturing both the celebratory origin of her weapon and the dangerous reality of what she brought to battle. Her former fellow archer trainees had mixed reactions. Some saw her as a traitor to tradition, someone who'd abandoned the purity of archery for something crude and destructive. Others viewed her with envy, wishing they'd had the courage to similarly break from convention. A few became genuine friends, recognizing that her choice wasn't a rejection of them, but an affirmation of her own identity, her own path. The day finally came when she was deemed ready for actual combat deployment. She stood at the edge of the arena, rocket launcher resting on her shoulder, feeling the weight of eyes on her. Some were curious, wondering if this experiment would prove worthwhile. Others were doubtful, expecting her to fail spectacularly and prove that the old ways were best. And a few, just a few, looked at her with something like hope, inspired by the idea that you didn't have to accept the role you were given, that you could forge your own identity even in a world as structured as the arena. She loaded her first combat rocket, felt the familiar weight settle into the launcher, watched the fuse begin its slow burn toward ignition. The target was a swarm of small enemies, perfect for demonstrating what her weapon could do. She aimed, breathed out slowly, and pulled the trigger. The explosion was beautiful. Design philosophy and visual identity. Let's talk about how the firecracker looks. Because in the arena, appearance isn't just cosmetic. It tells a story. It conveys personality. It lets you understand who someone is before they ever take a single action. And the firecracker's visual design is a masterclass in character communication through appearance. Start with the silhouette. Even at a distance, even reduced to just a shape on the battlefield, you can identify the firecracker immediately. She shares the basic body structure with the archers, that lean, athletic build of someone who's spent years training for combat. But where archers stand with that classic archer stance, weight balanced, bow drawn, the firecracker's posture is different. There's an energy to it, a barely contained enthusiasm. She stands like someone ready to move, ready to dodge, ready to slide backward at a moment's notice. The rocket launcher is the centerpiece, of course. It's deliberately rustic in design, handcrafted rather than factory-made. The wood has that weathered look of something that's been used extensively, scarred by countless launches, stained by powder residue, and the char of proximity to explosions. The metal fittings are functional rather than decorative, reinforced at stress points. Designed to handle forces that would tear apart lesser constructions. Inside the launcher sits the rocket itself, visible even before it's fired. This visual detail is important. It creates anticipation. You can see that striped projectile waiting there, can imagine it screaming toward its target, can almost hear the explosion before it happens. The stripes match team colors, either blue or red, depending on which side of the bridge you're fighting from. It's a small detail, but it creates that sense of belonging, of being part of a larger force, even while maintaining individual identity. The headband is iconic. It's not just team-colored fabric. It's a statement. Think about the symbolism of a headband in combat contexts. It keeps hair out of your eyes, yes, but it's also a mark of determination, of someone who's ready for serious work. The Firecracker's headband is always bold, always visible, a splash of color that draws the eye, even in the chaos of battle. Her tunic follows similar design principles to the archer's, but with modifications. It's slightly more reinforced around the shoulders and chest, protection against the heat and force of proximity to explosions. The team-colored elements are integrated throughout, creating visual harmony while maintaining that sense of identity. The black hood adds an element of mystery, shadows that obscure details while highlighting the features we can see. The gloves are practical, designed for handling explosive ordnance. They need to protect while maintaining dexterity, allowing her to load rockets quickly without fumbling. The material appears thick, heat-resistant, probably treated with some kind of fire-retardant coating. The boots follow similar logic, built for friction and impact, designed to handle the constant sliding that defines her combat style. But here's what makes the visual design truly brilliant. It's the combination of elements that shouldn't work together, but somehow do. She's got this traditional warrior aesthetic with the hood and tunic, but she's carrying this crude, powerful weapon that feels almost anachronistic. She looks nimble and light, but she wields something that creates massive explosions. She appears serious and focused, but there's that undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement, of someone who genuinely loves what they do. The artists who created her knew exactly what they were doing. The concept artist, Lyosha Kalibin, established the core visual identity. The look development artist, Cal Vaiswanan, refined it, adding textures and details that made her feel real and lived in. The lighting and final renders brought everything together, ensuring she looked equally good, whether viewed from the front, side, or back. Whether standing still or in the middle of that signature recoil slide. The developers faced interesting challenges during her creation. How do you make a character who uses explosives fit into the Clash universe's established aesthetic? The Clash style is cartoony but grounded, exaggerated but believable within its own internal logic. The Firecracker needed to feel like she belonged in this world, like she was a natural evolution of existing character types rather than something imported from outside. The solution was in the details. The rocket launcher, while unique to her, shares design language with other wooden structures in the Clash universe. The metal fittings look like they could have come from the same forges that produce armor and weapons for Knights and P.E.K.K.A. The explosions themselves, when they occur, use the same visual effects framework as fireballs and rockets. Creating continuity, even in destruction. Color theory played a huge role. The team colors anchor her to the game's existing palette, ensuring she reads clearly in the heat of battle. The black hood and gloves provide contrast, preventing her from becoming just a blob of red or blue. The wood tones of the launcher add warmth, making her feel more approachable despite the destructive power she wields. There's also the matter of scale. The Firecracker is correctly proportioned for the arena, sized appropriately relative to other troops and structures. But her weapon adds visual weight, making her feel more substantial than her 3 elixir cost might suggest. This is important. Players need to feel like they're getting value, need to perceive power even in common rarity cards. The Evolution version, introduced much later in June 2023, takes these design principles and amplifies them. The navy and gray-colored tunic with its evolution symbol immediately communicates enhanced status. The indigo coloring throughout creates a more mystical, powerful appearance. The golden fuse on her rocket has that touch of premium quality, that suggestion of improved performance. It's the same character fundamentally, but elevated, refined, showing what happens when someone already skilled pushes themselves to an even higher level. But what really makes the design memorable is the personality it conveys. You look at the firecracker, and you understand things about her without needing explicit explanation. You see that she's confident, maybe a bit reckless. You sense her enthusiasm for her craft. You recognize that she's someone who's chosen this path deliberately, who's embraced the chaos and made it her own. This is why her design has inspired so much fan art, why artists in the community love drawing her. She's got that perfect combination of clear, recognizable elements and room for interpretation. The core identity is strong enough that she's always identifiable, but there's flexibility in the details, space for artists to add their own style and vision. The unveiling video for the firecracker, showcasing her design and abilities, achieved something remarkable. It hit trending rank number 2 on YouTube. Think about that for a moment. In a platform filled with content creators competing for attention, a character reveal for a mobile game card captured imaginations enough to trend globally. That's the power of strong visual design combined with an interesting concept. People saw the firecracker and immediately wanted to know more, wanted to experience playing with her, wanted to be part of this explosive new addition to the arena. The design team could have played it safe, could have created just another Archer variant with minimal changes. Instead, they took risks. They created something that stood out, that demanded attention, that became instantly iconic. The firecracker's appearance isn't just memorable, it's definitive. She looks exactly like what she is, a pyromaniac who found a calling in controlled chaos, an artist whose medium is explosion, a warrior who understands that sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is through spectacular destruction. The pyromantic nature lets talk about what drives her. Not the mechanics, not the strategy, but the psychology. What kind of person chooses explosives as their weapon? What kind of mind looks at fire and destruction and sees not danger, but possibility? The firecracker isn't just someone who happens to use explosive weapons. She's someone drawn to them, someone who needs them, someone whose very nature finds expression in the flash and thunder of detonation. The term pyromaniac gets thrown around casually, often incorrectly. True pyromania is a recognized condition, a fascination with fire that goes beyond mere interest into something deeper, more consuming. But in the context of the firecracker, we're not talking about disorder or dysfunction. We're talking about someone who's channeled that attraction to flame and explosion into something productive, something that serves a purpose beyond mere destruction. She loves fire, not in the abstract, not as a concept, but as a physical reality. She loves the heat against her skin, the way it makes the air shimmer and dance. She loves the colors, the way flames shift from orange to yellow to blue, depending on temperature and fuel. She loves the smell, that acrid scent of burning that others find unpleasant, but she finds intoxicating. Most of all, she loves the sound. The crack of ignition, the roar of combustion, the thunderous boom when something explodes. But fire alone isn't enough for her. Fire is beautiful, yes, but it's somewhat predictable. Once started, it simply burns until fuel is exhausted or oxygen depleted. What captivates the firecracker is the moment of explosion, that instant when potential energy becomes kinetic, when force is released all at once in a manner both violent and exquisite. Explosions are controlled chaos, planned spontaneity, destruction with purpose. Her morning routine, if you can call it that, involves checking her rockets obsessively. Each one is examined for defects, weighed to ensure proper powder loading, tested for fuse integrity. This isn't paranoia or anxiety. This is love. She handles each rocket the way a musician handles their instrument, with care and respect and a deep appreciation for what it can do when used correctly. Between battles, when other troops are resting or socializing, she can often be found at the armory, not just maintaining her launcher, though she does that too, No, she's experimenting, tinkering, always trying to find ways to make the explosions bigger, brighter, more spectacular. The Armory Master has learned to give her space, recognizing that her modifications, while sometimes alarming, generally improve performance rather than creating hazards. There's a purity to her focus that's almost meditative. When she's working with explosive materials, everything else fades away. The politics of the arena, the rivalries between troops, the endless cycle of battle and respawn, none of it matters. In those moments, there's only her, the materials, and the challenge of perfect creation. Every rocket she crafts is a small work of art, something that will exist briefly but brilliantly before fulfilling its purpose. She has theories about explosions, complex ideas about timing and force distribution that she enthusiastically explained to anyone patient enough to listen. Most troops don't understand half of what she's saying, but they recognize the passion behind the words. She talks about blast radii and shrapnel, patterns the way poets talk about meter and rhyme, seeing elegance in something others view as simple destruction. But here's what makes her fascinating rather than frightening. She's not destructive for destruction's sake. She's not trying to hurt people or cause chaos without purpose. Every explosion she creates serves a function. Every rocket fired has a target, a reason, a place in the larger tactical picture. She's managed to take this attraction to fire and force and channel it into something that helps her side win battles, that protects allies, that contributes meaningfully to the eternal conflict of the arena. That her fellow troops have varying opinions about her. Some find her intensity off-putting, prefer the company of warriors who can relax completely when off-duty. Others respect her dedication, recognizing that this level of focus is rare and valuable. A few are genuinely concerned, worried that someday she'd go too far, push past the boundaries of acceptable risk in pursuit of ever more impressive explosions. But she's never careless. This is crucial to understand. Her love of explosions doesn't make her reckless. If anything, it makes her more careful, more considerate of variables, more aware of what can go wrong. She understands intimately what explosive force can do, respects it in a way that only someone who works with it constantly can. The controlled chaos she creates isn't accidental. It's deliberate, planned, executed with precision that belies the spectacular violence of the results. There are quiet moments, rare but real, when she watches fireworks displays during arena celebrations. Not the military rockets she uses in combat, but the purely celebratory kind, designed solely to create beauty in the sky. During these moments, something in her expression softens. The intensity remains, but it's tempered by appreciation, by joy that's unmarred by tactical considerations. These explosions exist purely to be beautiful, and she finds that purity profound. She has favorite types of explosions. Quick, sharp detonations that are over almost before they begin. Sustained burns that build gradually before climaxing in spectacular release. Cascading chains where one explosion triggers others in sequence. Multi-stage rockets that explode once on impact, then again as components separate. Each type has its place, its purpose, its particular aesthetic appeal. The evolved firecracker description is telling. Some firecrackers just want to watch the world burn. Especially this one. It's playful, tongue-in-cheek, but there's truth in it. She does want to watch the world burn. Not out of malice, but out of genuine appreciation for the process. Burning is transformation. Fire takes one thing and makes it something else. Explosions are transformation accelerated, compressed into an instant so brief that the eye can barely track it. That instant of transformation is what she lives for. Her relationship with her weapon is almost symbiotic. The launcher isn't just a tool she uses. It's an extension of herself, a physical manifestation of her internal nature. When she fires, she's not just releasing a projectile. She's expressing something fundamental about who she is, creating in the world something that matches what exists inside her. Each explosion is a statement, a declaration, a small piece of her soul made visible. Other troops create through construction or healing or support. The firecracker creates through destruction, and there's something profound in that paradox. She takes explosive force, something inherently chaotic and dangerous, and turns it into art. She makes it purposeful. She proves that even destruction can be beautiful when executed with skill and understanding and genuine love for the craft. In her quietest moments, when pressed to explain why she chose this path, she doesn't talk about power or effectiveness or tactical advantages. She talks about the moment. That brief instant between trigger pull and impact, when the rocket is in flight, when potential is about to become actual. Everything exists in that moment. All possibilities, all outcomes, compressed into the fraction of a second before explosion. That moment, she says, is the only time she feels completely alive, completely herself, completely present in the world. She is the firecracker, not because of her weapon, not because of her role in battle. Not because of her role in battle, but because at her core, in the deepest part of who she is, she understands that sometimes the world needs someone willing to embrace the explosion, someone who sees beauty in the boom, someone who knows that controlled chaos isn't contradiction, but truth. The fire that burns inside her matches the fire she creates outside. And that perfect alignment of internal nature with external expression is what makes her not just a soldier, but an artist. A pyromaniac artist whose canvas is the battlefield and whose paint is explosive force. Mechanics of destruction. Now let's get technical. Let's talk about exactly how the firecracker's weapon works, because understanding the mechanics helps us appreciate the genius behind the design. This isn't magic. This is physics, chemistry, and engineering combined in a way that's both deadly and elegant. The launcher itself is deceptively simple. At its core, it's a tube that holds and directs a rocket, reinforced to handle the forces involved in launch. But simple doesn't mean crude. Every element of its construction serves multiple purposes. Every choice made during design reflects deep understanding of the requirements. The tube is wooden, specifically hardwood that's been treated to resist heat and splintering. Wood is chosen over metal for several reasons. It's lighter, making the launcher more maneuverable. It provides some natural shock absorption, reducing the stress on the user during firing. And perhaps most importantly, it can be easily modified and repaired in the field. The firecracker isn't working with military-grade equipment backed by industrial manufacturing. She's using something closer to artisan-crafted tools, where maintainability and adaptability matter more than perfection. Metal reinforcement bands wrap around the tube at regular intervals, preventing the wood from splitting under pressure. These bands are carefully positioned based on stress calculations, placed exactly where forces will be greatest during launch. They're also adjustable, able to be tightened or loosened to maintain proper alignment as the wood naturally expands in contrast with temperature and humidity changes. The trigger mechanism is elegant in its simplicity. Pull it, and it strikes an igniter against the rocket's fuse, starting the burn that will lead to launch. There's a carefully calibrated delay between trigger pull and actual launch, giving the firecracker time to aim and brace. Too short a delay and she couldn't achieve precision. Too long and the weapon becomes impractical in fast-paced combat. The current timing is the result of extensive testing, finding the sweet spot where accuracy and practicality intersect. Now, the rockets themselves. These are marvels of compact engineering. Each one contains multiple components working together to achieve the desired effect. The outer casing is rigid enough to survive the launch, but designed to fragment in a specific pattern upon impact. Inside is the propellant, a carefully formulated mixture of chemicals that burns quickly and produces tremendous force in a controlled direction. The stripes on the rocket aren't just decorative. though they do serve that purpose. They're also markers, visual indicators of the rocket's orientation. The firecracker can glance at a rocket and immediately know which end is for, which way it will fly. In the heat of loading, when seconds matter, this instant recognition is invaluable. The fuse is protected by a cover until the rocket is loaded into the launcher. Once loaded, the cover automatically opens, exposing the fuse to the igniter. This safety feature prevents accidental detonation while the rocket is being handled. It's simple, mechanical, foolproof in the best possible way. When fired, the rocket accelerates quickly, reaching operational velocity within the first few feet of travel. The propellant burns in a precisely controlled manner, creating thrust that pushes the rocket forward while creating equal and opposite force that shoves the launcher backward. This is basic physics, Newton's third law in action, but the implications are complex. The recoil force is substantial. We're talking about enough backward momentum to send someone sliding several feet across the arena floor. Most weapons users would try to eliminate this to create a stable firing platform. But the firecracker embraces it, uses it. Her boots have specially treated soles that reduce friction just enough to allow smooth sliding without losing all control. Her stance when firing is optimized to transfer the recoil force efficiently, letting her body move as one unit rather than fighting internal tensions. This backward movement serves multiple tactical purposes. It creates distance from enemies, particularly useful against melee troops trying to close in. It makes her harder to target with precision spells, as her position is constantly changing. And it creates a rhythm to her attacks that enemies struggle to predict. She fires, slides back, resets, fires again. The pattern varies based on terrain and tactical needs, but the fundamental cycle remains constant. The flight path of the rocket is carefully calculated. The angle of launch, the burn rate of the propellant, the weight distribution of the projectile, all of these factors combine to create a ballistic arc. The firecracker has internalized these calculations through thousands of hours of practice. She doesn't consciously think about trajectory anymore. Her body knows instinctively where to aim to hit targets at various ranges. Impact is where things get really interesting. The rocket is designed to detonate on contact, not through timing. This ensures it explodes exactly where intended rather than potentially missing if the fuse timing is off. The detonation itself is a carefully orchestrated event. The primary explosion happens in the nose of the rocket, creating the initial blast force and damage. But microseconds later, the casing fragments in a predetermined pattern. 5 pieces of shrapnel shoot forward in a cone pattern. These aren't random fragments. They're specifically designed components that separate from the rocket during explosion. Each piece is heavy enough to carry momentum and cause damage, but small enough to travel in a relatively predictable pattern. The angle of the cone is carefully calculated to maximize coverage while maintaining effective range. This shrapnel pattern is what makes the firecracker truly special. A direct hit with the rocket deals significant damage to the primary target, but everything behind that target, within the cone of shrapnel spread, takes secondary damage. This allows her to hit multiple enemies with a single shot, to punish grouped units, to strike targets that thought they were safely behind a tank. The shrapnel pieces pierce through enemies, meaning they don't stop on first contact. If units are lined up perfectly, a single shot can damage 3, 4, even 5 separate targets. This piercing property makes her incredibly effective against swarm strategies, where multiple small units cluster together. One rocket can devastate what would normally require multiple attacks to clear. But here's the crucial detail that defines high-level firecracker play. The shrapnel can hit your own towers. If the firecracker is positioned poorly, if she fires at the wrong angle, those fragments that pierce through enemies will continue traveling until they hit something else. And if that something else happens to be your king tower, positioned behind your princess towers, you've just activated it. giving your opponent a massive strategic advantage. This risk-reward dynamic is central to the firecracker's identity. She offers tremendous value, but only if deployed correctly. Skilled players learn the safe zones, the angles that keep shrapnel away from friendly structures. They understand positioning in a way that goes beyond simple front versus back thinking. They calculate trajectories, predict movement, adjust placement based on what the opponent is likely to deploy. The range of her weapon is another crucial factor. At 6.5 tiles, she outranges most troops and can even threaten towers from relative safety. This range isn't arbitrary. It's long enough to be useful, to allow her to attack from positions that keep her relatively safe, but not so long that she becomes impossible to counter. The balance between range and vulnerability is delicate, intentionally so. Her hit speed tells another part of the story. 3 seconds between shots. That's the time needed to load a new rocket, align the launcher, pull the trigger, and deal with the recoil from the previous shot. 3 seconds might not sound like much, but in arena combat where frames can matter, it's an eternity. This relatively slow attack speed means the firecracker needs protection, needs to be deployed behind tanks or alongside troops that can handle enemies that get close. The damage numbers have evolved over time through various balance changes, but the fundamental principle remains. She deals moderate damage to the primary target and reduced damage to secondary targets hit by shrapnel. This split damage model rewards good positioning and punishes grouping while preventing her from being oppressively powerful. Her health pool is deliberately low. At 3 elixir, she's cost-effective, but she can't take much punishment. This fragility is intentional, creating counterplay opportunities. Small spells like Zap or Snowball can't kill her outright, but can stop her attack and potentially allow enemy troops to reach her. Arrows can eliminate her completely, creating a 1 elixir advantage for the opponent. Fireball is overkill, but guarantees the removal. This vulnerability to spells creates interesting strategic decisions. Do you use your small spell to reset her attack, preventing damage but not eliminating the threat? Do you commit a medium spell for guaranteed removal, but potentially waste elixir? Do you ignore her and accept the damage while pushing the opposite lane? Each choice has implications, creates branching paths in the tactical decision tree. The evolution version adds another layer to her mechanics. She gains the spark ability, which triggers after every 4 shots. This spark is essentially an extra rocket that fires automatically at a random target, dealing damage and creating that same shrapnel spread. The randomness of the target prevents it from being too powerful, too easily exploitable, but it adds meaningful value over the course of a match. The spark doesn't require extra loading or aiming. It just happens, another explosion in the firecracker's signature cone pattern. This ability rewards sustained deployment, encourages players to protect their firecracker and let her keep firing. 4 shots might seem like a lot, but in a long match, she'd trigger the spark ability multiple times, adding significant chip damage and swarm clear potential. The evolved version also gains increased health and damage, making her more resilient and more threatening. She's still vulnerable to spells, still requires careful positioning, but she's more forgiving of minor mistakes, more capable of surviving incidental damage. These improvements justify the evolution cost, making her feel meaningfully stronger without completely changing her identity. Understanding these mechanics, really internalizing how every component works together, separates players who use the firecracker from players who master her. The former simply drops her in the back and hopes for value. The latter calculates angles, predicts enemy deployments, positions her with surgical precision to maximize damage while eliminating risk. Every rocket fired is a small optimization problem. Where exactly should she stand? Which enemy should she target? Will the recoil move her into a better or worse position? What's the opponent likely to play next? And how will that affect their effectiveness? These questions run through skilled players' minds constantly, informing decisions that might look simple but reflect deep understanding. The mechanics also create personality. The way she fires and immediately slides backward gives her this distinctive jerky movement pattern. She's never still, always repositioning, always in motion. This creates a visual identity that's instantly recognizable, making her feel alive and reactive rather than static and scripted. The sound design reinforces the mechanics. The whoosh of the rocket launching, the boom of impact, the secondary pops as shrapnel hits additional targets. Each sound provides feedback, confirms what happened, creates that satisfying sense of cause and effect. Players don't just see the damage numbers. They hear the explosion, feel the impact through audio cues that make every shot feel substantial. These mechanics didn't emerge fully formed. They're the result of extensive testing, countless iterations, refinement based on player feedback, and observed usage patterns. Balance changes have tweaked numbers, adjusted timing, modified interactions. But the core mechanical identity, rocket with recoil and spreading shrapnel, has remained constant. It's the foundation everything else builds upon, the defining characteristic that makes the firecracker who she is. In understanding the mechanics, we understand the character. She's precise chaos. She's controlled destruction. She has physics and chemistry and psychology all working together to create something that is both deadly effective and deeply satisfying. The mechanics aren't just numbers on a card. They're the language through which her personality speaks, the medium through which her story is told. Every rocket fired, every slide backward, every explosion that paints the arena in fire, these are her words. And together, they tell a story of someone who found exactly where they belong. The Archer connection. To truly understand the firecracker, we need to examine her relationship with the Archers, the troops she trained alongside, the family she both belongs to and has diverged from. This relationship is complex, layered with respect and rebellion, tradition and innovation, connection and separation. It defines much of who she is and why her journey matters. The Archer is one of the oldest troops in the Clash universe, appearing in Clash of Clans before Clash Royale even existed. When Clash Royale launched, the Archers were there from the beginning, part of the training camp, available to every player immediately. They represent fundamentals, basics, the foundation upon which so much strategy builds. 2 ranged attackers for 3 elixir, reliable damage, simple to understand, but with depth for skilled players. The Firecracker's connection to this lineage is undeniable. Her basic body structure matches the Archer's. Her cost mirrors theirs, 3 elixir, creating direct comparison. Her role is similar ranged damage dealer, with particular effectiveness against swarms and air units. Players who understand how to use Archers have a head start in understanding Firecracker deployment. But the differences are equally important. Where Archers are about consistency, the Firecracker is about impact. Archers steadily chip away at targets, their arrows flying in reliable rhythm. The Firecracker punctuates battle with explosions, her attacks less frequent but more spectacular. Archers can be split to pressure both lanes simultaneously. The Firecracker is indivisible, her power concentrated in single deployments. The training they share creates a common foundation. Both learned about range management, understanding when to attack and when to hold fire. Both studied target prioritization, knowing which enemy to focus on in complex situations. Both practiced positioning, finding angles that maximize effectiveness while minimizing vulnerability. These fundamental skills translate across weapon types, creating underlying similarity despite surface differences. But their philosophical approaches diverge dramatically. Archer training emphasizes patience and consistency. You aim, you release. You trust in the straightforward relationship between effort and result. Firecracker methodology embraces variables, acknowledges that every shot creates unpredictable elements and finds beauty in managing controlled chaos. Where archers seek to eliminate unknowns, the firecracker has learned to dance with them. Among the archer community, the firecracker is a controversial figure. The traditionalists view her choice as a betrayal, abandoning proven methods for something flashy and dangerous. They point to her vulnerability, her potential to sabotage her own team, her relatively slow attack speed. They see someone who is gifted with talent for archery and squandered it chasing explosions. The progressives see her differently. They recognize that evolution requires divergence, that new tactics emerge only when someone is willing to break from tradition. They admire her courage in pursuing an unconventional path, her dedication to mastering something difficult and different. They see not betrayal but innovation, not abandonment but expansion. The archers deployed in battle alongside her have learned to work with her quirks. They know to position themselves away from her firing lines, avoiding both her recoil slides and her shrapnel spread. They've developed synchronized tactics, where archers steadily damage tanky enemies while the firecracker clears supporting swarms. The combination can be devastating when executed properly, tradition and innovation working together. There's a respect that exists between them, even when disagreement persists. The archers recognize that the firecracker's weapon, whatever they think of it, is devastatingly effective in the right situations. The firecracker acknowledges that archery's elegance and reliability have value, that her explosions couldn't exist in isolation without the supporting structure the more traditional troops provide. Family gatherings, those rare moments when the eternal conflict pauses, can be complicated. The firecracker sits with her archer relatives, and conversations dance around their differences. They discuss tactics generally, avoiding the specific disagreements about methodology. They share stories of battle, finding common ground in the experience even when their roles differ. But there's always an undercurrent, an acknowledgement that one of them chose a different path. The younger archers in training look at the firecracker with complicated emotions. Some see possibility, inspiration, that their role isn't fixed, that they could forge their own identity if they found something they loved enough. Others feel pressure, worry that simply being good at archery won't be enough anymore, that they'll be expected to innovate when they prefer to perfect existing techniques. Instructors use the firecracker as a teaching tool, though not always in ways she appreciates. See what happens when you abandon fundamentals, one instructor might say, pointing to a match where an improper firecracker placement activated the king tower. See what's possible when you master fundamentals and then build on them, another might counter, highlighting a perfectly executed firecracker defense that stopped a major push. The magic archer represents another interesting comparison point. He also diverged from standard archery, adding magical properties that make his arrows pierce infinitely. But his divergence stayed within the archery framework. He still uses a bow, still relies on the core techniques. The firecracker's departure was more radical, abandoning the bow entirely for something completely different. This makes her both more controversial and more distinctive. There's a photo, or something like a photo, in the archer barracks. It shows a training class from years ago, before the firecracker made her choice. She's there among the others, bow in hand, looking like she belongs completely. Veterans who knew her then sometimes talk about how skilled she was, how her form was textbook perfect, how instructors predicted great things. And they wonder, quietly, what she might have achieved if she'd stayed the course. But others, the ones who knew her best, saw the restlessness even then. They noticed how her eyes would wander during long training sessions, how she seemed most engaged when discussing new techniques rather than perfecting old ones. They weren't surprised when she made her choice, recognized it as inevitable rather than unexpected. The firecracker she became was always there, waiting for the right catalyst to emerge. The relationship extends beyond individuals to the broader tactical ecosystem. In deck building, Firecracker and archers occupy similar slots, range support troops at 3 elixir. Players choosing between them make decisions based on preference, playstyle, and specific strategic needs. This creates natural comparison, endless debates about which is better in various situations. Competitive players have generally concluded that they serve different purposes. Archers are more consistent, easier to value, less likely to backfire. Firecracker has higher potential, but requires more skill, more understanding, more precision in deployment. Neither is universally better. Context determines optimal choice. This parity is itself a form of respect, acknowledging that the Firecracker's radical departure created something of equivalent strategic value to the traditional approach. In the end, the Archer connection defines the Firecracker through both similarity and difference. She comes from this family, carries their DNA, shares their fundamental understanding of ranged combat. But she's also separate, distinct, having chosen a path that sets her apart. The relationship is neither completely harmonious nor entirely antagonistic. It's complicated, nuanced, real, just like family relationships often are. The Firecracker remains an archer in some essential way, carries that identity even while transcending it. She's proof that you can honor your origins while forging your own path, can respect tradition while pursuing innovation, can belong to a family while being uniquely yourself. The bow and the rocket launcher are different weapons, but the hands that wield them learned their basic skills in the same training grounds. And that shared foundation, that common origin, creates bonds that neither divergence nor disagreement can completely sever. Training days and early battles. Let's go back to the beginning, to those formative days when the Firecracker was learning to master her weapon, discovering how to turn theoretical understanding into practical skill. This period shaped her, taught lessons that would define her entire approach to combat. Every master has an apprenticeship. Every expert was once a stumbling beginner. The Firecracker is no exception. The first time she tried to fire her newly authorized rocket launcher in official training conditions, she missed completely. The target was stationary, positioned at moderate range, an easy shot by any reasonable standard. But she was nervous, overeager, pulled the trigger before properly aligning. The rocket screamed off at a wild angle, exploding harmlessly against the arena wall. The recoil sent her tumbling backward, unprepared for the force, landing hard on her backside while training officers tried unsuccessfully to hide their laughter. That moment could have been discouraging. Instead, it became instructive. She learned that confidence without technique was worse than useless, that her weapon wouldn't magically work just because she wanted it to. She had to earn proficiency, had to build skill through repetition and adjustment and countless incremental improvements. The training program developed for her was unique, without precedent. The arena had trained countless archers, musketeers, wizards, but never someone using this particular weapon. Instructors had to figure out methodology on the fly, learning alongside their student what worked and what didn't. It was collaborative innovation, everybody involved in uncharted territory. Basic accuracy came first. Stationary targets at fixed ranges. Fire, assess results, adjust, fire again. Simple repetition building muscle memory, teaching her body the relationship between aim and outcome. Days of this, then weeks, until she could reliably hit what she aimed at. It was tedious work, unglamorous, but absolutely necessary. No amount of enthusiasm could substitute for fundamental competence. Once accuracy was established, they introduced complexity. Moving targets that required leading the shot, calculating where they'd be when the rocket arrived. Targets at varying ranges that demanded adjustment in aim angle. Multiple targets requiring rapid assessment of priorities. Each new variable added difficulty, created new opportunities for failure, pushed her to expand her capabilities. The recoil management was its own entire training track. She had to learn to absorb the force efficiently, to let it move her without losing balance or control. Initially, every shot sent her sprawling or stumbling. Gradually, she developed a technique that would become signature, that smooth backward slide that repositioned her while keeping the launcher ready for the next shot. This took longer to master than the accuracy, required completely retraining her body's instincts about stability and movement. Then came shrapnel optimization. Understanding that her weapon could hit multiple targets was one thing. Actually using that property effectively was completely different. She practiced with carefully arranged dummy groups, learning the angles that would maximize secondary damage. She discovered that small adjustments in aim, barely visible differences in position, could mean the difference between hitting one target versus 5. The instructors introduced failure scenarios deliberately. They'd arranged dummies representing her own towers, forcing her to attack targets while avoiding friendly fire. Early in training, she activated the simulated King Tower repeatedly. Each time, the training officer would stop the exercise, explain why it happened, show her the angle that caused the problem. It was frustrating, embarrassing, but crucial. Better to learn these lessons in training than in actual battle where the consequences were real. Live combat drills came next, sparring against other troops in controlled environments. These taught her things no static training could. Real enemies moved unpredictably, didn't stand still waiting to be hit. They tried to close distance, to overwhelm her before she could fire enough rockets. They learned her patterns and adapted, forcing her to constantly vary tactics. This dynamic interaction taught her more about actual combat than months of target practice ever could. Her first official battle deployment was a small skirmish, low-stakes testing whether she was ready for real arena combat. She was assigned to a defensive position, tasked with supporting more experienced troops. The matchup was straightforward, nothing that would truly test her limits. She fired 3 rockets total, hit 2 targets cleanly, missed once when she overcorrected after the previous shot. Her team won easily, but she knew the victory had little to do with her contribution. The real test came several battles later, a high-intensity match where her team was outmatched and desperate. The opponent deployed a massive skeleton swarm supported by heavier troops, a push designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. The firecracker's teammates looked to her, needed her to do exactly what her weapon was designed for. Clear the swarm, create space, buy time. She positioned carefully, calculated the angle, fired. The rocket struck the front of the swarm, and shrapnel tore through the grouped skeletons like paper. One shot eliminated dozens of enemies, crumbling their push into manageable pieces. Her teammates rallied, counterattacked, turned a defensive crisis into an offensive opportunity. And the firecracker, watching the chaos she created, felt something click into place. This was what she was meant to do. This was why her weapon existed. But success brought overconfidence. In the next match, emboldened by her previous performance, she positioned aggressively, too far forward. An enemy fireball caught her alongside several other troops, eliminating her instantly. Her team had to fight short-handed, struggled to defend without her, ultimately lost. The lesson was harsh, but necessary. Effectiveness meant nothing if you didn't survive to deliver it. Positioning wasn't just about maximizing damage. It was about threat assessment, risk management, ensuring you lived long enough to provide sustained value. She began studying replays obsessively, watching her matches and those of others. She noted positioning patterns, successful defensive setups, angles that consistently created value. She saw her mistakes in brutal detail, watching herself make errors that seemed obvious in retrospect, but had been invisible in the moment's heat. This analytical approach accelerated her development, letting her learn from experiences beyond just her own. The training yard became her second home. Before official duties, after battles ended, during any free moment, she'd practice, loading drills to improve speed, accuracy exercises to maintain precision, recoil management repetitions until the backward slide was smoother than walking. Other troops would sometimes stop to watch, fascinated by this warrior who couldn't stop practicing, who treated every moment as an opportunity to improve. She developed relationships with troops she trained alongside, bonds forged through shared struggle and mutual support. A giant who tanked for her during drills, letting her practice safe positioning behind friendly frontline. A group of archers who'd coordinate with her, learning how to combine traditional and explosive damage. These early partnerships taught her about team dynamics, about how individual excellence meant little without coordination. The training officers began using her as an example for other troops learning new roles. "Watch how she approaches each problem systematically," they'd say. "Notice how she learns from every failure, adjusts her technique, tries again with modifications." She became a case study in effective learning, proof that dedication and intelligent practice could overcome initial incompetence. But not everything was struggle and training. There were moments of levity, of humor, of the camaraderie that develops among warriors who face danger together. Friendly competitions to see who could hit the most challenging targets. Jokes about her recoil slides, reenactments that exaggerated the stumbling of her early attempts. Stories shared over meals about memorable battles, near misses, spectacular successes, and equally spectacular failures. The equipment evolved alongside her skills. Her original launcher was replaced multiple times as she learned what worked and what didn't. Each iteration incorporated lessons from use, became more refined, more efficient, more suited to her specific needs and style. The rockets themselves went through versions, different powder mixtures, different casing designs, constant optimization seeking that perfect balance of damage and reliability. Mentorship played a crucial role. Veteran troops who'd mastered their own unconventional approaches would offer advice, share wisdom from their journeys. The wizard, whose area damage attacks shared some properties with her shrapnel spread, explained concepts of targeting priority in group scenarios. The bomber, another troop that embraced explosive force, discussed the psychology of using weapons that enemies feared. Months passed. Seasons changed. The firecracker, who entered training as a rough beginner, gradually transformed into a competent warrior, then into an accomplished specialist, finally into someone who could be genuinely called an expert. Her accuracy became reliable enough that she rarely missed unless circumstances were truly chaotic. Her recoil management became so smooth it looked choreographed. Her understanding of shrapnel patterns became so comprehensive she could improvise solutions to unusual tactical problems. The transformation wasn't just technical. Her confidence grew, not the brittle overconfidence of someone who thinks they've mastered everything, but the solid confidence of someone who knows their capabilities and limitations. She developed judgment, the ability to assess situations quickly and decide optimal responses. She learned patience, understanding when to fire immediately versus when to wait for better positioning or more targets. By the time she was deemed ready for full deployment, for selection into player decks and usage in competitive scenarios, she'd logged thousands of practice shots, hundreds of training battles, countless hours of study and analysis. She'd earned her place through work that most observers never saw, through dedication that persisted through discouragement and setback. The firecracker players encountered in the arena was the finished product, but that finish was built on a foundation of training days that tested her thoroughly. The evolution journey. The evolution system came to Clash Royale much later in the firecracker story, arriving in June 2023 alongside Season 47 titled Evolution. This wasn't just a power increase or a simple upgrade. Evolution represented transformation, change at a fundamental level, the emergence of something that had always been possible but required the right conditions to manifest. For months before the Evolution feature launched, the Firecracker had been exactly what she was, a powerful but straightforward troop with well-understood mechanics and clear role. She'd seen balance adjustments, meta shifts, periods of high usage, and times when other options were preferred. But the core identity remained stable, unchanged. Evolution would break that stability, would offer a path to something new. The process of evolution isn't simple or automatic. It requires resources, dedication, specific cards collected and gold spent. In game terms, this represents the arena's recognition that certain troops have the potential for growth beyond their initial parameters. In story terms, it represents the warrior's personal journey towards self-improvement, the decision to push beyond comfortable competence into uncertain territory where greater power awaits. The evolved firecracker emerges from this process changed in multiple ways. Visually, she's distinct. The navy and gray-colored tunic replaces her traditional appearance, marked with the evolution symbol that declares her transformed status. The indigo coloring throughout creates a more dramatic, powerful aesthetic. The golden fuse on her rocket catches light, promises enhanced performance, warns enemies that this isn't the firecracker they might be used to facing. But the visual changes merely reflect deeper transformation. Her statistics improve significantly. Hit points increase from 237 at level 11 to 334, making her substantially more durable. She can survive interactions that would have eliminated her before, can absorb more incidental damage while continuing to provide value. This increased survivability changes how she can be deployed, expands her tactical flexibility, makes her more forgiving of positioning errors. Her damage scales up correspondingly. The main rocket damage jumps from 163 to 230, while shrapnel damage increases from 92 to 130. These aren't marginal improvements. They're substantial increases that change breakpoints, alter what she can effectively eliminate, give her more immediate impact per shot. But the spark ability is what truly defines the evolution. Every fourth shot triggers an automatic extra rocket at a random target. This happens without additional loading time, without aiming, just a sudden bonus attack that adds damage and splash effect to whatever she was already doing. The randomness prevents it from being too easily exploitable, keeps it from being overpowered. But over the course of a battle, these extra sparks add up to significant value. The spark creates interesting psychological dynamics in matches. Opponents must account for this periodic bonus damage. Can't simply calculate value based on her base attack cycle. It adds unpredictability, keeps enemy players slightly off balance, creates moments where her contribution exceeds what careful analysis would suggest is possible. This psychological pressure is itself valuable, forcing opponents to dedicate more resources to dealing with her than her base stats alone would justify. Achieving evolution represents commitment. Players must invest heavily in this specific card, prioritizing it above other options that could also provide power increases. This creates meaningful choice, forces decisions about resource allocation, ensures that evolved troops feel special rather than common. When you face an evolved firecracker, you know the opponent has deliberately chosen to invest in this card, values it highly enough to dedicate scarce resources. The evolution journey isn't just mechanical. It represents character growth, personal development, the natural progression of someone who's mastered fundamentals and now pushes toward excellence. The base firecracker is skilled, effective, dangerous. The evolved version is all of these things amplified, refined, taken to a higher level through dedication and effort. In narrative terms, we might imagine the evolution happening gradually. The firecracker, having fought countless battles, begins to notice patterns others miss. Her instincts sharpen. Her techniques become more efficient. Small optimizations compound over time. She experiments with new powder mixtures for her rockets, finding combinations that produce more force without increasing weight. She refines her launcher design, incorporating lessons from years of use. The spark ability could represent her achieving a form of flow state, Moments where her expertise becomes so complete that she acts without conscious thought. Every fourth shot, she is so completely in rhythm with her weapon that an extra rocket fires almost as an extension of will, rather than deliberate action. It's the kind of mastery that comes only from absolute dedication, from pushing past the point where most people would be satisfied with good enough. Other troops notice the change. The evolved firecracker carries herself differently, moves with a confidence that goes beyond mere competence into true mastery. Her slides are smoother, her recovery faster, her aim more precise even in chaotic conditions. When she fires, there's an intensity to the explosions that wasn't there before, a power that declares she's operating at a level beyond normal parameters. The evolution also represents choice in another sense. Not every firecracker will evolve. Not every warrior will push themselves to this level. It's easier to remain competent, to stay within comfortable boundaries, to not risk the effort and potential failure that comes with striving for more. Evolution requires hunger for improvement, willingness to leave behind what's safe and known, courage to pursue potential even when the path is uncertain. In battles, the evolved firecracker becomes a priority target. Opponents recognize the threat, understand that leaving her active for extended periods allows those spark abilities to accumulate massive value. She draws spell responses more readily, demands more attention, forces opponents to adjust their entire game plan to account for her presence. This attention is itself validation, proof that the evolution represents genuine power increase rather than cosmetic change. The competitive scene embraced evolved firecracker quickly. Professional players recognized her enhanced capabilities, began featuring her in high-level tournament decks. The combination of improved survivability, increased damage, and the spark ability created a package that excelled in the right contexts. Meta discussions included her prominently, analyzing optimal use cases, best supporting cards, strategies to maximize her unique properties. But evolution also introduced new skill requirements. The evolved firecracker's increased power came with increased importance of proper usage. Mistakes hurt more because more resources were invested. Improper positioning that wasted her potential felt worse because the opportunity cost was higher. Players had to rise to her level, had to use her with precision that matched her refined capabilities. The gold fuse on her rocket became iconic, a visual shorthand for "this is serious." When opponents see that golden gleam, they know they're facing someone who's invested heavily, someone who's made this card a cornerstone of their strategy. It's a warning and a challenge simultaneously, daring enemies to try to overcome this enhanced threat. Through the evolution system, the firecracker's journey comes full circle. She started as someone willing to abandon tradition for something new. She mastered that new approach through dedication and practice. And now, through evolution, she's pushed even further, transcended her own previous limits, become something that exceeds her original design. Its growth made manifest, potential realized, the natural endpoint of a journey that began with a simple question: what if I tried something different? The evolved firecracker stands as proof that excellence is a journey without final destination. You can always improve, always refine, always push toward better execution of your craft. The transformation isn't just about statistics or abilities. It's about becoming the fullest version of yourself, about realizing potential that was always there but needed effort and dedication to manifest. She evolved not because the system allowed it, but because she earned it. Strategic mind and tactical brilliance. Let's talk about the mind behind the explosions, because the firecracker isn't just someone who fires rockets indiscriminately. She's a tactical thinker, a student of battlefield geometry, someone who understands arena dynamics at a level most troops never reach. Her weapon might be loud and flashy, but her approach to using it is calculated and precise. Understanding positioning is the foundation of firecracker mastery. Unlike troops that can be placed almost anywhere and provide roughly similar value, her effectiveness varies wildly based on deployment location. 3 tiles too far forward, and she's vulnerable to quick elimination. 2 tiles too far back, and she can't reach crucial targets. Slight angular differences determine whether shrapnel hits additional enemies or activates your own king tower. She's learned to read the arena like a 3-dimensional map, seeing not just the current state but potential future states. Where will enemies move? What paths will they take? Where will clashes occur? Her positioning decisions account for all of this, placing herself where she'll provide maximum value over the next 10 to 15 seconds rather than just the current moment. Range awareness is crucial. Her 6.5 tile range means she can hit things most troops can't, but it also means she must respect threats that outrange her. The princess, the magic archer, certain buildings, all of these can hit her while she can't effectively return fire. She's learned which matchups require positioning adjustments, when to hang back versus when she can be more aggressive. The recoil mechanic creates unique tactical opportunities. Every shot moves her backward, which most troops would consider a disadvantage. But the firecracker has learned to use this. She positions herself such that recoil moves her towards safety rather than into danger. She times shots to slide away from approaching melee troops. She uses terrain features, positioning near edges or obstacles that will limit or redirect her slide in predictable ways. Against swarm strategies, she's devastating when used correctly. Skeleton army, goblin gang, minion horde, all of these suffer massively from her shrapnel spread. But timing matters enormously. Fire too early and the swarm hasn't fully deployed, limiting how many targets you hit. Fire too late and they've already dealt damage or overwhelmed your defenses. She's learned to recognize the exact moment of maximum vulnerability, when enemies are grouped, but not yet scattered. Target selection follows complex decision trees. Primary target is obvious in simple scenarios, but what about when there are multiple threats? Does she focus the tanky troop in front, dealing consistent damage? Or does she target the support units behind, eliminating threats that deal more damage over time? The answer varies based on context, available elixir, what other friendly troops are present, dozens of variables that she processes almost instantly. Defensive applications showcase her tactical intelligence most clearly. When opponents push one lane heavily, the instinct is to drop defensive troops directly in their path. But the firecracker has learned more sophisticated approaches. She positions at angles, creating crossfire situations where her shrapnel hits the entire push, while she remains out of immediate danger. She uses the Princess Tower itself as a shield, staying just far enough back that enemies must commit deeply to reach her. She's mastered the art of the defensive counterpush. After eliminating or severely damaging an enemy offensive, she's often left standing with good health. Rather than waiting or wandering, she immediately transitions to offense, marching down the lane she just defended. This tempo advantage, forcing opponents to immediately respond to her threat while they're low on elixir from their failed push, creates winning situations from what were defensive necessities. Against air troops, her value becomes obvious. Many ground-focused defenses struggle with aerial threats, but the firecracker handles them naturally. Minions, Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, all of these take significant damage from her rockets and shrapnel. She's learned the timing required to hit fast-moving air units, leading her shots just enough that the rocket intercepts their path. Spellbaiting is part of her strategic toolkit. Opponents often hold spells specifically to counter her, knowing she's vulnerable to arrows or fireball. She's learned to leverage this, positioning herself in ways that make spell usage uncomfortable. Force the opponent to choose between hitting her and hitting other valuable targets. Make them waste high elixir spells on a 3 elixir troop. Create situations where not using a spell allows her to generate more value than the spell would prevent. The King Tower activation vulnerability creates a strategic minigame within every match. She must be hyper-aware of tower positioning, of angles that risk activation. But skilled opponents try to exploit this, deliberately placing troops in positions where attacking them might cause shrapnel to arc toward the King Tower. This creates a tactical standoff, where the firecracker must choose between attacking imperfectly positioned targets or allowing them to generate value unmolested. She's developed counters to common counter strategies. Opponents rushing her with fast melee troops, position behind a mini-tank, or wait until they're committed to a specific path. Spell threats? Bait them out with other vulnerable troops first, or positions spread out from other targets. Opponents playing defensively, not giving her good targets. Apply pressure, force them to respond, create the grouping she needs to maximize shrapnel value. Cycle deck strategies showcase her particular brilliance. In fast cycle archetypes, she can be played multiple times in a single battle, each deployment forcing the opponent to respond or accept chip damage. She's learned optimal cycle patterns, when to play her aggressively versus when to save her for defense. The rhythm of deployment becomes a song she knows by heart, each note placed perfectly in the larger composition. In control decks, she serves as area denial. Her presence forces opponents to split pushes, to avoid grouping troops, to play around her shrapnel threat. This disruption is itself valuable, making opponent execution more difficult, creating openings for other defensive tools. She's the piece that makes everything else work better, the multiplier that amplifies teammate effectiveness. Beatdown strategies use her differently, as support behind heavy tanks. The giant or golem absorbs attention while she hammers defenses, her shrapnel clearing counterplay troops. She S learned to position just far enough back that she S protected, but close enough that her rockets reach the action. She times her deployments to match the tank's push timing, ensuring she arrives with enough support to maximize impact. Bridge spam tactics occasionally include her, using her as a surprise offensive element. This isn't her most common role, but in certain matchups, an aggressive firecracker at the bridge can catch opponents off guard. She's learned which situations favor this risky play, when the potential payoff justifies the vulnerability. Tournament play demands even more sophisticated understanding. Professional opponents know her capabilities intimately, play specifically to counter her, rarely make the grouping mistakes that casual players might. She's had to evolve her own play, develop deeper layers of strategy, think multiple steps ahead. At the highest levels, playing her well is like chess, each move part of larger strategic plans that unfold over the entire match. She studies opponents, learning tendencies and patterns. Does this player favor spells or troop counters? Do they play reactively or proactively? How do they respond to pressure? All of this information informs her positioning and timing, allowing her to exploit individual playstyles rather than just executing generic strategies. Elixir management becomes crucial in her strategic thinking. At 3 elixir, she's cost-effective, but that cost still matters. She's learned when investment is worthwhile versus when it's wasteful. Firing a rocket that deals 50 damage isn't good value. Firing a rocket that eliminates 400 health worth of enemies is excellent value. The difference is positioning and timing, both of which she controls. She's also learned what she can't do, understands her limitations as clearly as her strengths. She can't solo defend heavy tanks without support. She can't quickly eliminate single high health targets. She struggles against spread out troops that don't group for shrapnel value. Recognizing these limitations prevents overcommitment, keeps her from being placed in situations where failure is likely. The metagame awareness extends beyond individual matches. She understands which decks are popular, which strategies dominate current competitive play, how her role fits in the larger ecosystem. When spell-heavy decks are common, she adjusts, plays more carefully, recognizes increased risk. When swarm strategies dominate, She knows her value increases, leans into her anti-swarm capabilities. Communication with other troops, while not verbal in any conventional sense, happens through positioning and timing. She signals intentions through where she stands, tells teammates what she plans to attack, coordinates without words. The ice spirit that times its jump to freeze enemies just as her rocket arrives understands this collaboration. The knight that positions the tank while she provides range support has learned this tactical dance. Weather and environmental factors that exist in the arena affect her calculations. Wind, though not mechanically represented in gameplay, would theoretically affect rocket trajectory. She's internalized how to compensate, how to adjust aim to account for conditions. Temperature affects powder burn rates. Humidity impacts propellant performance. These aren't game mechanics, but in the story of who she is, they're details she considers. The strategic mind behind the explosions is what separates good firecracker usage from great firecracker mastery. Anyone can drop her in the back and hope for value. But truly excellent deployment requires understanding dozens of variables, processing complex tactical situations in seconds, making decisions that account for current state and likely futures. She's developed this capability through experience, through countless battles that taught lessons in success and failure. Her tactical brilliance isn't about individual genius or innate talent. It's about dedication to understanding her craft completely. She studied every matchup, analyzed every interaction, practiced until responses become instinctive. The brilliance is earned rather than granted, built through work that most observers never see. When she positions perfectly, hits the ideal target, times her shot to maximize value, it looks effortless. But that appearance of effortlessness is the result of tremendous effort invested beforehand. Relationships in the arena. The arena isn't just a battlefield. It's a community, a collection of personalities forced together by eternal conflict, forming bonds and rivalries, and the complex web of relationships that emerge wherever individuals interact regularly. The firecracker exists within the social ecosystem. Her connections with other troops revealing dimensions of her character that pure combat analysis might miss. Her relationship with the knight is one of mutual professional respect. The knight represents steadfast reliability, a troop that does one thing consistently well without flashiness or complication. He tanks damage, absorbs hits meant for others, creates space for teammates to operate. The firecracker appreciates this stability, recognizes that her explosive chaos works best when supported by his steady presence. When deployed together, they form a balanced unit, his defense enabling her offense. They don't socialize much outside combat. Their personalities are too different, his stoic pragmatism clashing with her enthusiastic pyromania. But on the battlefield, they understand each other perfectly. The knight knows the position where her shrapnel won't hit him, trusts her to clear swarms that would otherwise overwhelm him. She knows to let him lead, to use his bulk as cover, to appreciate the protection he provides. It's a professional partnership built on complementary capabilities rather than personal friendship. With the wizard, there's a different dynamic. He's another troop that deals area damage through destructive force, though his is magical, while hers is chemical. They're colleagues in chaos, both understanding what it means to prefer explosive solutions to careful precision. They talk shop, discuss optimal splash patterns, share stories of massive multi-unit eliminations. There's camaraderie here, a connection between people who see the world similarly. But there's also competition, subtle, usually friendly, but definitely present. Who can clear swarms faster? Whose area damage is more effective? The wizard points out his longer range, his ability to hit air and ground simultaneously. The firecracker counters with her lower elixir cost, her forced repositioning that makes her harder to target. Neither definitively wins these arguments because both are right. They're different tools with different strengths. But the discussion itself is enjoyable. a way to engage with someone who understands the appeal of spectacular destruction. The Princess relationship is more complex. They're similar in many ways, both long-range splash damage dealers who pressure opponents and force responses. But the Princess predates the Firecracker significantly, was established as the premier range support option before the Firecracker existed. Some see the Firecracker as competition, a threat to the Princess's position. The Princess herself is more nuanced in her view. She recognizes that the Firecracker fills a different niche, costs less, operates differently despite superficial similarities. But there's awareness too. Awareness that every match where Firecracker is chosen is a match where she wasn't. The relationship is cordial but distant, marked by politeness that doesn't quite reach warmth. They're not enemies, but they're not allies either. They're competitors, operating in adjacent spaces, each aware of the other's presence and accomplishments. With the Archers, we've discussed a complicated family dynamic, but there are individual Archers who've become genuine friends. One in particular, a young Archer who struggled with the same restlessness the Firecracker once felt, seeks her out regularly. They talk about the burden of expectations, about feeling constrained by a role, about wondering if there's something more beyond what you're told you should be. The Firecracker doesn't push her toward explosives, doesn't insist rebellion is necessary. She simply shares her own experience, lets the young Archer draw her own conclusions. The Giant has become an unexpected friend. You wouldn't think the loud explosion enthusiast and the quiet, gentle Giant would have much common ground. But they've found connection and shared understanding of being underestimated. The Giant is often dismissed as simple, just a tanky health pool without interesting mechanics. The Firecracker is sometimes seen as a gimmick, all flash without substance. Both know they're more than these reductive views. That shared experience of being underestimated creates bond. They spend quiet evenings together when the arena allows it. The Giant doesn't talk much, but his presence is comforting. The Firecracker finds she doesn't need to perform around him, can set aside the manic energy she projects in battle. She can be tired, uncertain, quietly contemplative. He accepts all of this without judgment, his steady calm creating safe space for authenticity. The Goblins fascinate and frustrate her in equal measure. Their chaotic energy mirrors her love of explosive chaos, but their lack of discipline goes against her precise execution. Their destruction without control, randomness without purpose. She's tried to teach them about proper explosive usage, about timing and positioning. They listen enthusiastically, then immediately ignore everything she said and charge in screaming. It's endearing and exasperating simultaneously. But they make her laugh, which is valuable in its own right. Their antics, their complete disregard for conventional strategy, their ability to find joy in every situation regardless of outcome. All of this reminds her not to take everything so seriously. The Goblins live purely in the moment, caring only about the current experience without worrying about optimization or improvement. It's a perspective she finds difficult to adopt, but increasingly recognizes has value. The P.E.K.K.A. relationship is interesting because of the shared naming connection to Mini P.E.K.K.A. Despite them being completely unrelated to her. People sometimes confuse the lineages, assume the Firecracker trained alongside, or has some connection to the P.E.K.K.A. family. She doesn't, but she's befriended several of them anyway. They're quiet warriors with surprising depth. Deadly in combat, but thoughtful in downtime. She's learned not to judge, based on appearance or reputation, to look past the armor and find the person inside. With the baby dragon, there's mutual appreciation based on shared enjoyment of fire. The dragon breathes it constantly, uses it as primary weapon. The Firecracker creates it through explosives, worships the moment of combustion. They've spent hours discussing fire's properties, its beauty, its power. The dragon shares knowledge about natural fire, about biological flame production. The Firecracker explains chemical combustion, the science of controlled explosions. Both learn from the other. expanding their understanding through shared passion. The skeletons are sources of consistent amusement. They're individually fragile, easily destroyed, but keep coming back with inexhaustible enthusiasm. The firecrackers' rockets can eliminate entire skeleton groups in single shots, which should make them enemies. Instead, they seem to respect her effectiveness, treating her like some kind of explosion deity. They gather to watch her practice, their bone hands clacking together in applause after particularly good shots. She finds their admiration somewhat baffling but also touching. The royal recruits represent a complicated relationship. They're disciplined, traditional, everything she diverged from when choosing explosives. They sometimes express disapproval of her methods, suggest her approach lacks the dignity that proper warriors should maintain. She ignores most of this criticism, secure enough in her choices not to need their validation. But it still stings occasionally, reminds her that not everyone will understand or approve of the path she's chosen. With the evolved troops, there's a sense of shared understanding. Evolution requires dedication, commitment to improvement, willingness to push beyond initial parameters. Regardless of which specific troops have achieved evolution, they've all walked similar paths. They've all made the choice to strive for more, invested resources and effort into transformation. This creates kinship, a bond between those who refuse to accept good enough as an endpoint. The Firecracker has also developed relationships with some of the Clash of Clans troops who share the arena occasionally. When she was added to Clash of Clans in April 2024, becoming available in that game's builder base, she met versions of herself operating in different contexts. These interactions are strange, like meeting alternate timeline versions of yourself. They're her, but also not her, shaped by different experiences and environments. The conversations are disorienting but fascinating. Healers and support troops appreciate her differently than damage dealers do. She can clear threats that would otherwise overwhelm healing capabilities, can eliminate swarms before they reach targets that need protecting. This makes her valuable to support-oriented troops who might otherwise struggle against certain strategies. The Heal Spirit, the Ice Spirit, various supporting elements have learned to coordinate with her, timing their abilities to maximize her effectiveness. There are also troops she doesn't get along with. Personalities that clash, playstyles that conflict, philosophies about combat that contradict too sharply. These aren't enemies exactly, but they're not friends either. They avoid each other when possible, interact professionally when necessary, maintain distance that prevents friction from becoming open conflict. The relationships extend beyond troops to structures and spells. The canon appreciates her anti-swarm capabilities, recognizes that she handles threats it struggles with. The arrow spell has mixed feelings, knowing it's often chosen specifically to counter her. The fireball considers her something like a spiritual cousin, both creating explosive force, though, through different mechanisms. In the end, the Firecracker exists within a rich social tapestry. She's not isolated, not alone despite her unconventional path. She's found her people, built connections based on mutual respect and shared experiences. Some relationships are deep, others superficial. Some are built on friendship, others pure professional cooperation. But together, they make the arena feel like more than just a battlefield. They make it feel like a community, a place where even someone who chose explosives over tradition can find belonging. Balance through time. The Firecracker's existence in Clash Royale hasn't been static. Since her release in February 2020, she's been adjusted repeatedly through balance updates. Each change reflecting developers' ongoing efforts to keep the game healthy and engaging. Understanding these changes tells us not just about game balance, but about how a character evolves through feedback and observation. At release, her statistics were carefully calibrated based on internal testing. But no amount of internal testing can fully predict how millions of players will use a card. Within days, usage patterns emerged that surprised the development team. She was being deployed in ways they hadn't anticipated, creating value in scenarios they hadn't specifically tested. The data poured in, informing future decisions. The first major balance change came relatively quickly. Players had discovered optimal placements and strategies, and her usage rate climbed higher than intended. In March 2020, just over a month after release, she received her first nerf. Hit points decreased by 6%, from 244 to 230. This wasn't devastating, but it was meaningful. Interactions that she previously survived would now eliminate her. Players had to adjust, playing slightly more carefully. The nerf was controversial. Players who'd invested in upgrading her felt betrayed, argued that they'd allocated resources based on her initial power level. Others insisted she'd been too strong, that the adjustment was necessary for game health. The debate raged across forums and social media, passionate arguments from all perspectives. The firecracker had become important enough that changes to her sparked genuine emotional responses. But more adjustments would come. In June 2020, she received a buff, hit points increasing back to 237. Not quite back to her original value, but higher than the post-nerf level. This represented developers acknowledging that perhaps the initial nerf went slightly too far, that she needed a bit more survivability to function optimally. The community response was more muted this time, most players seeing it as reasonable correction. Then came a significant rework in September 2020. Her range was reduced from 6 to 5 tiles, a massive 20% decrease. This fundamentally changed how she could be deployed, reduced her safety zone, made her more vulnerable to counterplay. But to compensate, her damage increased slightly. The developers were adjusting her power budget, shifting strength from range to damage output. This change sparked major discussion. Was she better or worse now? The answer depended on playstyle and deck archetype. Players who'd used her for chip damage from extreme safety found her less effective. Those who deployed her more aggressively, using her as active defense, found the damage buff helpful despite the range reduction. Usage rates dropped initially as players adjusted to the new parameters. Over the following months, she received minor tweaks. Damage adjustments of 2 or 3%, small enough that casual players might not notice, but significant enough to affect high-level interactions. These micro-adjustments represented the developer's commitment to ongoing optimization, continuously refining based on accumulating data. The competitive scene's relationship with the firecracker fluctuated with these changes. When she was strong, professional players featured her heavily, building decks around her capabilities. When nerfs reduced her power, she'd disappear from tournament play for weeks or months, replaced by alternatives that offered better value at her elixir cost. Her presence in the meta became a barometer for her current balance state. In November 2021, she received another significant adjustment. Hit speed changed from 3 seconds to 3.1 seconds, a small increase that reduced her overall damage output over time. This was targeted at her defensive value, making her slightly less effective at handling sustained pushes. Players had to adapt again, finding new rhythms that accommodated the longer interval between shots. The Evolution update in June 2023 added complexity to balance discussions. Now there were effectively 2 versions of the firecracker to consider, the base version and the evolved version. The evolved version's introduction was carefully monitored, with developers watching usage rates and win rates to ensure she was strong but not oppressively so. The Spark ability added a new variable, periodic bonus damage that made her output less predictable. Balance changes weren't just about numbers. They reflected changing philosophies about what role the firecracker should fill. Early in her life, she was positioned as a versatile support option with defensive and offensive applications. Later adjustments pushed her toward more specialized roles, reducing general applicability but increasing effectiveness in specific scenarios. The community developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of her balance state. Players created detailed spreadsheets tracking her statistics across updates, calculated exact breakpoints that determined which interactions changed with each adjustment. Content creators produced videos analyzing every balance change, explaining implications and recommending strategic adaptations. Through all these changes, the Firecracker's core identity remained intact. She was always the rocket-wielding explosion enthusiast with recoil slides and shrapnel spread. The mechanical foundation never changed, even as the specific numbers varied. This consistency allowed players to maintain familiarity, even through balance volatility, to transfer learned skills across updates despite adjustments. Some changes felt more justified than others. When her usage rate climbed above 40%, indicating she was present in nearly half of all decks, nerfs made sense even to players who loved using her. When she disappeared from competitive play for months, sitting below 2% usage in tournaments, buffs felt necessary to bring her back to relevance. The goal was always balance, ensuring she was viable without being mandatory. The balance journey taught players important lessons about game design. Perfect balance is impossible when you have over 100 cards with complex interactions. The goal isn't perfection, but rather an acceptable range, ensuring every card has situations where it excels without any card dominating all scenarios. The Firecracker's fluctuating power level demonstrated this principle clearly. She became a case study in how to balance area damage troops. Too much health, and she becomes impossible to remove efficiently. Too little, and she dies before providing value. Too much damage, and she eliminates everything. Too little, and she can't fulfill her role. Too much range, and she's unfair. Too little, and she's vulnerable. Finding the sweet spot required extensive iteration. The balance changes also revealed player adaptation capabilities. Each nerf or buff would be followed by predictions of disaster, claims that the card was ruined or broken. But within weeks, players would find new ways to use her effectively, would optimize strategies around the new parameters. The community's ability to adapt often exceeded developers' expectations, demonstrating remarkable flexibility and creativity. Looking at the complete history of balance changes tells a story of refinement. The Firecracker that exists today is different from her release version in dozens of small ways. Each change was a lesson learned, a data point processed, an attempt to move closer to that elusive ideal balance state. She's been stronger and weaker at various points, but she's always remained interesting, always retained the core appeal that made players excited about her in the first place. The balance journey isn't over. Future updates will continue adjusting her, tweaking numbers based on current meta and ongoing data collection. She'll be buffed when weak, nerfed when too strong, hopefully maintaining residence in that zone of balanced effectiveness. The Firecracker, who exists a year from now, will likely have slightly different statistics than today, continuing the evolution that's been ongoing since her release. Through all the changes, she survived. Troops that are poorly designed or don't fit the game's needs eventually disappear from relevance, becoming historical curiosities that no one uses. The Firecracker has remained relevant despite balance volatility, proving that her core design is sound, that she fills genuine strategic needs. The changes refined her without destroying her, polished without removing the essential character that makes her special. The art of controlled chaos. There's a philosophy underlying everything the Firecracker does, a way of seeing the world that justifies her choices and explains her appeal. It's the art of controlled chaos, the discipline of managing explosive force, the understanding that destruction can be beautiful when executed with precision and purpose. This philosophy extends beyond just combat tactics into a complete worldview. Chaos, in its pure form, is randomness without meaning. It's events occurring without pattern or purpose, outcomes that can't be predicted or influenced. Most people fear chaos, see it as the opposite of order, and therefore something to be eliminated or constrained. They build systems to prevent chaos, create structures that impose predictability on an uncertain world. But the firecracker sees differently. She recognizes that chaos isn't inherently bad. It's energy, potential, possibility. It's the raw material from which new patterns can emerge. The problem isn't chaos itself, but uncontrolled chaos, randomness that serves no purpose and creates no value. What she's learned to do is take that chaotic potential and shape it, direct it, make it serve deliberate objectives. Every explosion is controlled chaos. The chemical reactions that produce explosive force are fundamentally chaotic at the molecular level. Trillions of atoms interacting in ways that are individually unpredictable, but in aggregate, with proper containment and direction, these chaotic reactions produce predictable results. The rocket flies straight. The explosion occurs where intended. The shrapnel spreads in the calculated pattern. This is the core of her philosophy. You don't eliminate chaos. You channel it. You create conditions where chaotic energy follows paths you've designed, produces outcomes you've selected. The control isn't absolute, can never be absolute, but it's sufficient. The explosion will never be perfectly identical twice, but it will always be effective. Her approach contrasts sharply with troops like the archers or musketeer, who rely on absolute precision. For them, success means hitting exactly what you aim at exactly when you intend to. There's no room for variation, no acceptance of unpredictability. The firecracker has learned to work with variation, to accept that some elements will always be outside perfect control, while ensuring the overall outcome aligns with objectives. This philosophy extends to how she thinks about battle itself. Perfect execution is impossible in the arena's chaos. Opponents make unexpected plays. Elixir counts fluctuate unpredictably. Latency affects timing. 1,000 small factors combine to create situations that can't be perfectly planned for. Troops that require perfect execution struggle with this reality. The firecracker has built flexibility into her approach, accepting that adaptation matters more than perfection. When things go wrong, when a shot misses or positioning proves suboptimal, she doesn't panic. She adjusts. Every explosion is information, feedback about current conditions. A rocket that detonates short of the intended target tells her about spacing and timing. Shrapnel that doesn't hit secondary targets informs future positioning. She treats mistakes as data rather than failures, constantly refining her understanding through experience. There's beauty in the explosion itself, independent of tactical effectiveness. The firecracker has learned to appreciate the aesthetic dimension of what she does. The colors in the blast, the way light and shadow play against smoke, the brief instant where force becomes visible. Other troops might perform their roles mechanically, seeing combat as task rather than art. She sees every detonation as a small masterpiece, brief but genuine. This appreciation isn't distraction from tactical purpose. It's integration of aesthetic experience with functional execution. She fights more effectively because she loves what she does, because the explosions bring her joy even in the midst of combat stress. The enthusiasm isn't liability. It's the fuel that powers sustained excellence, the reason she can practice endlessly without boredom. The controlled chaos philosophy also informs her teaching. When helping other troops improve, she doesn't demand they eliminate all uncertainty from their approach. Instead, she teaches them to identify which uncertainties matter and which don't, to focus control efforts where they'll have maximum impact while accepting that some elements will always vary. This creates more resilient warriors, soldiers who function effectively even when conditions aren't perfect. She's learned that trying to control everything is exhausting and ultimately futile. The arena is too complex, has too many variables, involves too many independent actors. Attempting perfect control burns out those who try. leads to frustration when reality inevitably deviates from plan. Better to control the controllable while gracefully accepting the existence of elements beyond control. This philosophy has made her surprisingly philosophical for someone whose primary skill involves blowing things up. She thinks deeply about the nature of control and freedom, about how constraints actually enable creativity rather than limiting it. A rocket launcher constrains her options severely compared to troops with more versatile abilities. But within those constraints, she's found enormous room for expression and optimization. She sees parallels between her explosives and life in the arena generally. Everyone is constrained by their role, their statistics, their designed purpose. But within those constraints exists choice. How you approach your role, what attitude you bring to combat, how you interact with teammates, all of this remains under individual control. The firecracker chose to find joy in explosions, to see beauty in destruction. That choice colors everything else, transforms obligation into passion. Other troops have adopted elements of her philosophy. The bomber, who shares her love of explosive force, has learned from her about finding purpose in chaos. The Valkyrie, whose spinning attack creates its own kind of controlled chaos, recognizes a kindred spirit. Even troops without obvious connections to chaos have taken inspiration from her approach, learning that acceptance of uncertainty can lead to better outcomes than rigid demands for perfect control. The philosophy also extends to how she handles failure. Losses happen. Poor deployments waste elixir. Opponents outplay her. These outcomes are inevitable in a competitive environment. She doesn't catastrophize failure or see it as proof of inadequacy. It's just information, data about what didn't work, guidance for future adjustments. The controlled chaos mindset treats failure as part of the process rather than deviation from it. There's wisdom in accepting that you can't control outcomes, only your approach to pursuing them. She can't guarantee her rockets will always find targets, can't ensure opponents won't have perfect counters, can't prevent spell eliminations. But she can control her positioning, her timing, her decisions about when to engage and when to retreat. Focusing on the controllable while accepting the uncontrollable creates a sustainable approach to competition. This philosophy is why she's remained effective through balance changes. When developers adjusted her range or damage or health, she adapted. She didn't demand the game conform to her preferences. She assessed the new parameters and figured out optimal strategies within them. The controlled chaos approach is inherently flexible, built on adaptation rather than rigid optimization. In quiet moments, she sometimes articulates these ideas to troops who ask about her mindset. Embrace the explosion, she tells them. Control what you can, accept what you can't. Find beauty in both. It's simple advice, but it contains layers of meaning that reveal themselves through experience. The chaos isn't the enemy. Resistance to chaos is what creates suffering. Acceptance and direction of chaos creates artistry. The firecracker's art isn't just about technique or tactics. It's about approaching existence in the arena with a specific mindset, one that finds purpose in uncertainty and beauty in destruction. She's turned explosive force into a personal philosophy, a way of navigating the world that acknowledges chaos while refusing to be overwhelmed by it. And in doing so, she's become not just an effective warrior, but a complete being, someone whose external actions reflect internal understanding, legacy, and cultural impact. The firecracker's influence extends far beyond her role as a playable card. She's become a cultural phenomenon within the Clash Royale community, inspiring art, discussion, strategy innovation, and genuine affection from players worldwide. Understanding her legacy means examining how a fictional character can become meaningful to real people. Her release generated immediate excitement, but the sustained community engagement that followed was what established her as truly significant. Within weeks of becoming available, fan artists began producing illustrations. The distinctive visual design, with the rocket launcher and team-colored headband, proved immediately recognizable and fun to draw. Artists experimented with different styles, from realistic renderings to cute chibi versions to dramatic action scenes. The art community embraced her enthusiastically. Social media platforms filled with firecracker illustrations, each artist bringing their own interpretation while maintaining the core identity. Some emphasize the explosive chaos she creates, surrounding her with fire and shrapnel. Others focused on her personality, capturing that manic glee she seems to embody. The volume and quality of fan art indicated genuine affection, players expressing appreciation through creative effort. Memes emerged naturally, as they do with any popular character. The recoil slide became a running joke, with players creating humorous content about her constant backward movement. Firecracker activating King Tower became shorthand for spectacular self-sabotage in any context. Her pyromaniac tendencies inspired jokes about everything being solved with explosions. These memes, while playful, indicated cultural penetration. She'd become significant enough that referencing her communicated meaning within the community. Strategy content creators made her a frequent subject. YouTube videos analyzing her mechanics, explaining optimal placements, showcasing high-level gameplay. Deck guides featuring her prominently, with detailed explanations of supporting cards and strategic approaches. These resources help players improve their firecracker usage while also spreading awareness of her capabilities to those who had untried her extensively. Competitive players pushed her limits, discovering interactions and techniques that casual players might never find. The precision positioning required to avoid King Tower activation became a skill that separated good players from great ones. Tournament broadcasts would feature casters excitedly narrating excellent firecracker plays, recognizing that executing her well required genuine skill. She became a marker of player skill level, someone that novices struggled with but experts made look easy. The crossover to Clash of Clans in April 2024 expanded her reach significantly. Players who'd never touched Clash Royale suddenly encountered her in Builder Base, learning about this explosive warrior through a different game entirely. The Clash of Clans community had its own reactions, with some embracing her enthusiastically, while others questioned whether she fit that game's established aesthetic. But her presence in both main Clash titles elevated her status within the broader Supercell ecosystem. Community tournaments often featured her prominently. Players would build entire strategies around her capabilities, constructing decks that maximized her value. Watching high-level firecracker play became entertainment for spectators, appreciating the precision and strategic depth required for optimal usage. She contributed to the spectator appeal of competitive Clash Royale, creating memorable moments that viewers would discuss and replay. The character resonated particularly strongly with players who identified with her divergence from tradition. Those who felt constrained by expectations, who wanted to pursue unconventional paths, saw something of themselves in her choice to abandon archery for explosives. She became almost an inspirational figure, proof that you could reject the default path and forge your own identity. Merchandise featuring the firecracker appeared in various forms. Official Supercell products included her among other popular troops. Fan-made items proliferated, from custom phone cases to artwork prints to handcrafted figures. The willingness of fans to spend money on firecracker-related items indicated genuine affection beyond just gameplay appreciation. Her inclusion in special events and challenges gave players regular opportunities to engage with her specifically. Limited time modes that featured her prominently. Draft challenges where selecting her was often strategic priority. Seasonal events with firecracker-themed rewards. These kept her relevant and visible, even during periods when meta shifts might have reduced her general usage. The balance change discussions surrounding her became events in themselves. When nerfs were announced, the community would debate their necessity and impact for days. When buffs came, players would theorize about whether they'd be sufficient to bring her back to competitive viability. These discussions engaged thousands of players, creating shared experiences around a fictional character's numerical adjustments. Content creators, who specialized in firecracker strategies, developed their own followings. Players known for exceptional firecracker mastery became minor celebrities within the community, their gameplay studied by others seeking to improve. Tutorial videos from these experts would accumulate millions of views, indicating widespread interest in learning optimal firecracker techniques. She became associated with skill expression, a card that rewarded mastery and punished carelessness. The community developed a collective knowledge base about her, information that was shared and refined through countless discussions. Which interaction she won, which she lost, optimal timing for various scenarios, positioning tricks that maximize value while minimizing risk. This knowledge wasn't officially documented anywhere. It emerged organically through player experimentation and community sharing, becoming folklore passed between players. New players often receive firecracker advice from veterans. Watch out for King Tower activation was perhaps the most common warning, a lesson so important it became almost ritualistic to mention it. The experienced players remembered their own mistakes, the painful lessons learned through activating their own King Tower at crucial moments. They wanted to spare newcomers that frustration, to fast-track them past the most common pitfall. The firecracker's popularity remained remarkably consistent over her lifespan. Unlike some troops that surge in usage when strong and disappear when nerfed, she maintained a dedicated player base regardless of balance state. Some players simply enjoyed her playstyle so much that they continued using her even when other options might have been objectively superior. This loyalty indicated she transcended pure power level to become genuinely beloved. Cultural impact extended into language. Firecrackering became a verb in some community circles, referring to the specific act of clearing grouped enemies with area damage. Doing a firecracker meant accidentally benefiting your opponent through careless play, referencing the King Tower activation issue. These linguistic innovations show she'd become embedded enough in community consciousness to influence how players communicated. The anniversary of her release became a minor community celebration. Players would share memories of when she was introduced, discuss how she changed over time, post their favorite firecracker moments. It wasn't an official event, just organic community recognition that this character's arrival had been meaningful enough to remember and mark. Supercell's own promotional materials increasingly featured her. Trailer thumbnails, loading screens, social media posts, all made use of her distinctive visual design. The company recognized her popularity and leveraged it for marketing purposes. She became one of the face characters of Clash Royale, instantly recognizable even to people who didn't play the game regularly. The legacy also includes her influence on subsequent card design. Supercell learned lessons from the firecracker's success and challenges. Future troops with recoil mechanics or complex positioning requirements were designed with her as a reference point, either emulating what worked or avoiding what proved problematic. She became a design touchstone, an example that developers would reference when creating new content. Educational content about game design principles often used her as a case study. How to create a character with clear strengths and weaknesses. How to balance high skill ceiling with accessibility. How to give a common rarity card legendary-worthy distinctiveness. Game design students and aspiring developers studied the firecracker as an example of effective character creation. The community's protective attitude toward her was telling. When balance changes threatened to fundamentally alter her identity, players spoke up vocally. They didn't just want her to be strong. They wanted her to remain recognizable as the firecracker they'd come to know. The recoil slide, the shrapnel spread, the King Tower vulnerability. All of these were seen as essential to her character rather than just mechanics that could be changed arbitrarily. Her legacy is also in the players she inspired to improve. Countless individuals who struggled with her initially, but persisted, eventually mastering her through practice and dedication. These personal growth stories, while not officially documented, represent her real impact. She made players better at the game, taught them about positioning and timing and risk management in ways that transferred to other cards and strategies. The Firecracker proved that common rarity didn't mean common impact. In many games, the rarest items or characters received the most attention and affection. But she demonstrated that smart design and strong identity could make even an easily obtained card feel special. Every player had access to her, but mastering her was something that separated casual users from dedicated practitioners. Looking forward, her legacy continues evolving. New players discover her constantly, go through their own learning processes, develop their own relationships with the character. Veterans accumulate more memories, more perfect plays, and spectacular failures to add to their collections. She's not a static piece of gaming history. She's a living part of an ongoing game, continuing to create new stories and meaningful moments. The cultural impact of the Firecracker ultimately comes down to this. She matters to people, not just as a gameplay tool, though she certainly functions as that, but as a character, a personality, something that engaged imaginations and earned genuine affection. In the vast landscape of video game characters, most are forgotten quickly after their initial novelty fades. The Firecracker endured, became beloved, earned a permanent place in Clash Royale's cultural fabric. That's a legacy worth recognizing. Dreams of a pyromaniac. What does the Firecracker dream about when she's not in battle? What fills her thoughts during those quiet hours between deployments, when the arena sleeps and warriors have time to be something other than their combat roles? Understanding her inner life, her aspirations and hopes and private thoughts completes the picture of who she truly is. She dreams of the perfect explosion, not just effective or powerful, but aesthetically perfect. Every variable aligned precisely, creating a detonation that's beautiful in its symmetry and force. She's never quite achieved this ideal. Every explosion has been slightly asymmetric, slightly unpredictable in some small way. But the pursuit of perfection drives her, gives her something to strive toward, even knowing it may be impossible to fully reach. In these dreams, the perfect explosion isn't measured in damage numbers or tactical effectiveness. It's measured in beauty. The way light refracts through the expanding gases, the pattern formed by shrapnel distribution, the sound wave that carries just the right combination of frequencies. She imagines standing witness to this perfect detonation, seeing her life's work crystallized in a single moment of flawless execution. She dreams of understanding. Not everyone comprehends why she loves explosions, why she chose this path, what she finds meaningful in destruction. In her dreams, she can explain it in ways that make perfect sense, that help others see what she sees. The frustration of being misunderstood fades, replaced by the satisfaction of genuine connection with people who finally get it. There are dreams about teaching, about passing on everything she's learned to a new generation of explosive enthusiasts. She imagines a whole academy of firecrackers, each bringing their own innovations while building on her foundation. The knowledge she has accumulated through painful experience wouldn't die with her, but would continue growing through those she detrained. She dreams of peace, though not the kind most people imagine. Not the absence of conflict, but moments between battles where she can work on her craft without pressure. Time to experiment freely, to try modifications that might not work, to learn without the stakes of actual combat. Peace as creative freedom rather than cessation of all activity. Sometimes she dreams of her younger self, the archer trainee who hadn't yet discovered explosives. These dreams are bittersweet. She doesn't regret her choice, wouldn't change the path she took. But she wonders what that younger version would think seeing who she became. Would she be proud? Disappointed? The dreams never provide clear answers, leaving her with questions that can't be definitively resolved. She dreams of impossible scenarios, Battles where she has unlimited rockets, can fire continuously without reloading. Arenas where the entire floor is her optimal positioning, where every angle is perfect. Opponents who group so conveniently that every shot hits maximum targets. These fantasy scenarios are playful rather than serious mental exercises in imagining ideal conditions. There are nightmares too. Dreams where her rockets fail to detonate, where she pulls the trigger and nothing happens. Dreams where explosions occur prematurely, destroying her launcher and leaving her defenseless. Dreams where she accidentally harms allies, where her shrapnel strikes friends instead of enemies. These nightmares reflect her deepest fears, the things she works consciously to prevent. She dreams about the elderly woman who gave her first pancakes, imagining conversations they never had. In these dreams, she can properly articulate her gratitude, can explain how that simple kindness influenced her entire outlook. The woman understands perfectly, accepts the thanks with grace, tells her she's proud of who the firecracker became. There are dreams of discovery, finding new chemical compounds that create different explosion colors or effects. Blues and purples and greens instead of the standard reds and yellows. Not more powerful necessarily, just different, expanding the palette available for her explosive artistry. In the waking world, such discoveries haven't materialized, but in dreams, anything is possible. She dreams about the giant, their quiet friendship extending into scenarios where they can actually communicate easily. He speaks in full sentences, shares his thoughts and feelings, tells her things she suspects, he feels, but can't express. These dreams are comforting, reflecting the connection she values, even if waking reality limits their communication. Sometimes she dreams she's performing for an audience, demonstrating explosive techniques to spectators who watch with appropriate appreciation. They gasp at the right moments, applaud her precision, understand the skill required. It's validation she doesn't need consciously, but apparently craves unconsciously, recognition that what she does matters. She dreams of the arena itself changing, evolving into new configurations that create fresh tactical challenges. Different terrain, different obstacles, different tower placements. Her mind works through how she'd adapt her strategies, finding solutions to problems that don't yet exist. These dreams are almost like practice, mental rehearsal that keeps her mind sharp even during rest. There are dreams about her weapon, imagining improvements and modifications. A launcher that can fire multiple rockets simultaneously, creating synchronized explosions. A rocket that splits mid-flight into smaller projectiles, multiplying her area coverage. These innovations probably aren't practical, but dreaming about them satisfies her creative impulses. She dreams of acceptance, of traditionalists finally acknowledging that her choice to pursue explosives was valid. The archer instructors who disapproved, admitting they were wrong to doubt her. The veterans who criticized her methods, recognizing that innovation has value. Not because she needs their approval, but because vindication would feel satisfying. Sometimes her dreams are simple, almost mundane. Sitting by a fire, watching flames dance, feeling warmth on her face. No battles, no tactics, no pressure. Just her and fire, the fundamental element that first captured her imagination. These simple dreams might be the most telling, revealing what brings her peace. She dreams of legacy, of being remembered long after she's gone. Not for being the most powerful or the most popular, but for being herself completely and unapologetically. For choosing her path and walking it with commitment. For proving that you could succeed while remaining true to your nature. That kind of remembrance would matter more than any tactical achievement. There are aspirational dreams, visions of reaching even higher levels of mastery. Every shot landing perfectly, every explosion optimized, her execution so flawless that it transcends technique and becomes art. She's not there yet, may never fully reach that peak, but the dream itself motivates her continued practice and improvement. She dreams about teaching that young archer who comes to her with questions, watching her find her own path, whether that involves explosives or something else entirely. The satisfaction wouldn't come from creating another firecracker. It would come from helping someone discover their authentic self, whatever form that takes. Sometimes she dreams of simplicity, of having chosen the traditional path. Not because she wishes she had, but curious about what that alternate life would have been. These dreams are explorations rather than regrets, her mind examining paths not taken with mild curiosity but no real longing. The dreams reveal dimensions of her character that combat situations might not. They show her as reflective, thoughtful, complex. Someone with hopes and fears, aspirations and insecurities. The manic pyromaniac persona she projects in battle is real, but it's not complete. The dreams show the fuller picture, the private person existing beneath the public warrior. In the moments between sleeping and waking, when dreams fade but haven't fully released their hold, she sometimes has moments of clarity, insights about herself, about what matters to her, about why she's made the choices that define her life. These liminal state revelations don't always survive full consciousness, but they influence her nonetheless, shaping decisions in ways she might not consciously recognize. Her dreams are where she's most vulnerable, most honest, most completely herself, without the armor and the weapon and the role. They're where the firecracker exists without needing to be the firecracker, where she can be uncertain and questioning and complex. And when she wakes, returning to the demands of arena life, she carries something from those dreams forward. Perhaps just a feeling, perhaps specific ideas, perhaps nothing more than the reminder that she's more than her function. That beneath the explosive exterior lives a person with depth and dreams and a rich inner world that is entirely her own. Closing reflections. So here we are, at the end of this journey through the firecracker story. We've explored her origins, her training, her relationships, her philosophy. We've examined her mechanics and her cultural impact. We've tried to understand not just what she does, but who she is. The complete picture of this warrior who chose explosives over tradition and never looked back. What stands out most is how fully realized she is as a character, despite existing in a mobile game. She's not just a card with statistics and abilities. She's a personality, someone with history and motivations, relationships and dreams. The developers and community together created something that transcends its medium, a fictional character who feels real enough to care about. Her journey embodies universal themes. The courage to diverge from expected paths, to pursue what calls to you, even when others disapprove. The dedication required to master something difficult. The patience to persist through failures and setbacks. The satisfaction of finding where you belong, discovering the thing you were meant to do and the people you were meant to do it with. The firecracker teaches us that effectiveness doesn't require following established templates. She took components that shouldn't work together, a rustic launcher and explosive force, a pyromaniac personality and tactical precision, and forged them into something coherent and powerful. She's proof that innovation often comes from unconventional combinations, from bringing together elements that traditional thinking would keep separate. She also demonstrates that vulnerability can coexist with strength. Her low health and susceptibility to spells are real weaknesses, genuine points of failure that skilled opponents exploit. But these vulnerabilities don't negate her power. They contextualize it, create balance, ensure that using her effectively requires skill and understanding. She's strong because of her complete package, weaknesses included, not despite them. The relationships she's formed show the importance of community and connection. She didn't succeed alone. The elderly woman's kindness, the training officer's patience, the giant's friendship, the competitive drive from the princess, all of these connections shaped her development. Even someone as distinctive and individualistic as the firecracker exists within a web of relationships that influence and support her growth. Her story reminds us that mastery is a journey without endpoint. Even at her current skill level, even after evolution, she continues learning and improving. There's always a better positioning, a more optimal timing, a refinement that could add value. The pursuit of improvement isn't about reaching perfection. It's about the growth that happens along the way, the person you become through dedicated practice. The balance changes she's endured teach lessons about adaptation and resilience. When circumstances change, when the environment shifts, you adjust. You don't demand the world remain constant to accommodate your preferences. You assess new conditions and find optimal strategies within them. The Firecracker has been nerfed and buffed, strengthened and weakened, but she's remained relevant by adapting to each change. Her philosophy of controlled chaos offers wisdom applicable beyond gaming. We can't eliminate uncertainty from our lives. We can't control every variable or predict every outcome, but we can influence the things within our control while gracefully accepting what isn't. We can find beauty in unpredictability while working to direct chaotic forces toward constructive ends. The cultural impact she's achieved demonstrates how creative works can transcend their intended medium. She was designed to fill a gameplay role, to provide tactical options in a mobile game. But she became more than that through strong design, through the community's embrace, through the stories players told about her and with her. Art transcends intention when it resonates deeply enough with its audience. Looking at her complete story, from uncertain trainee to evolved master, we see a narrative of becoming. Not becoming someone else or something foreign to her nature, but becoming more fully herself. The evolution mechanic represents this literally, enhancing what was always there rather than replacing it with something new. Growth isn't about abandoning your essence. It's about developing it, refining it, expressing it more completely. The Firecracker will continue existing in Clash Royale, continue being deployed in battles, continue creating explosive moments. New players will discover her, go through their own learning journeys, develop their own relationships with the character. Veterans will continue mastering her nuances, finding new techniques and optimizations. Her story isn't finished because it's not that kind of story. It's ongoing, living, evolving alongside the game and community. And maybe that's the most important lesson of all. You don't have to be finished to matter. You don't need to have reached some final destination before your journey has value. The Firecracker is meaningful right now, in her current state, still growing and learning and adapting. She matters not despite being incomplete, but because growth and incompleteness are fundamental to existence. As we close this exploration, imagine the Firecracker standing at her post one more time. Rocket launcher on her shoulder, jar of powder nearby, that distinctive headband catching the light. She's preparing for another battle, another opportunity to execute her craft. But she's also more than that. She's someone with history and hopes, relationships and philosophy. She's complete and incomplete simultaneously. The person she's become and the person she's still becoming. The explosion is always about to happen. The trigger is always about to be pulled. The rocket is always loaded and ready. That moment of potential, that instant before detonation, that's where the Firecracker lives. In the space between preparation and execution, between idea and manifestation, between who she was and who she'd become. That's her element, her home, the place where she's most completely herself. And when she fires, when the rocket screams toward its target and explodes in that cascade of force and shrapnel, it's not just combat effectiveness, it's expression, it's art. It's a statement about who she is and what she values. Every explosion is a word in an ongoing conversation between her and the world, a dialogue conducted in fire and thunder and the poetry of controlled chaos. Final thoughts for sleep. Let your mind settle now. Let these stories find their places in your thoughts. The Firecracker's journey from uncertain trainee to confident master mirrors paths we all walk in our own ways. We all start somewhere uncertain. All face choices about who we'll become. All must decide whether to follow expected paths or forge our own. A love of explosions might seem strange at first, but think about what it really represents. Finding something that speaks to your soul, that brings you joy, that makes the challenges worthwhile. We all have our own version of explosions, whatever that might be. That thing that makes us feel fully alive, completely engaged, thoroughly ourselves. The relationships she's built remind us we don't succeed alone. The kindness of strangers, the patience of teachers, the loyalty of friends, the challenge of rivals, all of these shape us. The firecracker wouldn't exist without the community around her, without the connections that supported her growth. Neither would we. Her willingness to be vulnerable, to accept weaknesses alongside strengths, teaches courage of a different kind. Not the courage to charge into danger, though she has that too, but the courage to be known completely, to let others see the parts of us that aren't polished or perfect, to risk being understood. The balance changes, the adaptations, the continuous evolution. All of this reflects life's fundamental nature. Nothing stays the same. We can resist change and suffer, or we can embrace it and grow. The firecracker chose growth, chose adaptation, chose to meet each challenge with curiosity rather than resentment. As sleep approaches, as your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to drift, let the firecracker's story settle into wherever stories go when we rest. Let it become part of the mental landscape you carry. Another thread in the tapestry of experiences and knowledge and inspiration that makes you who you are. Imagine her standing watch one final time tonight. Rocket launcher ready, but at ease. She's not tense, not worried. She's present, aware, ready for whatever comes, while not borrowing trouble from the future. That state of relaxed readiness, of being prepared without being anxious, that's worth emulating as you drift towards sleep. The explosions will happen tomorrow. The battles will come again. There will be new challenges and fresh opportunities. But right now, in this moment, there's only rest. Only the quiet that comes after stories have been told, after lessons have been shared, after the work of understanding has been completed for the day. The firecracker exists in a game, but the principles she embodies are real. Choose your path deliberately. Master your craft through dedication. Find beauty in unexpected places. Build meaningful connections. Adapt to change with grace. These aren't just gaming strategies. They're approaches to living that serve us regardless of context. And if you take nothing else from her story, take this. It's okay to love what you love, even if others don't understand. It's okay to pursue what calls to you, even if the path is unconventional. It's okay to be exactly who you are, explosions and all, without apology or explanation to those who won't appreciate it anyway. The arena will be there tomorrow, will always be there really. The eternal conflict continues regardless of any individual participation. But you've taken time tonight to understand one small part of it, to know one warrior's story completely. That understanding has value independent of tactical applications or competitive advantages. It has value simply as connection, as the uniquely human activity of caring about stories and the characters within them. So rest now. Let the firecracker keep her watch while you sleep. Let her explosions paint the darkness behind your closed eyes. Brief flashes of color and light that don't disturb, but comfort. Let her journey toward mastery inspire your own journeys toward whatever excellence you pursue. Let her acceptance of controlled chaos help you accept the beautiful unpredictability of your own life. The rocket is loaded. The fuse burns slowly toward ignition. The arena waits in darkness. And you, dear listener, have earned your rest after following this explosive journey through one warrior's story. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the digital arena, the firecracker stands ready. Her love of fire undimmed, her spirit unbroken, her story continuing even as yours pauses for the night. If you've enjoyed this journey through the firecracker's lore, if these stories help you understand this explosive warrior more completely, consider leaving a like on this video. Subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into Clash Royale character lore, for more explorations of the personalities and stories behind the cards you play. Share your own firecracker stories in the comments, your memorable moments, your favorite strategies, your thoughts on what makes this pyromaniac warrior so special. Until next time, may your rockets fly true, your shrapnel spread perfectly, and your King Tower remain mercifully unactivated. Good night and good dreams. Welcome, friends. Tonight, we're going to journey through the complete story of one of gaming's most iconic warriors, the Hog Rider, that distinctive battle cry you know so well, that fearless charge across the battlefield, that hammer swinging with devastating purpose. Tonight, we'll discover everything about this legendary character, from his very first appearance to his lasting impact on millions of players worldwide. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the story of the Hog Rider wash over you like a gentle wave. This is a tale of courage, of an unbreakable bond between warrior and beast, of a character who transcended his game to become a cultural phenomenon. Let's begin at the very beginning, with the echo that started it all. The calling. There's something magical about a battle cry. Not just any shout or yell, but that one perfect sound that captures the essence of a warrior spirit. For the Hog Rider, that sound is unmistakable. High-pitched, exuberant, almost joyful in its intensity. Hog Rider. It echoes across battlefields, through arena walls, and into the hearts of players everywhere. This isn't just noise. This is announcement. This is declaration. When you hear that cry, you know exactly what's coming. A muscular warrior astride his faithful hog, hammer raised high, charging toward your defenses with single-minded determination. No walls will stop him. No towers will deter him. He has one purpose, and that purpose drives him forward with relentless energy. The cry itself has become more than just a sound effect in a game. It's evolved into something larger, something that exists in the collective consciousness of the gaming community. Players can perfectly mimic it. They shout it in their own battles, use it as a greeting, turn it into countless memes and videos. The Hog Rider's battle cry transcends language barriers. Whether you play in English, Spanish, French, or any other language, that sound is universal. It means the same thing everywhere. Here comes the Hog Rider. But where did this distinctive voice come from? Interestingly, in the original Clash of Clans game, the Hog Rider had much deeper, more aggressive sounds, similar to the barbarians. It was only through commercials and in Clash Royale that he gained that high-pitched, memorable voice we all know today. Some fans theorize it might actually be the Hog speaking rather than the Rider, given that the Hog has been shown to be remarkably intelligent in promotional materials. Imagine that. The battle cry that defines this character might be coming from his four-legged companion rather than the warrior himself. This ambiguity adds to the mystique. The relationship between Rider and Hog is so close, so symbiotic, that their voices blend together. You cannot separate one from the other. They are a unit, a team, a partnership that has endured through years of battles and countless updates to the game. The battle cry serves another purpose beyond simple identification. It's a rallying call. In the famous 2015 commercial that would cement the Hog Rider's place in gaming culture, we see this demonstrated perfectly. One Hog Rider calls out, and from across the landscape, other Hog Riders hear and respond. They drop what they're doing wherever they are, whatever they're engaged in, and they answer the call. It's a summons that cannot be ignored, a brotherhood's bond expressed through that signature sound. Think about the psychology of it. When an opponent hears that cry in their game, there's an instant reaction. A split second of recognition, then the mental calculation begins. Where is he? Can I stop him? Do I have the right cards? That sound triggers a cascade of strategic thinking, forcing players to respond immediately or suffer the consequences. It's a warning and a taunt all at once. delivered with that distinctive enthusiasm that makes the Hog Rider so memorable. The cry also represents something fundamental about the character's personality. This is not a grim, serious warrior marching stoically into battle. This is someone who genuinely enjoys what he does. There's joy in that sound, excitement, and almost childlike enthusiasm for the charge ahead. The Hog Rider loves riding into battle. He loves the rush of the charge, the thrill of leaping over walls, the satisfaction of his hammer connecting with enemy structures. That battle cry isn't forced or fearful. It's celebratory, and perhaps that's why it resonates so deeply with players. In a genre often dominated by serious, grim-faced warriors and dark fantasy themes, the Hog Rider brings something different. He brings energy. He brings fun. He reminds us that games are supposed to be enjoyable, that there's room for enthusiasm and joy, even in the heat of strategic combat. The technical aspects of the sound design deserve recognition too. Creating a battle cry that would be heard thousands of times by millions of players without becoming annoying is no small feat. It needed to be distinctive enough to be instantly recognizable, loud enough to command attention, but not so grating that it would become irritating with repetition. The sound designers at Supercell achieved something remarkable with that high-pitched Hog Rider. It's been part of players' lives since 2013, heard countless times, and yet it still brings a smile to faces when it rings out. In Clash Royale, the cry takes on additional significance because of the game's description of the card. He followed the echoing call of Hog Rider all the way through the arena doors. This single line of text creates an entire backstory. It suggests that the Hog Rider we deploy in our battles heard that call from somewhere, from someone, and he couldn't resist. He had to find its source. He had to join the battle. That cry literally drew him into the arena, pulled him through those doors into the world of Clash Royale. It's a beautiful piece of storytelling through sound. The battle cry isn't just what the Hog Rider does. It's what defines him. It's his essence distilled into a single perfect sound. And that sound has echoed through gaming culture for over a decade now, showing no signs of fading. If anything, it grows stronger with each passing year. Each new player who discovers these games and hears that distinctive call for the first time. Origins of a legend, every legend has a beginning, and for the Hog Rider, that beginning came on March 12th, 2013. This was the day Supercell introduced him to Clash of Clans as part of a major update that added Dark Elixir troops to the game. Players had been eagerly awaiting new units, new strategies, new ways to approach their battles. What they got exceeded their expectations in ways they couldn't have imagined. The Hog Rider arrived as the second Dark Elixir troop, unlocked when players upgraded their Dark Barracks to level 2. This positioning was significant. Dark Elixir troops were meant to be special, powerful, worth the extra effort required to obtain the rare resource needed to train them. The Hog Rider lived up to that promise immediately. Here was a troop that could do something no other ground unit could do at the time. Jump over walls as if they weren't even there. Think about what walls meant in Clash of Clans. They were fundamental to base defense. Players spent countless hours perfecting their wall placements, creating layered defenses that would funnel enemy troops into kill zones. Walls weren't just decorative, they were strategic cornerstones. And then the Hog Rider arrived and simply ignored them. He leapt over them with ease, his hog bounding across barriers that stopped every other ground troop cold. This wasn't just a new unit. This was a paradigm shift. Suddenly, base designs had to account for troops that could penetrate deep into the core of your village without breaking through walls. Defenses that had seemed impregnable were now vulnerable. The meta changed overnight, and the Hog Rider was at the center of that change. The initial version of the Hog Rider was somewhat different from what players know today. At release, he didn't have a preferred target. He would attack whatever was nearest, which made him less focused but more unpredictable. He also required 6 housing spaces in your army camps, making him a significant investment. Training time was 5 minutes per unit, meaning you couldn't quickly rebuild your army after a raid. These were substantial commitments, and yet players embraced the Hog Rider enthusiastically because what he brought to the table was worth every bit of that investment. The character's visual design was striking from the start. A muscular, dark-skinned warrior with a distinctive mohawk, bare-chested, and wearing minimal armor. Just a brown leather loincloth, a red belt, leather sandals, and golden wristbands and earring. He wielded a massive warhammer, a weapon that spoke of raw power and straightforward violence. And he rode a large hog, about half his height, controlled by a leather bridle looped around the beast's tusks. This design was immediately iconic. Players could spot a Hog Rider at a glance, even in the chaos of a large-scale battle with dozens of units on screen simultaneously. The Mohawk alone made him stand out, but combined with the unique mount and the hammer, the Hog Rider's silhouette was unmistakable. Good character design isn't just about looking cool, though the Hog Rider certainly achieved that. It's about instant recognition, about creating a visual that players can identify in a fraction of a second. Supercell's art team nailed it. The comparisons to Mr. T were immediate and obvious. The mohawk, the gold jewelry, the muscular physique, the tough guy attitude. Whether intentional or not, the Hog Rider carried echoes of the famous actor and his iconic roles. This gave the character a built-in cultural resonance, especially for players old enough to remember the A-Team or Mr. T's various other appearances in popular culture. Even players unfamiliar with Mr. T could appreciate the Hog Rider's distinct aesthetic, which drew from various cultural sources to create something that felt both familiar and fresh. The gameplay mechanics were refined over the following months. On August 27, 2013, Supercell made significant changes. Training time dropped from 5 minutes to 2, making Hog Riders much more practical for regular use. More importantly, they gained a preferred target: defensive structures. This change transformed the Hog Rider from an unpredictable unit into a precision instrument. He would bypass everything else on the battlefield, driving straight for enemy defenses with single-minded focus. Walls, buildings, even enemy troops attacking him couldn't distract him from his purpose. He had a job to do, and nothing would stop him until every defense was destroyed or he fell trying. This created the strategic framework that still defines Hog Rider usage today. He's not a general-purpose troop. He's a specialist, a surgical tool designed for one specific task: eliminating enemy defenses. This specialization made him incredibly powerful in the right hands and relatively useless if deployed carelessly. Skill mattered. Strategy mattered. Simply having Hog Riders wasn't enough. You needed to know when to deploy them, where to deploy them, what spells to bring to support them. The learning curve was steep, but players who mastered Hog Rider strategies found themselves winning battles they had no right to win. A well-executed Hog Rider attack could dismantle bases that seemed impenetrable. Players discovered synergies with healing spells, keeping their hogs alive as they charged through heavy fire. They learned to scout for giant bombs, the Hog Rider's greatest weakness, and trigger them with sacrificial units before sending in their main force. An entire subgenre of Clash of Clans strategy content emerged around Hog Rider attacks, with players sharing their techniques, their base analysis, their spell timings. The Dark Elixir requirement added another layer to the Hog Rider's identity. This wasn't just any resource. Dark Elixir was rare, harder to obtain than regular elixir or gold. Players had to work for it, protect it from raiders, make tough decisions about how to spend it. Choosing to train Hog Riders meant not using that dark elixir for other purposes, for upgrading heroes or unlocking other dark troops. This scarcity added weight to every Hog Rider deployment. You couldn't be wasteful. Every unit represented significant investment. and losing them carelessly hurt in a way that losing cheaper troops didn't. But the flavor text accompanying the Hog Rider added something special to his identity. Having tamed the fierce leaping hog, the Hog Rider punishes those who hide behind their puny walls. Fueled by dark elixir, these warriors have never known defeat. That last line is particularly significant. Never known defeat. It's a bold claim, establishing the Hog Rider not just as effective, but as dominant. Unbeatable. Every player who chose to train Hog Riders was buying into that identity, claiming for themselves a piece of that undefeated legacy. Of course, in practice, Hog Riders could be defeated. They were stopped by well-placed defenses, countered by smart base designs, eliminated by players who knew how to defend against them. But that flavor text wasn't really about mechanical gameplay. It was about spirit, about the attitude that defined this warrior. Hog Riders charged into battle believing they couldn't be beaten, and that confidence was infectious. Players felt it when they deployed their Hog Riders. That surge of excitement as their army leapt over walls and drove toward enemy defenses. The introduction of the Hog Rider in March 2013 was more than just adding another unit to Clash of Clans. It was the birth of a legend, the creation of a character who would transcend his original game to become one of mobile gaming's most recognizable icons. From those first moments when players unlocked their first Hog Rider and heard that battle cry for the very first time, something special was unleashed into the world of mobile gaming. A warrior astride his trusty hog, hammer in hand, ready to leap over any obstacle and charge toward victory with unshakable confidence. The warrior's appearance. Let's take a moment to really look at the Hog Rider. To understand him, we need to see him clearly, to appreciate the thoughtful design that went into aspect of his appearance. This is a character who has remained visually consistent across multiple games and years of updates. A testament to how perfectly his original design captured his essence. The Hog Rider is a powerful figure, muscular and imposing even while riding a mount barely half his height. His physique speaks of strength earned through constant battle, of a warrior who swings a massive hammer with ease. But there's also an agility to him, a quickness that comes through in his animations, the way he moves with his hog in perfect synchronization. This isn't a lumbering brute. This is a trained warrior at peak physical condition. His skin is dark and sun-weathered, the complexion of someone who spends their life outdoors, charging across battlefields under open skies. This isn't pale dungeon-dwelling darkness or mysterious magical shadow. This is natural human skin tone, dark and beautiful, representing a warrior from warm climates where the sun beats down relentlessly. The choice to make the Hog Rider dark-skinned was significant, adding diversity to the Clash games roster and creating a character who would resonate with players from various backgrounds. The mohawk is perhaps his most distinctive feature. In his original appearance, it's jet black, standing straight up in that classic mohawk style that has symbolized rebellion and warrior culture across various real-world societies. This isn't some carefully styled modern mohawk with gel and precision cuts. This is rough, practical, the kind of hairstyle a warrior maintains between battles. It says, "I'm different, I'm fierce, I'm not bound by conventional appearance expectations." The mohawk became so iconic that as the Hog Rider evolved through different level upgrades, its color changes were major visual milestones. At level 5, it shifts to orange like a level 5 goblin's head. At level 7, it returns to black with added headband. Higher levels bring browns, lavenders, crimsons, each color marking progression and power. His facial hair consists of a full beard and mustache, dark brown and well-maintained despite his warrior lifestyle. Unlike the barbarian's wild, unkempt facial hair, the Hog Rider's is neater, suggesting someone who takes pride in his appearance even while living a life of constant battle. It frames his face, adds maturity and gravitas to his features. When he opens his mouth to let loose that signature battle cry, Players have noted his teeth appear to be in perfect condition, surprisingly pristine for a warrior, with one notable exception. In the Clan Wars commercial, careful observers can spot a gold tooth glinting as he yells. The gold earring in his right ear is a statement piece, not small and subtle, but large and prominent, catching light as he moves. In some depictions, it's shown in his left ear instead, but the significance remains the same. This isn't decoration for decoration's sake. In many warrior cultures throughout history, earrings signified status, achievement, experience. They marked you as someone who had earned their place, who had proven themselves in battle. The Hog Rider's gold earring speaks to his status as an elite warrior, someone who has fought enough battles to have earned such adornment. His wristbands are equally impressive. Two massive golden cuffs, one on each wrist, thick and substantial. These aren't delicate jewelry. They're almost armor in their own right, heavy bands that add weight to his hammer swings while protecting his wrists from the shock of impact. Gold is soft metal in reality, impractical for such use, but in the fantasy world of Clash games, these golden wristbands are symbols of wealth earned through conquest trophies taken from defeated enemies, or perhaps sacred items, blessed by whatever gods watch over these warriors. The minimal armor situation is interesting from both practical and aesthetic standpoints. The Hog Rider wears no chest armor, no leg protection, no helmet. His torso is completely exposed, showing off his muscular build. In realistic terms, this would be suicide on a medieval battlefield. But the Hog Rider exists in a world where magic and fantasy reign, where confidence and skill matter more than conventional protection. His lack of heavy armor emphasizes his speed and agility. He's not meant to stand and take hits. He's meant to move fast, strike hard, and rely on his mount's ability to carry him out of danger. The brown leather loincloth is simple and functional, held in place by that distinctive red belt. The belt adds a splash of color to his otherwise minimal attire, drawing the eye and breaking up the brown and gold tones that dominate his appearance. It's practical clothing for riding, allowing freedom of movement that heavier pants or robes would restrict. The leather sandals complete the outfit, basic footwear that wouldn't interfere with his ability to grip his mount with his legs. These are warrior's clothes, practical and no nonsense, free of unnecessary embellishment beyond the gold jewelry that marks his status. His weapon deserves special attention. The Warhammer is massive, a two-handed weapon that the Hog Rider swings one-handed because of his tremendous strength. In its base form, it has a large hammerhead with two brass-colored bands wrapped around it. As the Hog Rider levels up, this hammer transforms dramatically. At level 3, it grows larger and turns black, the brass bands disappearing. Higher levels add golden spikes, glowing edges, colorful plating that matches different town hall themes. The hammer becomes increasingly elaborate and magical looking as it upgrades, transforming from simple tool of destruction into legendary weapon that practically radiates power. But the hammer isn't just for show. Its design is perfect for its purpose, smashing buildings. The broad, flat striking surface delivers maximum impact. The long handle provides leverage for devastating swings. When the Hog Rider connects with an enemy structure, you can practically feel the impact through the screen. The animators gave real weight to those swings, making each hit look and sound satisfying. That crunch of hammer on stone, the way buildings crack and crumble under repeated strikes, it all sells the fantasy of being an unstoppable force of destruction. In Clash Royale, the Hog Rider's appearance remains largely consistent with his Clash of Clans design, with a few refinements. His eyes are visible in Clash Royale, bright blue and full of determination. His features are slightly more defined, taking advantage of Clash Royale's more detailed art style. The wristbands and belt take on team colors, adding red or blue tints, depending on which side of the battle he's fighting for. It's a small touch that increases visual clarity in the heat of battle. making it instantly obvious which hog rider belongs to which player. The ribbon tied at the bottom of his hammer in Clash Royale is another team-colored element, streaming behind him as he charges. It adds dynamic motion to his appearance, emphasizing his speed. When the hog rider is sprinting toward your tower, that ribbon whipping in the wind sells the sense of momentum, of unstoppable force bearing down on your defenses. What's remarkable about the hog rider's design is its timelessness. Created in 2013, he still looks fresh and relevant over a decade later. Good character design transcends trends, creates something that feels right regardless of what's currently popular in gaming aesthetics. The hog rider achieves this through a combination of strong silhouette, distinctive colors, and memorable details. You could reduce him to a simple black shape, and he'd still be instantly recognizable. That's the mark of truly excellent design. His appearance also tells a story without words. This is someone who has embraced the warrior's path completely. No heavy armor, because he trusts his skill and his mount to keep him safe. Minimal clothing, because he values speed and mobility over protection. Gold jewelry, because he's earned it through countless victories. A massive hammer, because subtle isn't his style. Everything about his appearance reinforces his identity as a bold, confident warrior who charges straight at problems and smashes through them with raw power. The consistency of his design across different games and years of updates has helped cement his iconic status. Players know exactly what to expect when they see a hog rider. That familiarity breeds affection. He's like an old friend, unchanged in all the ways that matter despite the years passing by. In an industry where characters are constantly being redesigned, updated, modernized, the hog rider remains true to his roots, and players love him for it. The Hog Companion. We cannot discuss the hog rider without giving proper attention to his faithful companion, the hog itself. This isn't just a mount, a simple vehicle to carry the warrior into battle. The relationship between rider and hog is something deeper, a partnership built on trust and mutual understanding. The hog is as much a character as the warrior riding him, with its own personality and presence that shines through in animations, commercials, and gameplay. The species of hog the hog rider has tamed is believed to be Phacochirus africanus, the common warthog. This is a real species native to Africa, and the choice is brilliant for multiple reasons. Warthogs are smaller than the massive boars found in some fantasy settings, but they're also more agile. This explains the hog rider's impressive speed, his ability to move quickly across the battlefield while other mounted units lumber along. Warthogs are surprisingly fast animals in reality, capable of reaching speeds up to 30 miles per hour in short bursts. They're tough, adaptable, and possess those distinctive tusks that the game's hog displays prominently. Those tusks serve a practical purpose in the design. They provide a natural attachment point for the leather bridle the hog rider uses to control his mount. Looped around the tusks, the bridle gives the rider control without requiring bit and reins like a horse would need. It's a detail that shows thought went into how this partnership would actually function. The tusks also add to the hog's intimidating appearance, making it clear this is no domestic pig, but a wild, powerful animal that has been tamed through the warrior's skill and determination. The size relationship between rider and hog is interesting. The hog is described as being about half the height of the rider, which sounds small until you remember. Warthogs in reality stand about 2 to 2.5 feet at the shoulder and can weigh up to 250 pounds. That's a substantial animal, certainly capable of carrying a human rider, though the hog rider's impressive physique suggests he's no lightweight. The bond between them must be incredibly strong for the hog to bear his weight battle after battle, charging into danger at his command. What truly sets the hog apart as a character, though, is the personality Supercell has given it through various commercials and media appearances. In the Clash Royale series and various advertisements, the hog is shown to be remarkably intelligent, perhaps even as intelligent as a human. We see hogs playing cards with their riders, carefully grooming themselves in bathtubs, training alongside their warriors, and even singing in English with that same high-pitched voice associated with the hog rider's battle cry. This raises fascinating questions about the nature of these creatures in the Clash universe. Are they actually intelligent enough to understand human language, to engage in complex strategic thinking? The commercials strongly suggest they are. When the hog rider calls out, the hogs respond not just with trained reflexes, but with what appears to be genuine understanding and enthusiasm. They're not being forced into battle. They're choosing to fight alongside their riders, partners in the truest sense of the word. This elevates their relationship beyond master and mount into something more like equals, comrades in arms who happen to have very different body types. The hogs show distinct personalities in these depictions. Some appear more serious and focused, others playful and mischievous. One famous image from promotional material shows a hog soaking in a bathtub, completely relaxed, enjoying a moment of peace between battles. Another shows hogs engaged in what appears to be a card game, studying their hands with the concentration of seasoned gamblers. These aren't mindless beasts. They have inner lives, preferences, personalities that make them characters rather than mere accessories. The taming of these fierce leaping hogs is mentioned in the Hog Rider's description. Having tamed the fierce leaping hog, the Hog Rider punishes those who hide behind their puny walls. This single line carries significant weight. These are fierce animals, wild and dangerous in their natural state. The fact that the Hog Rider has not just tamed one, but formed a partnership with it speaks to his skill, his patience, his ability to connect with these creatures on a deeper level than simple domination would allow. You don't train an intelligent being through force alone. You earn their trust, prove yourself worthy of their loyalty. The leaping ability is central to the hog's value as a mount. In game mechanics, this is represented by the ability to jump over walls, but think about what this means in practical terms. The hog must be incredibly powerful in its legs, able to launch both itself and its heavily armed rider clear over barriers that stop other ground troops. It must have the courage to charge toward enemy fortifications without hesitation, trusting its rider to protect it while it provides the mobility that makes their partnership so effective. This isn't a timid animal. This is a creature that shares its rider's fearlessness, that charges into danger with the same enthusiasm evident in that battle cry. As the Hog Rider gains levels in Clash of Clans, the hog also evolves visually. At higher levels, it gains its own armor, protective plating on its head and face. The armor is gold or team-colored, depending on the level, matching the increasingly elaborate transformations of the rider's hammer. But even with armor, the hog retains its essential character. It's not being weighed down or transformed into something else. It's being enhanced, protected, given tools to survive longer in increasingly dangerous battles, while maintaining the speed and agility that define it. The relationship between specific hog riders and their hogs isn't really explored in the games themselves, but promotional material and fan interpretations have filled this gap. Each hog is unique, with its own relationship to its rider. Some pairings might be new, a young warrior just beginning to bond with his mount. Others might span years or even decades, veteran partnerships where rider and hog know each other so well they can anticipate each other's moves without any visible signals. There's something beautiful about this partnership that resonates with players. Humans have formed bonds with animals throughout our history, using horses, dogs, birds, and countless other species as partners in various endeavors. The hog rider and his hog tap into that ancient tradition while adding fantasy elements that make it even more compelling. This isn't a horse carrying its rider out of trained obedience. This is an intelligent being choosing to charge into battle alongside its warrior companion, sharing the danger and the glory. The hog's jumping animation in both games deserves special mention. It's not a simple hop. It's a powerful launch, the hog gathering itself and springing into the air with visible force. When it lands on the other side of a wall, there's weight to the impact, the hog absorbing the landing through its powerful legs before immediately resuming its charge. The animation sells the fantasy perfectly, making you believe this creature really could carry an armored warrior over walls that stop other ground troops cold. In Clash Royale specifically, the river jumping ability is iconic. When the hog rider approaches the river in the middle of the arena, he doesn't slow down or hesitate. The hog gathers itself and leaps, sailing over the water in a perfect arc. During this jump, the hog rider is invulnerable to ground attacks, but air troops can still target him. This creates interesting strategic considerations. The jump provides a brief window of safety, but you're committed once you start that leap. The hog's courage and power make that jump possible, transforming a potentially dangerous river crossing into an advantage. The hog and the hog rider's partnership represents qualities that complement the warrior's own traits. Where the warrior brings strength and skill with his hammer, the hog brings speed and mobility. Where the warrior provides strategy and determination, the hog provides unwavering courage and trust. Together, they form something greater than either could be alone. That's the essence of a true partnership, and it's why the hog rider character feels so complete. He's not just a man with a mount. He's part of a team that has chosen to face the world's dangers together. Dark elixir and power. The hog rider is described as being fueled by dark elixir, and this connection to the rare, powerful resource shapes his identity in fundamental ways. To understand the hog rider fully, we need to understand what dark elixir represents in the Clash universe, and why being powered by it makes the hog rider special. Dark elixir was introduced to Clash of Clans as a new resource tier, rarer and more valuable than the standard elixir that powered most troops. Its very appearance is different, a deep purple-black substance that seems to shimmer with inner darkness. Unlike regular elixir, which could be obtained relatively easily through elixir collectors and raids, dark elixir required dark elixir drills and was much harder to accumulate. Players couldn't stockpile it as quickly, couldn't waste it carelessly. Every drop of dark elixir represented significant time investment and careful resource management. This scarcity made dark elixir troops inherently more valuable. Training a hog rider wasn't a casual decision. You were committing precious resources to this specific strategy, resources you wouldn't have available for other purposes. This economic cost added weight to every hog rider deployment. Losing them wasn't just a tactical setback. It was a waste of resources that would take time to replace. Players learned to deploy their dark elixir troops carefully, to support them properly, to maximize the value they got from each unit. But dark elixir isn't just mechanically valuable. It carries implications about the power it provides. The name itself suggests something beyond ordinary, something touched by darker forces or deeper magic. Dark doesn't necessarily mean evil in the Clash universe, but it implies power that comes from sources more mysterious and potent than the bright, clear regular elixir. The hog rider, fueled by this substance, draws strength from these deeper wells of power. What does it mean to be fueled by dark elixir? The description suggests it's not just payment for training, like hiring a mercenary. The dark elixir actively powers these warriors, provides them with capabilities beyond normal human limits. The hog rider's incredible strength, his ability to swing that massive hammer repeatedly without tiring, his seemingly endless stamina as he charges across battlefields. All of this comes from the dark elixir flowing through him. Consider the physical feats the hog rider regularly accomplishes. He swings a warhammer that should require 2 hands to wield effectively, and he does it one-handed while maintaining balance on a charging hog. He absorbs impacts from defensive structures, taking hits that would pulverize normal humans. He fights through conditions that would exhaust anyone else, continuing his assault until either he succeeds or falls. This isn't normal human endurance. This is enhanced capability. The Dark Elixir providing supernatural stamina and resilience. The connection between Dark Elixir and the Hog Rider's fearlessness might run deeper than simple courage. Dark Elixir could be affecting his psychology, his emotional state, removing or suppressing the natural fear responses that would cause most warriors to hesitate. When the Hog Rider charges toward heavily fortified positions, he does so with absolute confidence. No second guessing, no moment of doubt. That could be training and experience, or it could be the Dark Elixir, burning away uncertainty, leaving only pure determination. The description states these warriors have never known defeat. This bold claim becomes more understandable when you consider the Dark Elixir factor. These aren't just skilled warriors with good mounts. They're enhanced individuals, their natural capabilities amplified by this mysterious dark substance. They've never known defeat, because the Dark Elixir makes them effectively undefeatable in their mindset. Even when they fall in battle, they respawn and charge again, the Dark Elixir ensuring they never truly experience the psychological weight of defeat. Interestingly, the Dark Elixir connection also explains the Hog Rider's targeting behavior. His single-minded focus on defensive structures, his ability to ignore distractions even when taking damage from other sources, suggests the Dark Elixir might be programmatically directing his actions to some degree. It's enhanced his natural warrior instincts, sharpened them to laser focus, eliminating the confusion and chaos that normally clouds battlefield decision-making. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and the Dark Elixir ensures he has the clarity and drive to do it. The visual effects in Clash Royale subtly reinforce this connection. Though there's no obvious Dark Elixir glow around the Hog Rider during normal gameplay, his eyes in that game are remarkably bright and intense. That could be artistic choice, or it could represent the Dark Elixir's influence, providing an inner fire that manifests in his gaze. When he charges, there's an energy to his movements that seems almost supernatural, an intensity that goes beyond normal physical action. The cost structure of the Hog Rider in Clash of Clans reinforced the Dark Elixir connection mechanically. At lower levels, training a Hog Rider required 40 Dark Elixir per unit. At maximum level, that cost rose to 100 Dark Elixir. These weren't trivial amounts, especially in the earlier years of the game when Dark Elixir was even harder to accumulate than it is today. Every Hog Rider represented a significant investment, a conscious choice to channel your precious Dark Elixir into this specific unit, rather than saving it for hero upgrades or other dark troops. This created interesting strategic dynamics. Players had to manage their Dark Elixir carefully, balancing the desire to use Hog Riders in attacks with the need to save Dark Elixir for long-term progression. Successful Hog Rider attackers often targeted bases with Dark Elixir storages, using their Hog Riders to steal the very resource needed to train more Hog Riders. It was a self-sustaining cycle if you were skilled enough. Use your Hog Riders to steal Dark Elixir. Use that Dark Elixir to train more Hog Riders. Repeat. Players who mastered this loop could maintain large Hog Rider armies without depleting their reserves. The Dark Elixir connection also ties the Hog Rider into the broader lore of the Clash universe. Dark Elixir powers other significant units: minions, Valkyries, golems, witches, lava hounds. These are all powerful, somewhat mysterious troops with capabilities that go beyond normal warriors. The Hog Rider belongs in this company, a Dark Elixir elite whose powers set him apart from ordinary troops. He's not just another soldier. He's a dark-powered champion, fueled by forces that most warriors never touch. In Clash Royale, the Dark Elixir connection becomes more metaphorical since that game doesn't use Dark Elixir as a resource. But the character carries that identity forward. The Hog Rider in the arena is still that same Dark Elixir-fueled warrior from Clash of Clans. He brings that intensity, that enhanced capability, that unbeatable spirit with him through the arena doors. The 4 elixir cost to deploy him in Clash Royale is a bargain compared to his capabilities. A reflection, perhaps, of the Dark Elixir enhancement, making him more cost-effective than normal troops. The relationship between the Hog Rider and his Dark Elixir fuel raises philosophical questions about identity and agency. Is the Hog Rider's fearlessness truly his own, or is it chemically induced by the Dark Elixir? Does it matter? If the Dark Elixir removes his ability to feel fear, is he still courageous for charging into battle? These are interesting questions without clear answers, adding depth to what could have been a simple, strong warrior on a Hog character. One interpretation is that the Dark Elixir doesn't create the Hog Rider's qualities, but amplifies what was already there. The warrior was brave before the Dark Elixir. The enhancement just removes the physical and mental limitations that would normally restrict his courage. He was strong before, but Dark Elixir lets him express that strength fully. He was determined before, but Dark Elixir ensures nothing can shake that determination. In this reading, the Dark Elixir is revelatory rather than transformative. It shows who the Hog Rider truly is beneath human limitations. The never-known defeat line becomes particularly interesting through this lens. If Dark Elixir removes the psychological impact of defeat, then even when the Hog Rider falls in battle, he genuinely doesn't process it as defeat. He tried his best, he gave everything, and now he'll respawn and try again. There's no shame, no discouragement, no way to failure. Each battle is fresh, untainted by previous setbacks. That's a powerful advantage, perhaps more valuable than enhanced strength or speed. The ability to approach every battle with complete confidence, unweighed by past failures, makes the Hog Rider psychologically unbeatable, even when he's tactically defeated. This connects to the broader community experience with Hog Rider gameplay. Players who master Hog Rider strategies often talk about the mindset required. You can't play tentatively. You can't second-guess. You have to commit fully to the attack, trust your skill and your supporting troops, and charge forward with confidence. It's almost as if using Hog Riders successfully requires players to channel that same Dark Elixir-enhanced mentality. You have to become fearless, at least within the context of the game, to truly succeed with this strategy. The Dark Elixir connection also explains why Hog Riders work so well together. In the commercials, and in mass Hog Rider attacks, we see groups of these warriors operating with perfect coordination. The Dark Elixir might provide a kind of shared consciousness, or at least enhanced mutual understanding. Warriors fueled by the same dark substance naturally work together, their movements synchronized, their purposes aligned. This makes large-scale Hog Rider attacks feel less like individual units and more like a unified force, a wave of Dark Elixir-enhanced warriors moving as one. The practical reality is that Dark Elixir, as a game mechanic, shaped the Hog Rider's identity in fundamental ways. It made him special, rare, powerful. It justified his incredible abilities and explained his fearless attitude. It created economic considerations that affected how players used him. And it connected him to the darker, more mysterious side of the Clash universe, making him more than just a strong troop but a champion touched by deeper powers. All of this combined to create a character who felt significant, who mattered in ways that ordinary troops didn't, who left an impact on players that went far beyond his mechanical effectiveness. The art of wall leaping, the ability to jump over walls, is the Hog Rider's defining mechanical characteristic, the feature that sets him apart from every other ground troop and shapes how he's used strategically. But beyond the simple game mechanics, wall leaping represents something profound about the Hog Rider's character and approach to obstacles. Where others see barriers, he sees minor inconveniences. Where others must go around or break through, he simply goes over. This mentality defines everything about how the Hog Rider engages with the world. Think about what walls represent in fortress design, both in games and throughout human history. Walls are the fundamental element of defense. They create separation between inside and outside, safe and dangerous, protected and vulnerable. Good walls mean safety. Strong walls mean security. For thousands of years of human warfare, walls were the primary means of protection for settled populations. Cities were defined by their walls. Castles were built around walls. Entire military strategies revolved around either defending walls or breaching them. In Clash of Clans, walls serve this same essential purpose. Players spend enormous amounts of resources upgrading their walls, progressing through multiple levels from basic wooden barriers to powerful gold, crystal, and even lava-themed walls at the highest levels. Wall placement is a fundamental skill in base design. Creating compartments, funneling enemy troops into kill zones, protecting key structures behind multiple wall layers. These are core defensive strategies. Walls matter. They're not just decorative. They're the foundation of base defense. And then the Hog Rider arrives and completely ignores them. He doesn't break them down like wall breakers. He doesn't slowly destroy them like other troops might. He simply leaps over them as if they aren't even there. The first time players experienced this mechanic, it was revelatory. Here was a completely different approach to the wall problem that had defined Clash of Clans strategy. You didn't need to bring wall breakers if you had Hog Riders. You didn't need to create a funnel to guide your troops through open wall sections. You just deployed your Hog Riders and let them find their own path, jumping over whatever barriers stood in their way. The animation of the wall jump is crucial to selling this mechanic. The hog gathers itself, crouches slightly, then launches into the air with visible power. The Hog Rider leans forward in the saddle, balancing himself as his mount sails over the wall. There's a brief moment of hang time, the pair suspended in the air, completely vulnerable, but also completely unstoppable. Then they land on the other side, the hog absorbing the impact through its powerful legs, and they immediately resume their charge without missing a beat. The whole sequence takes perhaps a second, but it's smooth and dynamic enough to feel epic every single time. This jumping ability isn't unlimited or without conditions. The Hog Rider only jumps walls when they're directly in his path to his target. He won't jump walls just for fun or to take shortcuts that don't lead toward defensive structures. This creates interesting pathing situations where the Hog Rider might take routes that seem inefficient to reach a wall he can jump, simply because his programming knows that jumping that wall will get him closer to his actual target. Understanding these pathing quirks is essential for both attacking with Hog Riders and defending against them. The wall jumping also has strategic implications for spell usage. Healing spells become more effective with Hog Riders because you can predict where they'll be. Unlike troops that path around walls or wait for wall breakers, Hog Riders take direct routes, jumping obstacles that would slow other units. You can place a healing spell in the core of the base and know your Hog Riders will jump right into it, staying healthy as they take fire from multiple defenses. Free spells similarly benefit from predictable Hog Rider pathing. You know where he'll be, so you can time your spells perfectly. Defending against wall jumping requires different thinking than defending against normal ground troops. Compartmentalization, which works well against most armies by creating multiple walls they need to breach, is less effective against Hog Riders. Each wall they jump is a wall they don't need to break, meaning they maintain maximum speed throughout their attack. This led to defensive base designs specifically meant to counter Hog Riders, incorporating features like centralized Teslas carefully placed, giant bombs to catch jumping hogs, and multiple layers of defensive structures that would wear down even the toughest Hog Rider attack. The giant bomb became the Hog Rider's nemesis because of the jumping mechanic. When a Hog Rider jumps a wall, he lands in a specific, predictable spot on the other side. Clever base designers place giant bombs in these landing zones, creating traps that would devastate unwary Hog Rider attackers. Two giant bombs placed close enough to both trigger on a landing hog rider could eliminate several at once, completely shutting down an attack. This created a minigame within the game. Attackers trying to scout for giant bombs before committing their hog riders. Defenders trying to hide their traps in spots attackers wouldn't expect. The wall jumping ability also affected the hog rider's identity in ways beyond pure mechanics. It made him feel special, different, operating under rules that didn't apply to other troops. There is a satisfaction to deploying hog riders and watching them completely bypass walls that your opponent spent thousands of resources upgrading. Those maxed out walls that would stop a giant or golem army cold? Meaningless against hog riders. It's a power fantasy, and the hog rider delivers it perfectly. In Clash Royale, wall jumping translated into the ability to cross the river that divides the arena. This river serves a similar purpose to walls in Clash of Clans, creating a boundary that most ground troops must respect. But the hog rider doesn't respect boundaries. When he reaches the river, he jumps it in a beautiful arc, his hog's powerful legs launching them over the water. During this jump, they are briefly airborne, invulnerable to ground targeting troops, but exposed to air targeting units. This creates interesting interactions where timing matters. Deploy a mini PEKKA just as the hog rider jumps, and it'll miss him. Deploy it just after he lands, and it'll catch him perfectly. The river jump also serves as a psychological barrier breaker. When your opponent drops a hog rider at the bridge and you watch him leap that river, there's an immediate sense of threat. He's coming, and normal defensive positioning won't fully protect you. The river that should slow him down doesn't. The distance that should give you time to build a defense isn't as long as it seems, because he crosses that gap effortlessly. Good hog rider players understand this psychological element and use it to pressure opponents, forcing hasty defensive decisions that might not be optimal. The wall leaping ability has symbolic significance too. Walls represent limitation, boundaries that restrict movement and possibility. The hog rider's ability to leap over these limitations makes him a symbol of freedom and determination. He doesn't accept the constraints that bind others. He doesn't let obstacles stop him. This resonates with players on a level beyond game mechanics. We all face walls in our lives, barriers that seem insurmountable. The hog rider reminds us that sometimes the solution isn't to break through or go around, but to find a way over, to refuse to let obstacles define what's possible. Technically, the wall jumping also showcases excellent game design. It's a unique mechanic that's immediately understandable, visually clear, and creates interesting strategic depth. Players don't need a tutorial to understand what the hog rider does. They see him jump a wall once, and they get it. That clarity is valuable in game design, where complex mechanics can confuse or frustrate players. The hog rider's wall jumping is elegant in its simplicity, while being profound in its implications for strategy. The evolution of base design in Clash of Clans can partly be tracked through how builders adapted to hog rider threats. Early bases, designed before hog riders existed, were completely vulnerable. As hog riders became popular, bases evolved to include anti-hog rider features. Then, as those defenses became standard, hog rider strategies evolved to overcome them, prompting further defensive innovations. This back and forth, this eternal arms race between hog rider attackers and defenders trying to stop them, kept the game fresh and engaging for years. In competitive play, wall jumping elevated the hog rider to top-tier status. The ability to bypass the main defensive layer meant hog riders could reach high-value targets faster than any other ground troop. In war attacks where every second mattered, or getting to that last percent needed for a 3-star was crucial, the hog rider's wall jumping could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Professional players mastered the timing, placement, and supporting troops needed to maximize hog rider effectiveness, creating attack strategies that became famous in the community. The wall jumping mechanic also allowed for creative plays that delighted both players and spectators. Jumping into an opponent's core to eliminate a critical defense, leaping over carefully designed channeling walls that would have funneled other troops into traps reaching town halls or clan. Castle troops that seemed perfectly protected these moments. Created stories, players shared highlights that got posted to YouTube, legendary attacks that entered community memory. The Hog Rider's wall jumping wasn't just mechanically effective. It was dramatically satisfying in ways that made every successful Hog Rider attack feel like a minor triumph. Evolution through levels. The Hog Rider's journey from level 1 to maximum level is a visual story of growth and increasing power. With each level upgrade, he transforms, gaining new colors, enhanced armor, more impressive weapons, and an overall presence that communicates his growing strength. This progression gives players something to work toward, a visible reward for their investment in upgrading this troop. Let's walk through this evolution, level by level, examining how the Hog Rider changes as he grows in power. At level 1, the Hog Rider appears in his most basic form. The warrior is bare-chested with his signature mohawk standing straight and black. His hammer is relatively simple, with those brass-colored bands wrapped around the head. The hog beneath him is unarmored, showing its natural hide. This is the Hog Rider at the start of his journey. Raw potential not yet refined. He's effective even at this level, capable of the wall jumping and building targeting that defines his role. But he's clearly just beginning. There's room for growth, room for improvement, room for this warrior to become something greater. Level 2 brings subtle refinements. The Hog Rider maintains his general appearance, but there's slightly more detail in his features, a bit more definition in his musculature. His equipment looks marginally better maintained. These changes are minor because level 2 represents early progression, the first step toward mastery, but still firmly in the beginner category. Players at this stage are still learning how to use Hog Riders effectively, still discovering optimal deployment strategies and support troop combinations. At level 4, the evolution continues. The Hog Rider's presence becomes more imposing. His equipment shows signs of serious use, the wear patterns of a warrior who has fought countless battles. But there's also careful maintenance visible, suggesting this isn't just a brawler, but a professional warrior who takes care of his gear. The hog might show the first hints of protective equipment, perhaps leather strapping or metal studs that presage the full armor coming at higher levels. Level 5 brings one of the most distinctive changes. The mohawk turns orange. This color shift is significant, matching the orange hair of level 5 goblins and creating a visual connection between these dark elixir troops. It suggests that dark elixir enhancement at this level causes physical changes, affecting hair pigmentation in consistent ways across different troop types. The orange mohawk makes level 5 Hog Riders instantly identifiable, even in the chaos of a large-scale battle. The hammer at this level gains additional detailing, possibly metal bands or decorative elements that indicate this warrior has earned some prestige. Level 6 continues the orange mohawk theme while adding further refinements to equipment and armor. The Hog Rider's physical presence seems to increase, his muscles more defined, his stance more confident. This is a warrior who has survived countless battles and learned from each one. His hammer might gain spikes or bladed edges, transforming from a simple crushing weapon into something more versatile and deadly. The hog's armor becomes more substantial, better protecting the mount during its charges into enemy territory. At level 7, the mohawk returns to black, but now the Hog Rider gains a white headband. This accessory adds a touch of sophistication to his appearance, suggesting he's reached a level of mastery that goes beyond simple barbarian fury. The headband might represent rank or achievement within Hog Rider society, a visual marker that this warrior has proven himself worthy of special recognition. The hammer continues to evolve, possibly gain golden accents or glowing elements that indicate magical enhancement beyond simple physical improvements. Level 8 maintains the black mohawk with white headband combination while pushing the visual enhancements further. The Hog Rider's armor becomes more elaborate, his weapons more ornate. There's a sense that he's moving beyond mere mortal warrior into legendary champion territory. The Hog's armor now fully protects its head and vital areas, colored to match the Hog Rider's theme and creating a unified visual that emphasizes their partnership. Level 9 through 11 continue this progression, with the Mohawk cycling through various colors. Brown at level 9, lavender at level 10, dark cyan at level 11. Each color represents a different stage of dark elixir enhancement, the substance continuing to transform the warrior as he absorbs more of its power. The hammer at these levels becomes truly legendary, possibly glowing with energy, featuring elaborate decorative elements, clearly magical in nature. This is no longer just a weapon. It's an artifact of power, worthy of a champion. At level 12, the final form emerges with the Mohawk turning crimson. This red coloring matches Town Hall 15's theme, creating a visual link between the Hog Rider's maximum potential and the highest level of base development. The Crimson Mohawk, combined with his fully enhanced armor and glowing legendary hammer, creates an intimidating presence. This is the Hog Rider at his absolute peak, having absorbed maximum dark elixir enhancement, carrying the best equipment, representing the pinnacle of what this warrior can become. Throughout these transformations, certain elements remain constant. The Hog Rider's basic silhouette doesn't change. He's always recognizable as a Hog Rider regardless of level. The Mohawk, the hammer, the mounted posture, these signature elements persist through all variations. This consistency is important for gameplay clarity. Players need to be able to identify troops instantly, and the Hog Rider's core design ensures this is possible even as visual details change dramatically. The Hog's evolution parallels its rider's progression. Starting as a natural warthog, it gradually gains armor and protective equipment that matches the Hog Rider's aesthetic. By maximum level, the Hog is fully kitted out with golden armor plating on its head, face, and flanks, turning it from simple mount into armored warbeast. Yet even with all this armor, the Hog retains its essential character, its aggressive stance and powerful build clearly visible beneath the protective gear. These visual progressions serve multiple purposes in game design. They reward players for investing resources in upgrades, providing clear visual feedback that their investment has resulted in tangible improvement. They create aspirational goals, with lower-level players seeing high-level Hog Riders and wanting to upgrade their own troops to achieve those impressive appearances. They add variety to the battlefield, preventing visual monotony by ensuring Hog Riders from different players at different progression levels look distinctly different from each other. The color changes in the Mohawk also serve practical purposes. In clan wars or friendly battles where multiple players might be using Hog Riders, the different colors help distinguish whose troops are whose. A level 5 Hog Rider with orange Mohawk is clearly from a less developed player than a level 10 with lavender Mohawk, allowing observers to track battle developments more easily. From a lore perspective, these visual transformations suggest the Hog Rider is being fundamentally changed by dark elixir enhancement. The hair color changes indicate this isn't just external equipment improvement, but internal transformation. The dark elixir is altering him at a cellular level, changing his very biology as it enhances his capabilities. By maximum level, the Hog Rider might be more dark elixir enhanced being than baseline human, transformed into something greater through repeated exposure to this mysterious substance. The hammer's evolution from simple tool to legendary weapon mirrors classic hero's journey narratives. The young warrior starts with basic equipment, but through experience, achievement, and progression, he earns access to increasingly powerful weapons until finally wielding something that borders on mythical. That maximum level hammer, glowing with power and covered in ornate decoration, is fit for a legend. It's the weapon a hog rider earns through countless battles, countless walls jumped, countless defenses destroyed. In Clash Royale, the hog rider appears at what would essentially be his maximum level from Clash of Clans, representing the pinnacle version of this troop. This makes sense, given Clash Royale's setting as a legendary arena where only the best warriors compete. The hog rider who followed the echoing call through the arena doors would naturally be a fully realized version of this warrior, not a beginner still learning his craft. His appearance in Clash Royale, with all the bells and whistles of a max-level troop, reinforces his status as an elite warrior worthy of arena combat. The 2015 commercial phenomenon in February 2015, Supercell released a commercial that would fundamentally change the hog rider's place in gaming culture. What started as a simple advertisement for Clash of Clans became something much larger, transforming the hog rider from popular troop into cultural icon. That commercial, with its now legendary line, "Did somebody say hog rider?" would be viewed tens of millions of times, spawn countless memes, and cement the hog rider's place in gaming history. The commercial opens with a hog rider relaxing in a bathtub, fully submerged except for his head, completely at peace. It's a humorous juxtaposition. This fearsome warrior who charges into battle without hesitation, now utterly relaxed in domestic tranquility. He's soaking away the stress of countless battles, eyes closed, probably imagining his next charge. Then, in the distance, barely audible at first, comes the call, "Hog Rider." The effect is immediate. The hog rider's eyes snap open. He sits up straight in the tub. Water sloshes everywhere as he rises, dripping and alert, every muscle tensed. "Did somebody say hog rider?" he asks in that distinctive, high-pitched voice. It's a line delivery that somehow manages to be both questioning and absolutely certain. He knows what he heard. He knows what it means. And he knows exactly what he needs to do. What follows is pure magic. We see hog riders across the landscape responding to the call. One drops his cards mid-game, abandoning his hand without hesitation. Another stops grooming his mohawk, the styling session forgotten. A third interrupts his meal. Whatever they're doing, wherever they are, the call cannot be ignored. These warriors have heard the summons, and they will answer. The commercial shows them mounting up, hogs and riders coming together in practice synchronization. There's no fumbling, no awkward mounting process. These partnerships are so well established that the motion is fluid, natural, rider and hog moving as one from standby to full battle readiness in seconds. Then they ride, charging across the landscape toward the source of the call. Hammers raised, battle cries echoing, a brotherhood answering their summons. The genius of this commercial lies in multiple layers. On the surface, it's funny. The bathtub opening is inherently humorous. The idea of a fearsome warrior doing something as mundane as bathing. The high-pitched voice asking, "Did somebody say hog rider?" in that specific tone became instantly memorable. The over-enthusiastic response to what might just be someone mentioning hog riders in casual conversation plays on the warrior's supposed single-minded obsession. But deeper than the humor is the characterization. This commercial established personality for the hog rider beyond what the game itself provided. We see that these warriors have lives outside battle. They relax, play cards, groom themselves. They exist as complete beings with hobbies and downtime, not just soldiers waiting for deployment. Yet when the call comes, everything else becomes meaningless. The brotherhood bond is so strong that a single hog rider S-call brings all others running without question. The commercial also showcased the intelligence and personality of the hogs themselves. We see them responding to their riders, moving with purpose and awareness. These aren't dumb beasts being directed. They're willing participants, partners who understand what the call means and are just as ready to answer it as their riders. The synchronization between rider and mount shown in the commercial reinforced the idea that this was a true partnership, not simple animal handling. The production values were impressive. The animation was smooth and dynamic, showing hog riders in motion across varied terrain. The sound design was perfect, with that signature battle cry cutting through all other noise, impossible to ignore. The pacing built from the quiet bathtub scene through the gathering momentum of multiple hog riders converging, creating genuine excitement about what these warriors would do once they assembled. Did somebody say hog rider? Line became instant meme material. The specific delivery, the questioning tone combined with unmistakable certainty, the high-pitched voice that was so distinctive, all of it combined to create a phrase that players couldn't stop repeating. It spread beyond Clash of Clans players to the broader gaming community, and even beyond gaming entirely. People who had never touched Clash of Clans knew that line, could mimic that delivery, understood the reference when they heard it. This phenomenon is rare in mobile gaming advertising. Most game commercials, even successful ones, don't create cultural moments that transcend their original purpose. They might drive installs, might increase engagement among existing players, but they don't become part of the broader cultural conversation. The Hog Rider commercial did exactly that. It broke out of the mobile gaming niche and became something people referenced in completely unrelated contexts. The commercial's impact on player engagement was substantial. Search interest in Hog Rider spiked dramatically after the commercial's release. Players who hadn't been using Hog Riders suddenly wanted to try them, inspired by the commercial's portrayal of these enthusiastic warriors. The commercial made Hog Riders feel fun in a way that pure gameplay couldn't quite capture. Yes, they were effective troops with unique mechanics, but the commercial made them cool, funny, memorable in ways that elevated them beyond simple game units. Supercell recognized what they had and leaned into it. The Hog Rider became a central figure in their advertising, appearing in subsequent commercials and promotional materials far more frequently than his in-game usage rates alone would justify. He became the face of Clash of Clans in many ways, the character they put forward when they wanted to represent their game. This was smart branding, building on the organic enthusiasm players had for this character. The commercial also influenced how players thought about their Hog Riders in-game. Deploying them wasn't just a strategic decision anymore. It was participating in that brotherhood shown in the commercial. You weren't just using a game mechanic. You were answering the call, joining the charge, becoming part of that Hog Rider army, thundering toward enemy defenses. The commercial added a layer of fantasy and role-playing to what had been purely mechanical gameplay. Fan content exploded after the commercial's release. Players created their own versions, remixing the audio, creating parodies, adapting the concept to other games and contexts. The "Did Somebody Say" format became a meme template applicable to countless situations. Artists drew their own interpretations of the bathtub scene and the gathering charge. The commercial gave creators material they could work with, a shared reference point that resonated with millions of players. The voice acting deserves special recognition. Whoever provided that distinctive "Did somebody say Hog Rider?" line absolutely nailed it. The delivery was perfect, walking the line between genuine questioning and unmistakable certainty. It was enthusiastic without being obnoxious, memorable without being irritating. That's incredibly difficult to achieve. And the voice actor's performance was crucial to the commercial's success and longevity in meme culture. The commercial also demonstrated Supercell's understanding of their community. They knew players loved the Hog Rider. They knew the troop had become iconic. Rather than playing it safe with generic advertising, they created something that celebrated what made the Hog Rider special. That amplified his character, that gave players a reason to love him even more. It was advertising that felt like a gift to the community rather than a sales pitch, even though it was absolutely designed to drive engagement and revenue. Years later, did somebody say Hog Rider? remains instantly recognizable to anyone who was part of the Clash community during that era. New players discover the commercial and are initiated into the meme. It has staying power that most advertising can only dream of achieving. That 30-second commercial created a cultural touchstone that has remained relevant through multiple years and countless game updates. Journey to Clash Royale. When Supercell announced Clash Royale in early 2016, players immediately wondered which troops from Clash of Clans would make the transition to this new arena-based game. The Hog Rider was an obvious choice, but his journey into Clash Royale would involve adaptations and changes that transformed him from his Clash of Clans roots while preserving his essential identity. Clash Royale launched globally on March 2nd, 2016, and from day one, the Hog Rider was present. He was available as a rare card, findable in chests starting from Arena 4 PEKKA's Playhouse. This positioning was significant. Rare rarity made him accessible, but not too common, maintaining some of his premium status from Clash of Clans, while ensuring dedicated players could obtain and use him relatively easily. Locking him behind Arena 4 meant newer players had to progress through the game before accessing this powerful unit, creating an aspirational goal. The card description gave him a new backstory that tied into the Clash Royale setting specifically. Fast melee troop that targets buildings and can jump over the river. He followed the echoing call of Hog Rider all the way through the arena doors. This single sentence created an entire narrative. It referenced the famous 2015 commercial directly, suggesting that the Hog Rider in Clash Royale heard that same call that brought other Hog Riders together. But for him, it led to something different. It led to the arena, to competitive combat, to a new form of battle entirely. This description implies choice and agency. The Hog Rider wasn't assigned to the arena or forced through its doors. He heard the call and followed it, driven by curiosity or destiny, or that same unbreakable brotherhood instinct that made Hog Riders answer each other as summons. The arena called to him, and like all calls related to Hog Riders, he couldn't resist. He had to investigate, had to find the source, had to see what awaited him on the other side of those doors. The mechanical translation from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale required significant adaptation. In Clash of Clans, the Hog Rider was a troop you deployed in your army, potentially bringing many of them in a single attack. In Clash Royale, he became a single unit card, costing 4 elixir to deploy. This meant he needed to be individually powerful enough to justify that cost, while not being so overwhelming that he broke the game's balance. Supercell achieved this balance through careful stat design. The Hog Rider in Clash Royale has substantial hit points, allowing him to absorb damage while charging toward his target. His damage per second is significant enough to threaten towers if left unchecked, but not so high that he can destroy a tower alone before defenders can respond. His movement speed is very fast, maintaining the aggressive rushing playstyle that defined him in Clash of Clans. And crucially, he retained his signature ability to jump over the river, adapting his wall-jumping mechanic to Clash Royale's different battlefield layout. The river in Clash Royale serves a similar purpose to walls in Clash of Clans, creating a boundary between friendly and enemy territory. Most ground troops must cross the river by using the 2 bridges, creating predictable paths that defenders can prepare for. The Hog Rider's ability to jump the river anywhere means he can appear from unexpected angles, forcing defenders to maintain awareness of a wider area. This jump also provides a brief moment of invulnerability to ground attacks, though air targeting troops can still hit him mid-leap. Visually, the Clash Royale Hog Rider receives some refinements compared to his Clash of Clans counterpart. The art style of Clash Royale is slightly more detailed and polished, and the Hog Rider benefited from this. His features are more defined, his armor and equipment more clearly rendered. The team coloring system in Clash Royale means his wristbands, belt, and the ribbon on his hammer changed to red or blue depending on which side he is fighting for, adding visual clarity in the heat of battle. His animations in Clash Royale are fluid and dynamic. When deployed, he appears with purpose, immediately orienting toward the nearest building. His charging animation shows the hog galloping with powerful strides, while the rider maintains perfect balance, hammer ready. When he reaches his target, the attack animations are satisfying, the hammer connecting with visible impact, chunks of tower health disappearing with each hit. When the hog rider is destroyed, he doesn't simply disappear. He falls from his hog in a way that feels weighty and final, the defeat meaningful rather than abstract. The sound design also received attention. That signature battle cry remains, but Clash Royale added impact sounds, the thunder of hooves on stone, the crash of hammer against tower. These audio cues provide feedback without requiring players to watch the hog rider constantly. Experienced players can hear a hog rider deployment and know exactly what's happening without looking, allowing them to multitask and manage other threats simultaneously. The hog rider's role in Clash Royale meta evolved over the years, but certain fundamental truths remained constant. He's a win condition, a card capable of dealing significant tower damage if your opponent can't counter him effectively. He's best supported by spells and cheap units that can eliminate or distract defending troops, allowing the hog rider to connect with the tower. He's vulnerable to buildings that pull him away from his intended target, to swarm troops that surround and eliminate him, and to high damage units that can eliminate him quickly. This created a fascinating strategic depth. Playing Hog Rider successfully required understanding these counters and playing around them. You couldn't just drop a Hog Rider at the bridge every time you had 4 elixir and expect to win. You needed to bait out counters, keep track of what your opponent had played, calculate elixir advantages, and strike at optimal moments when your opponent couldn't properly defend. Mastering Hog Rider gameplay meant mastering Clash Royale's fundamental mechanics. Elixir management, card rotation, prediction plays, and reading your opponent's strategy. The transition to Clash Royale also changed the Hog Rider's relationship to other troops. In Clash of Clans, he was part of your army, fighting alongside your other troops in cooperative assaults. In Clash Royale, he's a card in your deck, part of a strategic composition but often deployed independently. This changed how players thought about him. He wasn't just a member of your army anymore. He was a tool, a specific answer to specific situations, a card you played when conditions were right, rather than a troop you always brought to every battle. The Clash Royale setting also gave the Hog Rider a different narrative context. In Clash of Clans, he was raiding villages, attacking bases built by other players. There was an implied story of conflict between clans, of territorial disputes, of resource competition. In Clash Royale, the arena setting suggests something different. This is sport competition, warriors testing themselves against each other in structured combat. The Hog Rider heard the call and found himself in this gladiatorial setting, a place where his skills could be tested against the best warriors from across the Clash universe. This shift from raider to competitor adds an interesting dimension to his character. The Clash of Clans Hog Rider was a conqueror, attacking enemy villages to steal resources and earn trophies. The Clash Royale Hog Rider is an athlete, a professional warrior competing in organized matches. He still has that same aggressive charging energy, still targets buildings with single-minded focus, but the context has changed. He's not destroying defenses to breach bases anymore. He's destroying towers to win matches, to climb ranks, to prove himself in the arena. The card leveling system in Clash Royale created a different progression path than Clash of Clans. Instead of upgrading through laboratory research, the Hog Rider levels up through collecting cards and spending gold. This made progression feel more personal. Each Hog Rider card you collected brought you incrementally closer to the next level. Opening a chest and seeing multiple Hog Riders felt rewarding in immediate, tangible ways. And because Clash Royale uses a card collection system, the Hog Rider became something you accumulated, built up over time, invested in through dedicated play. Trading added another dimension to this. Players could request Hog Rider cards from clanmates or trade duplicates for the cards they needed. This created a social element around progression, with clans coordinating donations and trades to help members level up their preferred decks. The Hog Rider, being a popular card, was frequently requested and traded, making him a currency of sorts within clan economics. The journey from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale represented both continuity and change for the Hog Rider. His core identity remained intact: fast, aggressive, building targeting, obstacle jumping. But the new setting, new mechanics, and new strategic context transformed how players experienced and understood him. He wasn't just the same character in a different game. He was a character who had evolved, who had answered a call that led him to new challenges, new opponents, new ways of expressing his warrior spirit. The fact that Supercell chose to include the Hog Rider in Clash Royale from launch day, to make him accessible at Arena 4, where many players would unlock him relatively early, speaks to their recognition of his importance to the Clash franchise. He wasn't just another troop to include. He was an ambassador, a familiar face that would help Clash of Clans players feel at home in this new game, while also serving as an iconic character that new players could discover and embrace. Master of the Arena in Clash Royale, the Hog Rider found his true calling. Where Clash of Clans had established his mechanical identity and cultural status, Clash Royale refined him into one of the game's most enduring and versatile win conditions. Understanding the Hog Rider's role in Clash Royale requires examining his statistics, interactions, optimal usage, and the strategic depth that makes him effective in skilled hands, while being vulnerable to proper defensive play. At tournament standard, which is level 11 for rare cards, the Hog Rider has 1,592 hit points. This HP pool is substantial for a 4-elixir unit, allowing him to absorb significant damage while charging toward his target. His damage per second is 264, which translates to 264 damage per hit with a 1-second hit speed. These numbers mean an uncontested Hog Rider can deal serious damage to a tower before being eliminated by Princess Tower Fire alone, making him a legitimate threat that demands defensive response. His movement speed is very fast, the same category as Lumberjack and Elite Barbarians, meaning he crosses the arena quickly. This speed is essential to his role. The Hog Rider doesn't want prolonged engagements with defending troops. He wants to reach the tower fast, land as many hammer swings as possible before defenders can eliminate him. That very fast movement speed makes him difficult to intercept unless defenders place their units precisely or use buildings to pull him off course. The range of one tile means the Hog Rider must be directly adjacent to his target to strike it. This short range makes him vulnerable to being kited, pulled away from the tower by troops placed to distract him. But it also means when he does reach the tower, he's close enough that defending troops can't attack him without coming into tower range themselves, forcing defenders to make difficult choices about troop placement. The river jump mechanic is central to understanding Hog Rider's strategy in Clash Royale. When he reaches the river, he leaps over it in a 1-second animation. During this jump, he's airborne and thus immune to ground attacking troops. Units like Knight or Valkyrie can't hit him mid-leap. However, air targeting and ground and air targeting troops like archers or musketeer can still damage him. This creates interesting mind games around the river. Defenders need to time their placements carefully, ensuring their counters are positioned to catch the Hog Rider after he lands rather than whiffing their attacks while he is jumping. The building targeting mechanic means the Hog Rider ignores all troops and goes straight for structures. This focus is both his greatest strength and most significant weakness. The strength is obvious. He can't be distracted by troops positioned away from his path. You can't pull him toward your king tower with a troop placement like you can with some other win conditions. He's going to attack the nearest building, period. The weakness is equally clear. Any building played in the center of the arena will pull him, dragging him away from the tower and into the kill zone where both princess towers can fire on him. This building vulnerability created an entire subset of defensive strategies. Cannon, Tesla, and Inferno Tower all became popular, partly because they could completely shut down Hog Rider pushes if played correctly. The Hog Rider would cross the river, get pulled to the defensive building, take fire from both towers while attempting to destroy the building, and typically die before reaching the Princess Tower. For 1 to 4 elixir, defenders could stop a 4 elixir Hog Rider, generating positive elixir traits that gave them advantage in subsequent exchanges. Smart Hog Rider players developed techniques to play around buildings. Prediction plays became essential, where you deploy the Hog Rider and immediately follow with a spell in the spot where you expected the defensive building to appear. A well-timed earthquake or lightning could eliminate the building as it was placed, allowing the Hog Rider to retarget onto the tower. This prediction gameplay added a layer of skill expression, separating good Hog Rider players from great ones. Spell synergy is crucial for Hog Rider effectiveness. Zap and Log are common pairings, providing cheap removal for small troops like skeletons or goblins that could otherwise distract or damage the Hog Rider. Fireball offers higher damage, capable of eliminating troops like Musketeer or Wizard while dealing chip damage to the tower. Lightning can remove defensive buildings and supporting troops simultaneously. Earthquake, while slower, provides great value against building heavy defenses. Freeze creates moments where the Hog Rider can attack unopposed. Though at 8 elixir total for Hog plus Freeze, this combo demands significant elixir advantage to use effectively. Supporting troops enhance Hog Rider pushes by providing utility he lacks. Ice Golem can tank damage and slow defending troops with its Death Nova. Ice Spirit provides a 1 elixir freeze effect that gives the Hog Rider extra seconds to attack. Electro Wizard or Musketeer, placed behind the Hog Rider, can eliminate defending troops while threatening to become their own win condition if ignored. These combinations transform simple Hog Rider deployments into complex pushes that require multiple defensive cards to stop completely. Timing is perhaps the most critical skill in Hog Rider gameplay. Deploying him when your opponent is low on elixir can result in devastating damage as they scramble to defend with suboptimal cards. Waiting until they've invested elixir on offense, then punishing them with a Hog Rider in the opposite lane, forces difficult choices about whether to defend or push for race scenarios. Recognizing when your opponent has cycled key counters out of their hand and striking before they can rotate back to them requires card counting and game sense that develops through extensive play. Defensive Hog Riders are an underappreciated aspect of his utility. While he targets buildings and thus doesn't directly defend, his very fast movement speed makes him effective for immediately counter-pushing after defending. Your opponent attacks, you defend successfully with an elixir advantage. You immediately drop the Hog Rider at the bridge before they can cycle back to defensive cards. This aggressive counter-push style keeps constant pressure on opponents, forcing them to maintain defensive posture rather than building up larger offensive plays. The Hog Rider-S interaction with various defensive options creates a complex rock-paper-scissors within the game's larger balance. Mini PEKKA completely shuts him down with proper timing, but costs 1 more elixir. Tornado can activate the King Tower against Hog Rider, creating a huge defensive advantage for the rest of the match. Fisherman can hook the Hog Rider away from the tower, similarly activating the King. Swarm troops like Skeleton Army or Goblin Gang can surround and eliminate him, but are vulnerable to prediction spells. Understanding these interactions and playing accordingly separates winning from losing in competitive play. One of the Hog Rider's greatest strengths is his consistency. He's not dependent on complex synergies or specific game states to function. 4 elixir, deploy at bridge, he charges toward tower. This simplicity makes him reliable. You always know what you're getting with a Hog Rider deployment. There are no random elements, no variants, just straightforward aggressive building targeting. This reliability made him a staple in competitive play for years, particularly in cycle decks where fast card rotation ensured you could apply constant pressure. The Hog Rider also benefits from what's called spell bait synergy. If your deck includes multiple cards that die to the same spell, your opponent must choose what to spend their spell on. A deck with both Hog Rider and Goblin Barrel, for instance, forces opponents to decide whether to use their log on goblins from the barrel or save it for supporting troops around the Hog Rider. These mind games add depth to Hog Rider gameplay beyond simply deploying him when you have 4 elixir. In double elixir, which begins at 60 seconds remaining in regular matches, the Hog Rider's fast cycle potential becomes even more valuable. The increased elixir generation allows for more frequent Hog Rider deployments, potentially sending 2 or even 3 in quick succession if you can cycle your deck fast enough. This relentless pressure forces opponents into reactive mode, defending repeatedly while struggling to mount a fence of their own. Double elixir is where patient Hog Rider players cash in on the chip damage accumulated during regular elixir time. The psychological element of Hog Rider play shouldn't be underestimated. Constant Hog Rider pressure creates stress for defenders. They know each mistake could result in significant tower damage. This pressure can force errors, suboptimal placements, panic decisions that good Hog Rider players exploit ruthlessly. The threat of the Hog Rider is almost as valuable as his actual damage, keeping opponents honest and preventing them from investing too heavily on offense lest they leave themselves vulnerable to the counterattack. Over the years, Supercell has tweaked the Hog Rider's stats multiple times to maintain balance. His hit speed was adjusted, his initial attack speed modified, his hit points and damage numbers scaled. Each change affected his viability in the meta, sometimes elevating him to top-tier status, sometimes dropping him to middle of the pack. But through all these adjustments, the Hog Rider remained playable, maintained a dedicated player base, continued appearing in competitive tournaments. This longevity speaks to the fundamental soundness of his design. The Hog Rider's accessibility also contributed to his mastery in the arena. Being a rare card available from Arena, 4-med players could obtain and level him without requiring legendary luck or epic patience. Free-to-play players could build competitive Hog Rider decks through dedication and time, making him a democratic win condition that didn't lock success behind rarity gates or paywalls. This accessibility helped cement his popularity and ensured a large player base continuously refined optimal Hog Rider strategies. The 2.6 Hog Cycle legend among all the decks in Clash Royale's history. Few have achieved the legendary status of 2.6 Hog Cycle. This deck composition, featuring Hog Rider as the primary win condition supported by incredibly cheap cards, became one of the most famous and enduring deck archetypes in the game. Understanding 2.6 Hog Cycle means understanding not just the cards involved, but the philosophy behind the deck and the skill required to pilot it successfully. The name 2.6 Hog Cycle refers to the deck's average elixir cost, 2.6 elixir per card. This incredibly low average means the deck cycles faster than almost any other viable composition. You play through your 8 cards and get back to your Hog Rider more quickly than your opponent can rotate back to their best counters. This speed is the deck's fundamental advantage, applying constant pressure through sheer card rotation velocity. The classic 2.6 Hog Cycle composition includes Hog Rider as the win condition, Musketeer as versatile range support and defense, Ice Golem as a tank and slow effect provider, Cannon as a defensive building, Skeletons as the cheapest cycle card, Ice Spirit for low-cost freeze utility, Fireball for spell damage and medium troop removal, and Log for small troop elimination and knockback. Each card serves specific purposes, and the synergy between them creates a deck greater than the sum of its parts. The deck's philosophy centers on defense and counterattack. You don't build up large pushes like beatdown decks do. You defend efficiently using cheap cards and precise placements, then immediately counterpush with Hog Rider while your opponent is low on elixir. The fast cycle means you can apply pressure constantly, never giving opponents breathing room to build up their own offensive plays. It's death by 1,000 cuts, steady Hog Rider chip damage accumulating over time until towers fall. Piloting 2.6 Hog Cycle requires exceptional mechanical skill. Every placement matters. A cannon placed one tile wrong can result in it failing to pull threats properly. An ice golem deployed too early or too late can waste its value. Musketeer positioning determines whether she survives to provide counterpush support or gets eliminated by spells. The deck has no room for error because every card is essential, and wasting even one elixir can result in being overwhelmed on defense. The skill ceiling of 2.6 Hog Cycle is among the highest in Clash Royale. Mastering it requires learning countless interactions, how to defend against every major archetype, optimal placement patterns for different threats, spell timing to maximize value, when to cycle aggressively versus when to be patient. Professional players who specialized in 2.6 Hog Cycle became celebrities within the community. Their gameplay studied and emulated by aspiring players seeking to master this demanding deck. One famous 2.6 player was Oyasu, a Japanese competitor who demonstrated incredible skill with the archetype. His defensive abilities seemed almost superhuman, using skeletons and ice spirit to defend against threats that should have overwhelmed such cheap cards. His precise placements, split-second timing, and deep understanding of card interactions made him a joy to watch and a nightmare to face. He proved that in sufficiently skilled hands, 2.6 Hog Cycle could compete with any deck regardless of rarity or average elixir cost. The defensive capabilities of 2.6 Hog Cycle are remarkable considering the deck's low elixir commitment. Cannon serves as the primary building for pulling and tanking damage. Ice Golem kites threats while providing death damage and slow. Musketeer offers high damage per second from safe distance. Skeletons provide incredible value for their 1 elixir cost, capable of surrounding and eliminating or heavily damaging units worth many times their cost. Ice Spirit adds a brief freeze effect that is often just enough to prevent defending units from connecting with your tower. Against different archetypes, 2.6 Hog Cycle adapts its defensive strategy. Against beatdown decks with tanks like Golem or Lava Hound, the focus is on defending efficiently with minimal elixir, then punishing their large investments with opposite lane Hog Rider pressure that forces them to defend rather than building up unstoppable pushes. Against bridge spam, the deck's cheap cards allow for rapid response to threats in both lanes. Against other cycle decks, the faster rotation speed usually provides advantage in the race to chip down towers. The Fireball in 2.6 Hog Cycle serves multiple purposes. Offensively, it hits the tower alongside Hog Rider damage, increasing chip potential. It eliminates or damages troops defending against the Hog Rider, particularly 3 Musketeers or grouped units. Defensively, it resets Inferno Towers and Inferno Dragons that would otherwise melt through tanks. It removes support troops behind enemy tanks. The versatility of Fireball makes it irreplaceable in the deck, despite its relatively high 4 elixir cost. Log provides similar versatility at 2 elixir. It clears small troops like goblins or skeletons that could surround and eliminate Ice Golem. It pushes back threats, buying precious seconds for your defenses to work. It chips the tower for modest damage that accumulates over long matches. The knockback effect can interrupt charges or attacks, providing utility beyond simple damage. Between Fireball and Log, 2.6 Hog Cycle has answers for most defensive setups opponents might employ. The Ice Golem is perhaps the most underrated card in 2.6 Hog Cycle. For 2 Elixir, it provides so much utility. It tanks damage for the Hog Rider, absorbing hits that would otherwise reduce the Hog's HP before reaching the tower. Its Death Nova slows enemy troops, giving your defensive units more time to work. It can kite troops away from your towers, drawing melee threats across the arena while your Prince's towers destroy them. It can tank for Musketeer on counter pushes, protecting her long enough to deal significant damage. Cannon's role as the sole defensive building creates vulnerability against building targeting wind conditions, but 2.6 Hog Cycle compensates through outright cycling and superior elixir efficiency. Against Hog Riders, Cannon pulls them into both tower ranges. Against Giants or Golems, it tanks damage while Ice Golem kites and Musketeer damages from range. Against Royal Giants, Cannon's placement can minimize damage while other cards eliminate the threat. The 3 elixir cost allows for frequent cannon placements, maintaining defensive pressure without breaking the bank. Skeletons represent the ultimate value play at 1 elixir for 3 units. They can surround Prince or mini PEKKA, often eliminating these threats without taking tower damage. They can distract air units, pulling them into tower range. They can cycle the deck when you need to get back to specific cards quickly. They can provide bodies for Hog Rider pushes, absorbing tower shots. Their fragility means they die easily to spells or splash damage, but at 1 elixir, even getting modest value makes them worthwhile. Ice Spirit's 1 elixir freeze effect is another high-value card that skilled players extract maximum worth from. Timed correctly, it can freeze defending troops just long enough for Hog Rider to land extra hits. It can stun charging units, interrupting their attacks. Combined with skeletons, it can defend against surprisingly expensive threats. Its cycle potential matches skeletons, allowing for rapid deck rotation when needed. The freeze duration may be brief, but in a game where fractions of seconds matter, Ice Spirit's effect is often game-changing. Musketeer serves as the deck's most expensive card at 4 elixir, matching the Hog Rider's cost. She provides essential range damage, capable of eliminating or damaging air units that the rest of the deck struggles against. It faces challenges against Earthquake decks that destroy the cannon and weaken the Hog Riders simultaneously. It can struggle against X-Bow and Mortar decks that outcycle it and provide building-to-building interactions. But it performs well against Beatdown, has even matchups against most bridge spam variants, and generally favors the skilled player in mirror matches. The learning curve for 2.6 Hog Cycle is steep. New players picking up the deck often get overwhelmed on defense. Their cheap cards eliminated easily by opponents who can afford to spend more elixir. They misplace buildings, waste spells, miss counter-push timings, but with practice, patterns emerge. Placements become muscle memory. Interactions are learned and internalized. The deck's skill ceiling means there's always room for improvement. Always some interaction to optimize. Always some matchup knowledge to deepen. Tournament success for 2.6 Hog Cycle varied over the years depending on the meta, but it maintained consistent representation even when not top tier. Players who mastered the deck could compete against theoretically unfavorable matchups through superior skill. Watching professional 2.6 players defend against what should be overwhelming pushes using nothing but precise placements and perfect timing was inspirational, demonstrating that skill could overcome resource disadvantages. The deck's longevity is remarkable. 2.6 Hog Cycle has remained viable in some form for years, surviving numerous balance changes, meta shifts, and new card releases. Its fundamental strategy of fast cycling and efficient defense proved resilient against whatever the game threw at it. New players continued discovering and mastering the deck, keeping its legacy alive through multiple generations of the Clash Royale community. 2.6 Hog Cycle represents the Hog Rider at his finest. A focused, aggressive win condition supported by efficient cards that maximize his potential. The deck embodies principles of skill expression, card knowledge, and precise execution that define competitive Clash Royale at its highest level. It's more than just a deck composition. It's a philosophy, a way of understanding the game, and a testament to what the Hog Rider can achieve when piloted by dedicated players willing to invest the time to master him. Strategic mastery, beyond simply knowing how to use the Hog Rider. True mastery requires understanding advanced strategies, subtle techniques, and deep game knowledge that separates casual players from competitive ones. Let's explore the strategic depth that makes Hog Rider gameplay endlessly rewarding for those willing to study and improve. Pressure management is fundamental to Hog Rider strategy. The Hog Rider isn't just about dealing damage. He's about creating pressure that forces defensive responses. Even when your Hog Rider dies without touching the tower, if he forced your opponent to spend 5 or 6 elixir defending, you've generated positive elixir trade that can be exploited. Understanding this economic aspect transforms how you think about Hog Rider deployments. Sometimes the goal isn't massive damage, but forcing inefficient defensive spending that creates opportunities later. Opposite lane pressure is an advanced technique that many decks employ, but it's particularly effective with Hog Rider due to his speed and immediate threat. When your opponent commits significant elixir to an attack in one lane, dropping a Hog Rider in the opposite lane forces impossible choices. Do they commit more elixir to defend, potentially overextending? Do they ignore it and race for tower damage? Do they split their remaining elixir between both lanes, defending poorly in both? These decisions must be made in seconds, and the pressure often causes mistakes you can capitalize on. Spell prediction is where true Hog Rider mastery shines. Average players react to what opponents play. Good players predict what opponents will play and preemptively counter it. Against defensive buildings, this means deploying Hog Rider and immediately sending Earthquake or Lightning to the predicted building placement. Get this right, and you eliminate their defense before it can function. Miss, and you've wasted elixir and spell value. The risk-reward calculation requires reading your opponent, understanding their patterns, and having the confidence to commit to predictions. Building placement is a subcategory of prediction worth exploring independently. Experienced players know the common spots where defensive buildings get placed. Cannon in the center, Tesla slightly offset, Inferno Tower deeper in their territory. Learning these positions allows for more accurate predictions. But the metagame goes deeper. Smart defenders vary their placements to avoid predictions, forcing you to adapt. Recognizing when an opponent is mixing up building positions and adjusting your predictions accordingly separates great players from good ones. King Tower activation is a consideration that affects all Hog Rider players. Certain defensive techniques allow opponents to activate their King Tower against Hog Rider pushes, creating a significant disadvantage for the rest of the match. Tornado and Fisherman are primary culprits, hooking or pulling the Hog Rider into positions where he attacks the King Tower, activating it permanently. Once active, the King Tower provides additional firepower that makes all subsequent defenses easier. Careful play around these cards. Using Ice Golem or other units to alter the Hog Rider's path can prevent King activation and maintain better matchup dynamics. Elixir counting is essential for competitive Hog Rider play. You need to track approximately how much elixir your opponent has at any given moment. They played Mega Knight? That's 7 elixir they don't have for defending your Hog Rider. They're at 2 elixir? Perfect time to pressure them while they can't mount full defense. This mental math happens continuously throughout matches, informing every deployment decision. Better elixir tracking leads to better timing, leads to more successful Hog Rider connections. Card rotation tracking takes elixir counting further. Not only do you need to know your opponent's elixir, You need to know what cards are in their hand versus cycled out. If they just use their best hog counter, that's your window to strike before they can rotate back to it. If they haven't played a certain card in a while, it's probably in their hand, so you need to play around it. This mental tracking is demanding, but absolutely crucial for high-level play. Understanding matchups goes beyond knowing which decks counter yours. It's about knowing specific win conditions within matchups. Against golem decks, you typically want to pressure opposite lane when they commit to golem, forcing them to defend instead of building unstoppable pushes. Against X-Bow, you need to pressure constantly, preventing them from establishing their siege position comfortably. Against Graveyard, saving your cheap troops to counter the graveyard while using Hog Rider for counter pressure creates favorable dynamics. Each matchup has optimal strategies that experience teaches you. Chip damage accumulation is often more important than attempting high damage pushes. A Hog Rider that lands 2 hits on a tower has dealt over 500 damage at tournament standard. Do that 5 times over a match, and you've destroyed the tower without ever landing a massive push. Consistent, modest damage is more reliable than gambling on large investments that might get fully defended. Patient Hog Rider players understand this. Content to chip away methodically rather than forcing big plays that might backfire. Overtime strategy changes the calculus. In overtime, towers have reduced hit points and both players generate elixir faster. This benefits Hog Rider due to his fast cycle potential. You can send multiple Hog Riders in quick succession, overwhelming defenses through sheer repetition. The reduced tower HP means each connection is more valuable, potentially taking towers with fewer hits. Playing for overtime when you have life total advantage can be correct strategy. Knowing your Hog Rider's speed and cycle potential give you edge in sudden death scenarios. Defensive Hog Riders, as mentioned earlier, deserve deeper exploration. The very fast movement speed means Hog Rider can cross the arena and threaten towers within seconds of being deployed. After successfully defending an attack with positive elixir trade, immediately counter-pushing with Hog Rider capitalizes on their low elixir state. They just spent 6 elixir attacking. You defended for 4 and immediately deploy Hog Rider. They have only 2 elixir to defend with, virtually guaranteeing damage. This aggressive counter-push style maintains initiative, never giving opponents comfortable positions to mount offense. Bait strategies with Hog Rider involve including cards that force out specific counters, then exploiting their absence. If your deck has both Hog Rider and Battle Ram, both target buildings, and have similar counters, force out the defensive building with Battle Ram, then send Hog Rider before they can cycle back to another building. If your deck includes Goblin Barrel alongside Hog Rider, force out Log with the barrel, then send Hog supporting troops that would die to Log. These synergies create situations where optimal defenses become impossible. Placement nuances matter more than many players realize. Deploying Hog Rider at the bridge is standard, but sometimes placing him in your own territory and letting him walk to the bridge is better. This gives time for supporting troops to catch up, creating more cohesive pushes. It also makes timing harder for opponents, as they can't predict as easily when the Hog will cross the river. Against certain defensive setups, this delayed approach avoids giving them perfect value with their counters. Ice Golem placement relative to Hog Rider determines effectiveness. Too far ahead, and it crosses the river first, triggering defensive building pull before the Hog arrives. Too far behind, and it doesn't tank enough damage. The optimal position is slightly ahead, but not at the river when the Hog reaches it, allowing both units to cross together with Ice Golem in front. This precise spacing maximizes the tank value while ensuring the Hog isn't pulled before Ice Golem can influence positioning. Musketeer positioning behind Hog Rider creates dilemmas for defenders. They need to address both threats, but eliminating Musketeer requires committing troops or spells that might be needed for the Hog. If they focus on stopping the Hog and ignore Musketeer, she deals significant tower damage. If they commit to killing Musketeer, the Hog connects for multiple hits. This splitting of defensive attention is powerful, forcing opponents to choose between bad options rather than executing optimal defenses. Spell timing within pushes requires judgment and experience. Using Fireball too early means it might not catch the troops opponent plays to defend. Using it too late means those troops have already damaged or eliminated your Hog. The optimal timing depends on predicting what they'll play and when. Against experienced opponents, varying your spell timing prevents them from playing around it consistently. Sometimes you spell preemptively, sometimes reactively, keeping them guessing. Understanding tower damage priorities helps manage endgame situations. If both you and your opponent have damaged towers, sometimes the correct play is defending efficiently rather than racing. If you're ahead on tower damage and time is running out, you can play defensively and win on life total. If you're behind, you need to take risks, sending Hog Riders even when it's not optimal because you need tower damage regardless of traits. These strategic considerations change how you approach every play in the final minute. Learning from losses is crucial for improvement. When your Hog Rider gets countered efficiently, don't just move to the next match. Analyze what went wrong. Did you deploy into their counter? Did you fail to predict their defensive building? Did you waste spells earlier that would have helped? Each loss contains lessons if you're willing to examine them critically. The best players treat losses as educational opportunities, building mental databases of what works and what doesn't against specific decks and strategies. Adapting mid-match separates good players from great ones. If your opponent shows they have perfect counters for standard Hog Rider pressure, you need to adjust. Maybe you focus more on spell cycling their tower down. Maybe you play more defensively, waiting for opportunities when they overcommit. Maybe you start using Hog Rider as a defensive card, soaking damage from their threats, then counter-pushing with survivors. Rigid strategies fail against adaptive opponents. Flexibility, creativity, and willingness to change approaches mid-match are essential skills. Mind games become relevant at higher competitive levels. If you always play Hog Rider in the same lane, opponents know where to commit defensive resources. Mixing up your lanes keeps them honest, forces them to maintain awareness of both sides. If you always support Hog with the same cards, they can defend more efficiently. Varying your support troops creates uncertainty. If you always play at the same elixir counts, they can anticipate your moves. Randomizing when you pressure makes their defensive timing more difficult. Practice and repetition build the muscle memory and pattern recognition that define mastery. You need to play hundreds of matches to internalize all the interactions, placement positions, timing windows, and strategic considerations that go into optimal Hog Rider play. There are no shortcuts. The players who dominate with Hog Rider have invested countless hours refining their skills, learning from mistakes, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible with this 4 elixir card. The meta constantly evolves, and successful Hog Rider players evolve with it. New cards get released that counter him differently. Balance changes alter interactions. Popular decks shift, creating different matchup spreads. Staying current with the meta, understanding what's popular and why, allows you to adapt your Hog Rider strategy to remain effective. What worked 6 months ago might not work today. Continuous learning and adaptation are essential for maintaining success over time. Strategic mastery of the Hog Rider ultimately comes down to decision-making. Every match presents countless decision points. When to play him, which lane to choose, how to support him, when to spell, when to cycle, when to defend. Making the correct decision consistently, under pressure, while tracking multiple variables simultaneously, is what defines mastery. It's not about mechanical skill or reaction time, though those help. It's about game knowledge, experience, and judgment refined through dedicated practice and thoughtful analysis. Cultural impact. The Hog Rider's influence extends far beyond Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. He became a cultural phenomenon, a character recognized by people who've never played Supercell's games, a meme that transcended his original context to become part of broader internet culture. Understanding this impact helps explain why the Hog Rider matters beyond his mechanical effectiveness in games. The meme status began with that 2015 commercial, but expanded dramatically from there. The phrase Hog Rider itself became a cultural touchstone, something people would yell in completely unrelated contexts. Gamers streaming different games would randomly shout Hog Rider, and their audiences would immediately understand the reference. It became a greeting, an exclamation, a way of expressing enthusiasm or announcing your presence. The specific cadence and pronunciation from the commercial was what made it work. It wasn't just saying the words. It was the delivery, the high-pitched enthusiasm, the specific rhythm that made it memorable. Copypasta, those long text blocks that get copied and shared repeatedly across internet forums and chat rooms, featured the Hog Rider prominently. The most famous one describes the Hog Rider in exhaustive detail. Starting with the Hog Rider card is unlocked from the Spell Valley, Arena 5, and continuing through multiple paragraphs of game mechanics, statistics, and strategic considerations. This copypasta spread across Reddit, Discord servers, YouTube comments, and countless other platforms. People would post it randomly, completely unrelated to the discussion at hand, as a form of internet humor. The length and specificity of the copypasta made it perfect for this purpose. It was absurd to post such detailed game information in random contexts, and that absurdity was the joke. The copypasta evolved over time, with variations adding to or modifying the original text. Some versions included exaggerated statistics, turning the Hog Rider into an impossibly powerful character. Others added narrative elements, creating stories about the Hog Rider's adventures. The flexibility of the format allowed for endless creativity while maintaining the core recognition factor. People knew what you were doing when you posted Hog Rider copypasta, and that shared understanding created community and connection. YouTube became a major platform for Hog Rider content. Countless videos featured Hog Rider strategies, gameplay, montages, and memes. Some creators specialized in Hog Rider content, building entire channels around this single card. Others included Hog Rider segments as part of broader Clash Royale coverage. The view counts on popular Hog Rider videos reached millions, demonstrating the character's drawing power. People wanted to watch Hog Rider content, whether it was educational, entertaining, or pure meme material. Twitch streamers embraced the Hog Rider as well. The character's aggressive playstyle created exciting moments that translated well to streaming. A successful Hog Rider connection on the opponent's tower, especially in close matches, generated the kind of emotional high that made for great streaming content. Chat reactions, streamer celebrations, the tension of watching whether the hog would connect or get countered. All of this created engagement that benefited streamers and promoted the Hog Rider's cultural presence. Fan art flourished around the Hog Rider. Artists drew him in countless styles: realistic, cartoonish, anime-inspired, pixel art, 3D renders. Some art stayed faithful to his in-game appearance. Others reimagined him in different settings, different time periods, different artistic traditions. The creative community embraced the Hog Rider as a subject worthy of their attention, producing artwork that ranged from humorous to beautiful to thought-provoking. This artistic engagement demonstrated the character's inspirational power beyond his functional role in gameplay. Cosplay, while less common for mobile game characters than for console or PC games, did include some impressive Hog Rider interpretations. Creating a convincing Hog Rider cosplay presents significant challenges. You need the mohawk, the physique, the hammer, and ideally some representation of the hog itself. Despite these difficulties, Dedicated cosplayers brought the character to life at gaming conventions and community events. Seeing a physical hog rider, hammer raised, perhaps riding some creative hog representation, brought smiles and recognition from convention attendees who immediately understood the reference. The character's cultural impact extended into mainstream awareness in ways few mobile game characters achieve. Articles in gaming media and even general interest publications referenced the Hog Rider when discussing mobile gaming's cultural influence. He became a representative character, embodying mobile gaming's reach and impact on popular culture. When journalists wanted to discuss mobile gaming's success or cultural penetration, the Hog Rider was a character they could reference with confidence that readers would understand. Music and audio content incorporated Hog Rider elements. DJs and producers sampled his battle cry into songs. YouTubers created extended remixes of Hog Rider sounds. The audio became separated from its visual context, living independently as sound that people recognized and enjoyed for its own sake. This audio virality demonstrated how completely the character had penetrated internet culture. Even without seeing him, just hearing that distinctive cry was enough to trigger recognition and response. Reaction images and GIFs featuring the Hog Rider proliferated across social media. Particular frames from commercials or gameplay became templates for expressing emotions or reactions. The bathtub scene from the 2015 commercial provided multiple useful reaction image formats: confusion, realization, sudden alertness, determination. These images transcended Clash of Clans, being used in conversations about everything from sports to politics to everyday life situations. When a character's imagery can express universal human experiences, that's true cultural penetration. The crossover into other games and media was limited but present. Some indie developers included Hog Rider references in their games as Easter eggs or homages. Some content creators in completely different gaming communities would make Hog Rider references, confident their audiences would get the joke. This cross-pollination demonstrated how the character had become part of a shared cultural vocabulary that transcended specific game communities. Educational content, surprisingly, featured the Hog Rider as well. Videos about game design, character creation, monetization strategies in mobile games, and viral marketing all used the Hog Rider as case studies. He became an example of doing it right, of creating a character that resonated with audiences beyond his functional role. Game development students studying how to create memorable characters looked at the Hog Rider as a model of effective design combined with smart marketing. The longevity of the Hog Rider's cultural relevance is remarkable. Many memes burn bright and fade quickly. The Hog Rider has remained relevant for years, continuing to generate new content, new jokes, new interpretations. This staying power suggests the character tapped into something deeper than just momentary humor. He represents concepts and attitudes that continue to resonate: enthusiasm, determination, the joy of charging forward goals, the brotherhood of answering the call when it comes. Merchandise featuring the Hog Rider appeared through both official and unofficial channels. Supercell produced official Hog Rider merchandise, from t-shirts to figurines to plushies. The unofficial merchandise, while existing in legal gray areas, demonstrated fan enthusiasm and willingness to spend money on Hog Rider-related products. People wanted to own physical representations of this character, to display their connection to him and to Clash culture more broadly. The Hog Rider became a symbol of Clash Royale itself in many contexts. When people thought of Clash Royale, they often thought of the Hog Rider first, even though the game featured hundreds of other cards. His iconic status made him a natural representative. The character Supercell could put front and center in marketing with confidence that he would be recognized and well received. This symbolic importance elevated him beyond just another card in the game to something more significant. Community events and tournaments often featured Hog Rider imagery prominently. Tournament organizers knew putting a hog rider on promotional materials would attract attention and communicate what the event was about. Community challenges sometimes required using hog rider decks or achieving specific objectives with him. These design choices leveraged his popularity to drive engagement and participation. The cultural impact of the hog rider represents something special in gaming history. Characters become popular all the time, but few achieve the kind of multimedia, multi-platform, cross-community presence that the hog rider did. He became bigger than his game, more significant than his mechanics, more memorable than his statistics. He became an icon, a character that will be remembered and referenced for years to come, long after individual balance changes and meta shifts have been forgotten. That's the ultimate measure of cultural impact. Enduring relevance that transcends the original context and becomes part of the larger cultural conversation. The Hog Rider family. While the original Hog Rider remains the most famous, Supercell introduced several variations and related characters over the years that expanded the concept and created a broader family of hog riding warriors. Each variation brought something unique while maintaining the core identity that made the original so popular. The Royal Hogs appeared in Clash Royale as a card released in June 2018. Rather than a single Hog Rider, this card deploys 4 Royal Hogs simultaneously for 5 elixir. These are smaller hogs, each ridden by a different warrior, spreading across the arena when deployed. The concept took the single target pressure of the original Hog Rider and transformed it into multi-lane pressure that forced defenders to address multiple threats simultaneously. The Royal Hogs have distinct visual differences from the standard Hog Rider. They wear blue and red team-colored clothing and armor rather than the brown and gold of the original. Their riders appear younger, perhaps squires or apprentices rather than the veteran warrior status of the classic Hog Rider. The Hogs themselves have similar builds, but slightly different proportions, emphasizing their role as a unit group rather than an individual hero. Mechanically, Royal Hogs function differently from their single counterpart. They split when deployed, with 2 heading to each lane. This forces defenders to defend both lanes or accept damage somewhere. Unlike the single Hog Rider, who provides focused pressure on one tower, Royal Hogs create distributed pressure that's harder to fully shut down. However, their split nature means they remain more vulnerable to splash damage troops that can eliminate multiple Royal Hogs simultaneously. The strategic applications of Royal Hogs differ from traditional Hog Rider play. They work well in bridge spam strategies, where overwhelming opponents with multiple threats across both lanes is the goal. They benefit from support troops that can protect multiple lanes simultaneously, like Princes or Magic Archer. They're more effective in some matchups than single Hog Rider, particularly against decks that defend one lane excellently, but struggle with dual lane pressure. Royal Hogs never achieved quite the same cultural status as the original Hog Rider. They were seen as the newer, different version rather than replacements or equals. The community generally viewed them as their own thing rather than true members of the Hog Rider legacy, though they maintained consistent usage in certain deck archetypes and meta environments. The Hog Rider skin variations within Clash Royale added cosmetic diversity without changing gameplay. Different seasons and events introduced alternate Hog Rider appearances, holiday themes, special color schemes, unique visual effects. These skins allowed players to customize their Hog Rider's appearance while maintaining his familiar mechanics. The existence of skins demonstrated Supercell's recognition that players wanted ways to personalize this popular character. The Super Hog Rider, while not officially in Clash Royale, appeared in fan concepts and discussions frequently. Players imagined what a super version would look like. Perhaps a massive hog with extra armor, a hammer that struck multiple times per swing, or enhanced stats that made him a true champion tier card. While these remain theoretical, the enthusiasm for the concept showed players' desire for evolved or enhanced versions of their favorite character. In Clash of Clans, The Super Troop system introduced Super Barbarian, Super Archer, and other enhanced versions of standard troops, but notably never included a Super Hog Rider. This absence was interesting, possibly because the standard Hog Rider was already considered sufficiently unique and powerful, or perhaps because Supercell wanted to preserve his specific identity without muddying it with variations. The lack of Super Hog Rider became something players noted and occasionally requested. The builder base in Clash of Clans, a separate game mode within the game, included its own version of the Hog Rider called the Hog Glider. This variation replaced the ground-based Hog with a flying contraption, creating a completely different unit that happened to be operated by a similar warrior. The Hog Glider represented an interesting alternate evolution. What if the Hog Rider tradition adapted to different combat needs? While not technically part of the Hog Rider family, the design similarities created connections in players' minds. The Hog Rider also appeared in promotional crossovers and limited events. Special game modes would sometimes feature enhanced or modified Hog Riders with unusual stats or abilities. Draft modes and special challenges sometimes showcased Hog Riders with modified mechanics as part of the event's unique rule set. These temporary variations gave players chances to experience the character in new ways without permanently changing his core identity. Fan-created variations proliferated across the community. Players designed their own Hog Rider concepts. Ice Hog Rider with freezing attacks, Fire Hog Rider with damage over time effects, Flying Hog Rider who could ignore ground troops entirely, Tank Hog Rider with massive health but slower speed. While these never became official, they demonstrated the creative possibilities players saw in the core concept and their desire for expanded Hog Rider options. The family aspect extended beyond just game units to include the brotherhood concept established in commercials and community perception. All Hog Riders are brothers, answering each other's calls, supporting each other, existing as a unified warrior culture rather than isolated individuals. This brotherhood transcends individual variations or mechanical differences. Whether you're the classic Hog Rider, a Royal Hog, or any other variation, you're part of the larger Hog Rider family united by shared values and fighting style. This family concept added depth to the character that purely mechanical cards lack. The Hog Rider isn't just a unit you deploy. He's part of a tradition, a culture, a brotherhood with its own history and values. When you play a Hog Rider, you're invoking that entire legacy, becoming part of something larger than a single match or deployment. This narrative richness elevated the character beyond his stats and abilities into something more meaningful. The visual consistency across variations helped maintain family identity while allowing individual character. All Hog Rider variants share certain design elements: the riding posture, the hammer weapon type, the aggressive charging animation, the distinctive battle cry. These consistent elements create immediate recognition, while variations in color, armor, exact appearance, and slight mechanical differences create variety within the family structure. Supercell's careful management of the Hog Rider brand, creating variations that expanded the concept without diluting it, demonstrated sophisticated character management. They could have oversaturated the market with dozens of Hog Rider variants, but instead they introduced new versions sparingly, ensuring each one felt special rather than just another copy. This restraint preserved the original Hog Rider's iconic status while giving players additional options. The Hog Rider family, in all its official and unofficial forms, represents the character's versatility and enduring appeal. The core concept of a warrior on a hog charging at buildings proved adaptable to different contexts, different gameplay needs, different visual styles. This adaptability ensured the Hog Rider remained relevant to changing metas and evolving game design philosophies. He could be single-target or multi-target, standard or modified, classic or themed, and still retain that essential Hog Rider spirit that players loved. Tournament glory, In competitive Clash Royale, the Hog Rider achieved legendary status through countless tournament performances, championship victories, and memorable plays that defined eras of professional play. Examining his tournament history reveals how a 4-elixir rare card became one of the most feared and respected win conditions in competitive gaming. The early competitive Clash Royale scene, from 2016 through 2017, saw Hog Rider as a dominant force. His reliability, relatively low cost, and straightforward gameplay made him ideal for tournament settings where consistency mattered more than flashy plays. Professional players could execute Hog Rider strategies with precision, minimizing risk while maximizing damage output. Top players like Surgical Goblin, Orange Juice, and others showcased Hog Rider mastery, winning tournaments and establishing deck archetypes that the community would study and emulate. The Crown Championship, Clash Royale's premier esports event, featured Hog Rider prominently throughout its various iterations. In multiple seasons, championship-winning decks included Hog Rider as the primary win condition. The card's performance on the biggest stages, under maximum pressure with significant prize money on the line, proved his competitive viability wasn't just theory, but battle-tested reality. When professionals chose Hog Rider for championship matches, they trusted him to deliver under the highest stakes. Specific memorable moments defined the Hog Rider's tournament legacy. Last-second Hog Rider connections that won matches. Prediction earthquakes that eliminated defensive buildings at crucial moments. Defensive Hog Riders that transitioned into game-winning counter-pushes. These highlight reel plays became part of Clash Royale esports lore. Clips that got shared and rewatched. Moments that new players studied to understand what peak Hog Rider play looked like. The 2.6 Hog Cycle deck specifically became synonymous with high-skill competitive play. Watching professional players pilot this demanding archetype was educational and entertaining. Their defensive perfection, using cannon and ice golem and skeletons to defend against pushes that should have been unstoppable, showcased game knowledge that seemed superhuman. Their offensive precision, finding tiny windows of opportunity to slip Hog Riders through for chip damage, demonstrated patience and discipline that defined professional-level play. Regional differences in Hog Rider usage emerged as the competitive scene matured. Asian tournaments saw different Hog Rider deck compositions than European or American events. Cultural and meta preferences meant that while the Hog Rider appeared globally, the specific supporting cards and strategic approaches varied. This diversity kept competitive Clash Royale interesting, with international events featuring clash of different Hog Rider philosophies as much as clash of different players. Balance changes affected tournament viability dramatically. When Supercell adjusted Hog Rider stats, professionals had to adapt immediately. Tournament players couldn't wait weeks to adjust like casual players could. They needed to immediately recalculate matchups, adjust placements and timings, sometimes completely rebuild decks. The top players distinguished themselves through their adaptation speed, continuing to succeed with Hog Rider even when balance changes made it more difficult. Team tournaments added another dimension to Hog Rider's competitive presence. In formats where teams drafted decks or where multiple players on a team needed different win conditions, Hog Rider's versatility made him valuable. He could be the aggressive option on a team with defensive players or the cycle option on a team with beatdown specialists. His flexibility ensured he remained relevant across different team compositions and strategic approaches. The prize money earned by Hog Rider players ran into hundreds of thousands of dollars across all competitive Clash Royale history. Top professionals who specialized in Hog Rider strategies earned significant portions of the millions. Supercell distributed through their esports program. This financial success validated the character's competitive viability and provided real-world evidence that mastering the Hog Rider could be literally lucrative. Coaching and educational content around competitive Hog Rider play became its own industry. Professional players created courses, guides, and coaching services teaching optimal Hog Rider gameplay. Students paid for this education, hoping to improve their own tournament results. The existence of this educational ecosystem around a single card demonstrated his complexity and the value players placed on mastering him. Learning from champions who had won with Hog Rider provided aspirational pathways for competitive-minded players. Tournament statistics revealed interesting patterns. Hog Rider's win rate at the highest competitive levels sometimes differed significantly from his ladder win rate. Professional play emphasized different skills than ladder grinding did. The predictive, precise play that defined top-tier competition suited Hog Rider's strategic depth. He rewarded game knowledge and disciplined execution in ways that benefited professionals more than casual players. The decline and resurgence cycles in Hog Rider's tournament presence created narratives within the competitive scene. When new cards or balance changes pushed him out of the meta, analysts would declare him dead. Then a creative player would find a new deck composition or strategy that brought him back. These comeback stories became part of competitive Clash Royale mythology, with the Hog Rider repeatedly proving that counting him out was premature. Qualifier tournaments, where players competed for spots in major events, saw even higher Hog Rider usage than championships themselves. Players trusted his consistency for the pressure-filled matches where a single loss could end their championship dreams. The psychological comfort of playing with a familiar, reliable win condition mattered immensely in these high-stakes situations. Better to play your practiced Hog Rider deck than try something theoretically better but less comfortable. Spectator appeal was another factor in Hog Rider's tournament success. He created exciting moments that translated well to streaming and broadcasts. Casters could build drama around whether a Hog Rider would connect, making each deployment a moment of tension. The fast pace of Hog Rider matches kept viewers engaged. Long, slow matches could bore spectators, but Hog Rider's aggressive tempo created constant action that made for good viewing. The legacy of tournament Hog Rider play influenced the broader community significantly. Ladder players watched tournament games and tried to replicate professional strategies. Meta shifts often started at the tournament level before trickling down to casual play. When a professional won a major tournament with a specific Hog Rider deck, you could track the spread of that deck through the ladder over subsequent weeks as players copied the championship winning formula. Analysis content breaking down tournament matches featuring Hog Rider educated the community about high-level play. YouTubers and analysts would review championship games play-by-play, explaining the decision-making behind each Hog Rider deployment, each spell usage, each defensive sequence. This content made professional play accessible to average players, teaching strategic concepts through practical examples from the highest level of competition. The Hog Rider's tournament glory ultimately stemmed from the perfect intersection of accessibility, skill ceiling, and reliability. He was easy enough to learn that professionals could master him completely, complex enough that mastery separated good from great, and consistent enough that tournament players could trust him when everything was on the line. This combination is rare in competitive gaming, and the Hog Rider embodied it perfectly, earning his place in Clash Royale esports history through performance when it mattered most. The Brotherhood, the concept of Hog Rider Brotherhood, established primarily through the 2015 commercial and reinforced through community culture, adds a fascinating social dimension to what could have been just another game unit. This brotherhood represents something deeper than mechanical synergies or strategic coordination. It speaks to themes of loyalty, shared purpose, and unbreakable bonds that resonate emotionally with players. The commercial established the foundational brotherhood narrative. When one Hog Rider calls, others answer without question or hesitation. Whatever they're doing becomes immediately irrelevant compared to the summons. This absolute response creates a powerful image of commitment and unity. In a world where individualism often dominates, The Hog Rider Brotherhood represents something different. Identity defined through collective membership, rather than personal achievement alone. What drives this brotherhood? The commercials never explicitly explain it, leaving room for interpretation and imagination. Perhaps it's a warrior culture passed down through generations, where becoming a hog rider means joining an ancient tradition. Perhaps it's forged through shared training, the intense bonding that happens when warriors prepare for battle together. Perhaps it's magical, the dark elixir creating connections between those it enhances. The ambiguity allows players to project their own understanding onto the Brotherhood, making it personally meaningful. The training aspect, shown in various promotional materials, suggests the Brotherhood begins early. Young warriors learning to ride, practicing hammer techniques together, competing, but also supporting each other. This training period would create deep bonds, the kind forged through shared struggle and achievement. By the time they're battle-ready, they're not just individual warriors who happen to use similar tactics. They're brothers who have grown together, learned together, and now fight together. The communal activities shown in commercials reinforce the Brotherhood outside of battle context. Hog riders playing cards together, grooming together, relaxing in shared spaces. These moments of peaceful coexistence create the foundation that makes their battle unity possible. They're not just battle brothers, but life brothers, sharing the full spectrum of warrior existence from the mundane to the momentous. The hogs themselves might be part of what creates brotherhood among their riders. If your hog is intelligent, as promotional material suggests, then part of bonding with your animal is bonding with the larger culture of hog and rider partnerships. You're not just learning to ride your specific hog. You're joining a tradition of humans partnering with these fierce, loyal animals. The shared experience of building that unique relationship creates common ground with others on the same journey. The battle cry serves as both summons and identification. When you hear it, you know it's one of your brothers calling. The specific sound, that distinctive high-pitched hog rider, works like a password or signal that carries meaning beyond simple words. It says, "I need you. Join me. We fight together." The immediate recognition and response shows how deeply the Brotherhood identity runs. You don't question the call. You don't hesitate. You answer, because that's what brothers do. The geographic spread of hog riders, implied by how they converge from different locations in the commercial, suggests the Brotherhood transcends individual clans or villages. You might be stationed in different locations, serving different tactical purposes, living separate daily lives. But when the call comes, distance becomes meaningless. The Brotherhood pulls you together regardless of physical separation, creating a network of warriors connected by something stronger than geography. The hierarchy or lack thereof within the Brotherhood is interesting to consider. The commercials don't show obvious leaders or followers. When hog riders gather, they seem to operate as equals. This egalitarian structure suggests the Brotherhood values each member equally, regardless of experience, skill, or achievement. You don't earn brotherhood through superior performance. You earn it through commitment to the collective, through answering the call consistently, through embodying the values that define what hog riders are. The emotional weight of brotherhood manifests in how players talk about and relate to the hog rider. Players don't just use the hog rider card. They call their brother, they send their warrior into battle. They feel genuine connection to this character in ways that other cards don't inspire. This emotional investment transforms gameplay from pure strategy into something more personal. You're not just deploying a unit. You're sending your brother to fight on your behalf, and his success or failure matters on an emotional level. The community adopted brotherhood language and culture around hog rider usage. Clans with multiple hog rider players would call themselves the Brotherhood or similar names. Players would coordinate hog rider strategies in war attacks, supporting each other's approaches. The in-game mechanics didn't explicitly support this, The players created brotherhood experiences through their own choices and social organization around the character. The brotherhood ideal extends beyond just other Hog Riders to include the players themselves. When you play Hog Rider, you're joining a brotherhood of players who've chosen this warrior. You share strategies, discuss matchups, celebrate victories, and commiserate over defeats with other Hog Rider mains. This player brotherhood mirrors the in-universe warrior brotherhood, creating meta-level community cohesion that enhances the gaming experience. The loyalty implicit in brotherhood appears in how dedicated Hog Rider players stick with the character through meta changes. When balance patches make him weaker, when new cards counter him effectively, when the competitive meta shifts away from him, true Hog Rider players remain loyal. They adapt their strategies, find new deck compositions, persist through difficult times because of that brotherhood connection. You don't abandon your brothers when things get tough. You fight harder, adjust, overcome together. The brotherhood concept also creates interesting tensions and dynamics with opposing players. When you face an opponent also playing Hog Rider, are you fighting a mirror match or facing a brother? The competitive context creates conflict, but the shared choice of character creates connection. Some players report feeling strange about fighting mirror matches, as if there's an implied kinship that makes the conflict bittersweet. You respect your opponent's choice of brotherhood, even as you fight to defeat them. The generational aspect of brotherhood deserves consideration. New players joining the Hog Rider ranks are adopted into an existing brotherhood with established traditions and culture. Veteran players welcome newcomers, teach them optimal strategies, pass down the accumulated wisdom. This knowledge transfer creates continuity, ensuring the brotherhood strengthens over time rather than fragmenting into isolated individuals who happen to use the same card. The brotherhood mythology, while largely created by Supercell's marketing and embraced by the community, provides a narrative framework that enriches the gameplay experience. It transforms the Hog Rider from simple game unit into member of a living tradition, part of something larger and more meaningful than individual matches or statistics. This narrative depth creates emotional investment that keeps players engaged, long after mechanical interest might have waned. The impact of brotherhood extends to how players perceive their own in-game identity. Choosing to main Hog Rider isn't just a strategic decision. It's joining a brotherhood, adopting an identity, declaring yourself part of something. When you introduce yourself in the community as a Hog Rider player, you're not just describing your deck choice. You're affiliating yourself with a tradition, claiming membership in a group with shared values and culture. This identity formation through game choice demonstrates how digital experiences can create genuine social meaning and personal identity. Beyond the battlefield, the Hog Rider's appearances and influence extend beyond Clash of Clans and Clash Royale into other media, games, and context that demonstrate his cultural reach. These appearances, both official and unofficial, show how a character can transcend their original purpose and become part of broader entertainment culture. Supercell's other games occasionally reference the Hog Rider, creating a connected universe feel. Brawl Stars, while having its own distinct cast of characters, included references and Easter eggs that nodded to Clash characters, including the Hog Rider. These weren't direct appearances, but subtle acknowledgments that players familiar with the Clash universe would recognize and appreciate. Such cross-game references rewarded longtime Supercell fans while creating narrative cohesion across their portfolio. The Clash-orama animated series, produced by Supercell in partnership with animation studios, featured the Hog Rider prominently across multiple episodes. These short animated segments explored the Clash universe with humor and personality, giving characters depth and relationships beyond what the games themselves provided. The Hog Rider appeared as both protagonist and supporting character. His personality expanded through dialogue, expressions, and situations that revealed him as more than just a charging warrior. In Clash-orama, we saw domestic Hog Rider life, Episodes showed him dealing with everyday problems, interacting with other troops, navigating the social dynamics of the village. His relationship with his hog was explored with genuine warmth and humor, showing the partnership as a true friendship rather than just rider and mount. The hog's intelligence and personality shone through in these animated segments, confirming what commercials had implied. These were thinking, feeling beings with their own desires and motivations. The animated series also explored the broader hog rider culture. We saw groups of hog riders training together, competing in riding contests, celebrating victories, and supporting each other through defeats. These episodes built out the brotherhood concept, showing how it functioned in daily life rather than just battle situations. Young viewers especially connected with these characterizations, seeing the hog rider not just as a game piece, but as a relatable character with personality and depth. Fan-created content expanded the hog rider's presence into countless contexts. Animation, comics, fan fiction all explored different aspects of the character. Some creators imagined backstories, origin tales explaining how particular hog riders joined the Brotherhood. Others created alternate universes, placing hog riders in different settings, from fantasy to science fiction to contemporary reality. The creative community's embrace of the character demonstrated his inspirational potential beyond his official appearances. Crossover potential was explored in fan content even when official crossovers never materialized. Artists drew hog riders alongside characters from other games and franchises. Writers crafted stories where hog riders encountered heroes from different universes. While these remained unofficial, they showed how the character could theoretically integrate into other fictional worlds, his basic concept adaptable enough to work in varied contexts. Educational contexts occasionally featured the hog rider as well. Teachers using games to engage students sometimes incorporated Clash Royale, and the hog rider's straightforward mechanics made him useful for teaching concepts about strategy, resource management, and decision-making. While unconventional, these educational applications demonstrated the character's versatility and the engaging power of his design. Marketing and advertising beyond gaming sometimes referenced the hog rider in contexts where his recognition value could be leveraged. Companies targeting gaming demographics might use hog rider imagery, knowing their audience would immediately understand the reference. While Supercell controlled official usage, the character's cultural penetration meant even subtle references could effectively communicate with the right audiences. The hog rider appeared in gaming conventions and esports events as physical representations beyond just gameplay. Giant hog rider statues, promotional displays, photo opportunities where attendees could pose with hog rider imagery, all reinforced his physical presence in gaming culture. These three-dimensional representations transformed him from pixels on a screen into tangible objects that people could interact with and photograph, creating memories and social media content that further spread his cultural presence. Merchandise sales data, while not publicly detailed, reportedly showed the hog rider among the top-performing characters for Clash products. Players wanted to own hog rider t-shirts, figurines, posters, and other items. This commercial success validated his status as a beloved character while demonstrating that affection translated into actual purchasing behavior. People weren't just playing him in games. They were willing to spend money to display their connection to the character. The hog rider's voice and likeness licensing appeared in various contexts over the years. Mobile notifications could use his battle cry. Alarm apps included hog rider sounds. These utility applications of the character as audio assets meant he could literally wake you up in the morning, his distinctive cry starting your day. This intrusion into daily life routines represented a kind of cultural penetration that purely entertainment characters rarely achieve. Streaming and content creation built entire careers partly on hog rider content. Creators who specialized in Clash Royale often featured hog rider prominently, knowing his popularity would attract viewers. Some creators became known as the Hog Rider Guy, their personal brand intertwined with the character. This symbiotic relationship benefited both creators and the character, each amplifying the other's reach and influence. Academic analysis occasionally examined the Hog Rider as a case study in character design, viral marketing, or cultural phenomenon within gaming. Papers and presentations at conferences used him as an example of successful character creation that transcended its original commercial purpose to become genuinely culturally significant. While academic attention might seem disconnected from gaming fun, it demonstrated the character had achieved sufficient cultural importance to warrant serious scholarly consideration. The international dimension of the Hog Rider's beyond battlefield presence deserves recognition. He wasn't just popular in English-speaking markets, but achieved recognition globally. Cultural differences affected how communities related to him, with different regions emphasizing different aspects of his character. But the core recognition remained universal. A player from anywhere in the world could see a Hog Rider and immediately know what they were looking at. Language barriers proved minimal for the Hog Rider's cultural spread. His distinctive visual design meant no translation was needed for recognition. His battle cry, while technically English words, transcended language through its distinctive delivery, becoming more sound than language. This universal accessibility contributed to his global success, making him as recognizable in Asia as in America or Europe. The Hog Rider's presence in gaming discourse extended to discussions about representation and diversity in games. As a character with dark skin as his primary design rather than an alternate skin or variant, it represented positive diversity in mobile gaming character design. While some discussions around representation can be contentious, the Hog Rider generally received positive recognition for being a prominent, popular character whose racial identity was simply part of who he was, rather than being tokenized or made into an issue. Fan communities dedicated specifically to the Hog Rider emerged across platforms. Reddit communities, Discord servers, Facebook groups all focused specifically on this character. These communities shared strategies, celebrated victories, created content, and built social connections around their shared affection for the Hog Rider. The existence of character-specific communities demonstrated depth of engagement that went beyond casual enjoyment into genuine fandom. The Hog Rider's evolution from game unit to cultural icon represents a journey that few characters complete successfully. Most game characters, even popular ones, remain confined to their games and immediate fan communities. The Hog Rider broke through those boundaries to become recognized by people who've never played his games, referenced in contexts completely unrelated to mobile gaming, and integrated into the broader cultural conversation about gaming and internet culture. This transcendence is the ultimate beyond the battlefield achievement, proving the character's appeal and staying power in the competitive attention economy of modern entertainment. The legacy continues as we approach the present day and look toward the future. The Hog Rider's legacy remains strong and continually evolving. More than a decade after his introduction, he maintains relevance in ways that demonstrate genuine lasting power rather than momentary popularity. Understanding his continued legacy means examining both his current status and the potential paths forward. In current Clash Royale meta, as of the most recent balance changes, the Hog Rider remains viable, though his exact tier placement fluctuates. He's never completely dominated to the point of being oppressive, nor has he fallen so far as to be unplayable. This balance represents successful character management by Supercell, maintaining his accessibility and playability through countless updates and meta shifts. Players who love the Hog Rider can continue using him competitively, while he doesn't warp the entire game around his existence. New players continue discovering the Hog Rider, experiencing that first connection when they unlock him in Arena 4 and hear his battle cry for the first time. For these players, the character is fresh and new despite his decade-plus existence. The constant influx of new players ensures the Hog Riders fanbase continuously renews itself, preventing stagnation and keeping community discourse active and engaged. Content creators maintain steady Hog Rider coverage, producing strategy guides, gameplay videos, and entertainment content featuring him. The view counts on this content demonstrate ongoing interest. Players still want to learn Hog Rider strategies, still enjoy watching high-level Hog Rider play, still engage with content about this character. This sustained content creation and consumption cycle ensures the Hog Rider remains visible and relevant in gaming spaces. The competitive scene continues featuring Hog Rider in tournaments and championships. While he's not always the most popular choice, his consistent presence across multiple competitive seasons demonstrates enduring viability. Professional players continue discovering new strategies, deck compositions, and techniques with the Hog Rider, proving the character's strategic depth hasn't been fully exhausted even after years of high-level play. Community celebrations around Hog Rider milestones keep his legacy fresh. Anniversaries of his release, major updates affecting him, or community challenges featuring him create moments of collective remembrance and engagement. These milestone events acknowledge his history while creating new memories and content that add to his ongoing story. The meme culture surrounding the Hog Rider continues evolving with new generations of internet humor. While the original "Did Somebody Say Hog Rider?" remains iconic, new memes and jokes emerge regularly, keeping the character relevant to current humor trends. This ability to adapt to changing internet culture while maintaining core recognition demonstrates flexible legacy rather than rigid nostalgia. Supercell's continued investment in the character through updates, balance changes, and promotional material signals their recognition of his ongoing value. They haven't abandoned him for newer characters, but continue treating him as a cornerstone of their games. This official support ensures the Hog Rider receives the attention needed to remain competitive and relevant, rather than slowly fading into obsolescence. The potential for new Hog Rider variations or related content remains strong. Supercell can introduce new cards that interact specifically with the Hog Rider, create new game modes that emphasize his playstyle, or develop new variations that expand the Hog Rider family. The character's proven popularity makes him a safe bet for development resources, meaning future Hog Rider content is likely and potentially substantial. Cross-media expansion possibilities exist for the Hog Rider beyond what's currently been explored. A dedicated animated series, a comic book line, perhaps even larger-scale media adaptations could feature him prominently. While such projects require significant investment and carry risk, the character has established popularity and recognition make them more viable than they would be for lesser-known game characters. The educational and inspirational value of the Hog Rider's legacy shouldn't be underestimated. His story demonstrates how character design, smart marketing, and community engagement can create something greater than the sum of its parts. Game developers studying successful character creation look at the Hog Rider as a model, learning lessons they apply to their own work. His influence thus extends beyond his own games into the broader industry. New technology could enable new Hog Rider experiences. Augmented reality applications could let players see Hog Riders in real-world environments. Virtual reality could provide immersive experiences of being the Hog Rider, feeling the charge from first-person perspective. Voice assistants could use his distinctive sounds. As technology evolves, opportunities emerge for the character to inhabit new spaces and provide new experiences. The social bonds created through shared Hog Rider appreciation continue strengthening. Players who connected over their mutual love of the character years ago maintain those friendships, their shared history creating lasting connections. New players join these communities, continuing the cycle. The Hog Rider thus facilitates genuine human connection that transcends the game itself, creating social value that that ensures his legacy matters beyond entertainment. The financial success the Hog Rider has generated for Supercell over the years is substantial, though exact figures aren't publicly detailed. His popularity drove game downloads, in-app purchases, and sustained engagement that translated directly to revenue. This commercial success creates strong incentive for Supercell to continue supporting and promoting the character, ensuring resource allocation for his ongoing development. The Hog Rider's position in gaming history is now secure. He'll be remembered as one of mobile gaming's most iconic characters, a figure who demonstrated the medium's potential for creating culturally significant characters that rival those from traditional gaming platforms. Future retrospectives on mobile gaming's golden age will inevitably feature him prominently, his image and story representing this era of gaming history. Preservation efforts by the community ensure that even if official support someday wanes, the Hog Rider's legacy will persist. Fan sites archive his history, preserve old commercials and content, document strategies and memorable plays. This community-driven preservation creates redundancy that protects his cultural legacy from being lost if official sources ever disappear. The emotional connections players have formed with the Hog Rider over the years represent perhaps his most important legacy. For many players, he was their first favorite character in mobile gaming, their introduction to competitive strategy games, or simply a source of joy during difficult times. These personal meanings cannot be measured in statistics or revenue, but represent genuine impact on individual lives that makes the character significant beyond commercial or cultural metrics. As we look toward the future, the Hog Rider's legacy seems secure and continually evolving. He's not a relic of the past, but a living character whose story continues being written through every match played, every tournament won, every new player who hears his battle cry and feels that surge of excitement. His legacy isn't something that happened. It's something that's happening, continuously, as long as players continue choosing him, communities continue celebrating him, and his distinctive cry continues echoing across digital arenas worldwide. The Hog Rider represents something special in gaming, a character who achieved iconic status through a combination of excellent design, smart marketing, mechanical effectiveness, and genuine connection with players. His legacy teaches us that success in character creation isn't just about graphics or mechanics or marketing budget, though those help. It's about creating something that resonates emotionally, that players can connect with, that transcends its original purpose to become meaningful in broader contexts. As this script draws toward its conclusion, we can say with confidence that the Hog Rider's legacy will continue far into the future. New players will discover him, existing players will continue mastering him, and the community will continue celebrating him. His battle cry will continue echoing, his hammer will continue swinging, and his legend will continue growing. Because the Hog Rider isn't just a character in a game. He's an icon, a legend, a brother to millions of players worldwide who heard his call and answered it, just as he answered the echoing call that led him through the arena doors all those years ago. The call that started it all. Let's return now to where we began, to that call that defines the Hog Rider's existence. Hog Rider. It's more than just a sound effect, more than just a battle cry. It's a summons, an identity, a declaration of purpose that has resonated across the gaming world for over a decade. When players first unlock the Hog Rider in their games, they're not just adding another card to their collection or another unit to their army. They're answering a call themselves, joining that brotherhood, becoming part of a tradition that extends back to 2013 and forward into an unlimited future. Every player who chooses the Hog Rider, who learns his strategies, who feels that satisfaction when his hammer connects with an enemy tower, becomes part of his story. The original commercial's narrative, where Hog Riders across the landscape hear the call and immediately respond, mirrors the player experience. You hear about the Hog Rider through friends, videos, or community discussion. You unlock him and try him out. That first successful push, that first tower destruction, that first victory where your hog rider made the difference. And suddenly, you understand the call. You get it, you feel it, and you want to answer it again and again. The card description in Clash Royale captures this perfectly. It followed the echoing call of Hog Rider all the way through the arena doors. This isn't just flavor text. It's the fundamental truth of the character. He couldn't resist the call, and neither can players. Something about that cry, that character, that playstyle draws you in and keeps you engaged. The psychological hooks are subtle but powerful. The aggression satisfies our desire for action and impact. The speed provides immediate gratification. The signature ability of wall jumping or river crossing makes us feel clever, like we're outsmarting opponents. The iconic status gives us cultural connection, making us part of something larger. All of these elements combine to create a character experience that transcends simple gameplay mechanics. The Hog Rider has taught us that games can create genuine cultural moments. A 30-second commercial can become a lasting meme. A 4-elixir card can inspire thousands of hours of strategic discussion. A simple character design can resonate across cultures and languages. These lessons inform how we understand gaming's place in broader entertainment and culture. He's shown us that skill expression matters to players. The difference between average and excellent Hog Rider play is enormous, and players appreciate that depth. They want characters that reward mastery, that allow them to continually improve, to distinguish skilled players from casual ones. The Hog Rider delivers this in ways that remain engaging even after years of play. He's demonstrated that community and character can be intertwined. The Brotherhood concept created social dimensions that enhanced the gameplay experience. Players weren't just using a unit. They were joining a tribe, adopting an identity, connecting with others through shared appreciation. This community building around a character is rare and valuable, creating loyalty and engagement that pure mechanics never could. The Hog Rider has proven that mobile gaming can produce iconic characters equal to those from any gaming platform. Console and PC gaming dominated character creation for decades, but the Hog Rider showed that mobile games could create equally memorable, culturally significant characters. He validated mobile gaming as a serious medium capable of artistic and cultural achievement beyond simple time-wasting diversions. For Supercell, the Hog Rider's success validated their approach to character design and game development. They learned that creating characters with personality, supporting them with quality marketing, and maintaining them through careful balance could generate enormous value. These lessons informed their subsequent games and characters, though few have achieved quite the same lightning-in-a-bottle success. For players, the Hog Rider represents countless memories. That first time, they pulled off a perfect prediction spell. That tournament victory, where Hog Rider carried them. That friendship formed over shared love of this character. That moment of joy hearing his cry after a long day. These individual memories, multiplied across millions of players, represent the true measure of his impact. The emotional journey many players have with the Hog Rider mirrors the hero's journey. Discovery, when you first encounter him. Initiation, when you learn to use him effectively. Mastery, when you truly understand his depths. Teaching, when you help others learn. And appreciation, when you step back and recognize what this character has meant to your gaming experience. Each player travels this path at their own pace, but the destination is the same. Genuine connection with a character who started as pixels and code, but became something more meaningful. As gaming continues evolving, as new technologies emerge, as new generations of players discover these games, the Hog Rider will remain. His battle cry will continue echoing. New players will hear it for the first time and feel that spark of interest. Veteran players will hear it and smile with recognition, remembering their own journey with this character. The call continues, and so does the answering. The beauty of the Hog Rider story is that it's never truly complete. Each new player adds their chapter. Each match creates new moments. Each update brings new possibilities. The story we've explored in this script isn't the definitive final word on the Hog Rider, but rather a snapshot of his ongoing legend. Years from now, players will look back on this era as part of his history. One period in a longer story that continues as long as players keep answering the call. So, when you hear that cry, whether in a match, in a video, or just echoing in your memory, remember what it represents. It's not just announcing a troop deployment or signaling an attack. It's calling you to be part of something larger, to join a brotherhood of players worldwide who found joy, challenge, community, and meaning in this character. It's inviting you to charge forward with confidence, to leap over obstacles, to pursue your objectives with single-minded determination. The Hog Rider's legacy is ultimately about that charge, that forward momentum, that refusal to let barriers stop you. In games and in life, we all face walls that seem insurmountable. The Hog Rider reminds us to find ways over them, to maintain our speed and purpose, to keep swinging our hammers until those barriers fall. It's a simple metaphor, perhaps, but powerful in its simplicity and universality. And so the call continues to echo, across arenas, across time, across the gaming world. Hog Rider! It's a greeting and a challenge, a summons and a celebration, a beginning and a continuation. It's the sound of a character who transcended his original purpose to become a legend, an icon, a brother to millions. And as long as there are players who hear that call and feel that surge of excitement, the Hog Rider's story will continue, his legacy growing, his impact deepening with each passing year. Closing thoughts. We've journeyed through more than a decade of Hog Rider history, from his 2013 debut in Clash of Clans through his evolution into a cultural icon. We've explored his mechanics, his strategies, his cultural impact, his brotherhood, and his enduring legacy. Through it all, one truth remains constant. The Hog Rider represents something special in gaming history. He's more than stats and mechanics, though his design is excellent. He's more than marketing success, though his commercial impact is undeniable. He's more than a meme, though his cultural penetration is remarkable. The Hog Rider is a character who connected with players on a level that transcends all these individual elements, creating something meaningful that has enriched the gaming experiences of millions worldwide. For those who've been with the Hog Rider from the beginning, his story is part of your own story. You remember unlocking him for the first time, learning his intricacies, celebrating victories, and learning from defeats. You've watched the meta evolve, strategies develop, communities grow. The Hog Rider has been a constant presence through years of gaming, a familiar friend in an ever-changing landscape. For those discovering him now, you're joining a tradition with deep roots and vibrant present. The strategies and communities and culture built around this character await your participation. You have the opportunity to make the Hog Rider your own, to find your unique playstyle, to add your voice to the ongoing conversation, to become part of the Brotherhood. The lessons the Hog Rider teaches extend beyond gaming. Persistence in the face of obstacles, the value of skill and practice, the importance of community and shared experience, the joy of charging forward with purpose and confidence. These aren't just gaming lessons. They're life lessons, applicable to challenges far beyond digital arenas. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of charging across battlefields atop a powerful hog, hammer raised high, leaping over walls that can't contain you, striking targets with devastating precision. Perhaps you'll dream of brotherhood and camaraderie, of answering calls and joining charges. Perhaps you'll simply rest peacefully, the story of the Hog Rider having entertained and relaxed you through these hours together. Whatever dreams come, know that the Hog Rider's story continues. Somewhere right now, a player is deploying him for the first time, hearing that distinctive cry with fresh ears, feeling that spark of excitement at something new and special. Somewhere a tournament is being decided by a perfectly timed Hog Rider connection. Somewhere friends are laughing over a Hog Rider meme, their bond strengthened by shared humor and gaming culture. The call echoes eternally across the gaming world. Hog Rider. It's a sound that has defined an era, created communities, inspired strategies, and brought joy to countless players. It's a sound that will continue echoing long into the future, as new generations discover this character and make him their own, adding their chapters to his never-ending story. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Hog Rider lore. Whether you came here as a longtime fan seeking to reminisce, a curious player wanting to learn more, or simply someone looking for interesting gaming stories to help you relax and sleep, I hope you found value in these hours together. The Hog Rider's story is worth telling, worth remembering, worth celebrating. Sleep well, friends. And when you wake, perhaps you'll hear that call with new appreciation, understanding the depth and richness behind those simple words. Perhaps you'll deploy your Hog Rider with renewed purpose, feeling connected to the millions of players worldwide who've made the same choice. Perhaps you'll simply smile, remembering the hours spent exploring the legend of one of gaming's most iconic characters. The Hog Rider charges on, unstoppable and eternal, his legacy secure, his story ongoing, his call forever echoing across the arenas of the world. And we, his players, his fans, his brothers, charge alongside him, hammers raised, ready to leap whatever walls stand in our way, answering the call that will never fade. Hog Rider. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Hog Rider lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel for more Clash Royale character stories and gaming lore content. Your support helps create more content like this, exploring the rich histories and cultural impact of the characters we love. Until next time, keep charging forward, keep leaping those walls, and keep answering the call. Good night, and happy gaming. This is the story of Mega Knight. The name alone sent shockwaves through the arena. His armor weighs as much as an army, and his landing marks the beginning of chaos. You've come to the right place, traveler. This is his full story. Before we begin, take a moment. Put your phone aside, find a comfortable spot, and let the sound of steel and legend carry you. If you're new here, please subscribe to help us grow our channel. And right now, tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Your messages from all around the world bring this arena to life. Now, close your eyes if you wish. The arena grows silent. The air thickens. And from the shadows, a giant descends, shaking the earth beneath his feet. This is the legend of the Mega Knight, forged in darkness, bound by honor, and unleashed with the strength of 1,000 mustaches. Let the story begin. The year was 2017, and the arenas of Clash Royale had seen many warriors rise and fall. Players had grown accustomed to the rhythm of battle, to the familiar faces of knights and giants, of princes charging with lances held high, and wizards hurling spells across the battlefield. But something was coming, something that would change everything. Whispers began to circulate in the summer months, rumors of a new legendary card unlike anything the arenas had ever witnessed. The announcement came in the sweltering heat of August, when Supercell, the masterful architects of this digital realm, revealed their latest creation. The community held its collective breath as the first images emerged. Here was a warrior clad in armor so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it, wielding massive spiked maces that looked capable of shattering mountains. His helmet bore a plume in team colors, a small touch of elegance on an otherwise overwhelming figure of raw, destructive power. But it wasn't just his appearance that caught the imagination of millions of players worldwide. It was his entrance. Unlike any troop that had come before, the Mega Knight didn't simply walk onto the battlefield. He descended from above with catastrophic force, his landing creating shockwaves that could obliterate entire squadrons of lesser troops in an instant. The description that accompanied his reveal spoke of landing with the force of 1,000 mustaches, a phrase so uniquely whimsical, yet somehow perfectly capturing the absurd magnificence of this warrior that it would become legendary in its own right. The Mega Knight represented something new in the Clash Royale universe. He was a tank, yes, with hit points that rivaled even the mighty Golem. He dealt area damage like the Valkyrie or the Wizard. But he also possessed mobility, with a jump mechanic that allowed him to leap from enemy to enemy, dealing double his normal damage on impact. This combination of durability, splash damage, and mobility created a warrior unlike anything players had encountered. He could defend against massive pushes single-handedly, then transition into a devastating counterattack with health to spare. In the lore of Clash Royale, the Mega Knight's origins remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, adding to his mystique. Official Supercell materials hint at a backstory involving Knight School, a place where aspiring warriors learned the arts of combat and chivalry. According to these glimpses into his past, the Mega Knight wasn't always the imposing figure we know today. Once, he was simply another knight, but one who faced ridicule from his peers. The reason? His hands were described as small and delicate, unsuitable for a warrior destined for glory on the battlefield. This detail adds a surprisingly human dimension to what might otherwise be just another powerful card. The Mega Knight, despite his intimidating exterior and overwhelming strength, carries with him the memory of being underestimated, of being judged as inadequate by those who should have been his brothers in arms. This backstory resonates with something universal in the human experience. The journey from being looked down upon to rising above those limitations and becoming something truly extraordinary. But the path from mock student to legendary warrior isn't fully documented in official lore, and this gap has led to fascinating speculation within the Clash Royale community. Some fans theorize that the Mega Knight was actually the builder from Clash of Clans, Supercell's other flagship title. According to this theory, the builder had somehow discovered Dark Elixir and been transformed into the armored behemoth we know as the Mega Knight. While Supercell has since disproven this particular theory, it speaks to the hunger players have for understanding where this incredible warrior came from and what journey led him to don that distinctive black armor. The truth, as revealed through official channels, is that the Mega Knight chose his path deliberately. He didn't just stumble into greatness or have it thrust upon him through some magical transformation. Instead, he forged himself into something more through dedication, training, and perhaps a touch of that determination that comes from being told you're not good enough. He acquired armor that wasn't just protective, but symbolized his transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. He took up weapons that compensated for whatever perceived weaknesses he might have had. And he developed techniques like his devastating jump attack that played to his strengths while overwhelming his opponents. The Mega Knight's arrival in Clash Royale wasn't just the addition of another card to the game. It represented the culmination of Supercell's understanding of what made Clash Royale engaging. Players wanted cards that felt powerful, that gave them that rush of excitement when deployed at the right moment. They wanted mechanics that were interesting and skill-based, that rewarded good timing and smart positioning. And they wanted characters with personality, with that indefinable quality that made them memorable beyond just their stats and abilities. In the Mega Knight, Supercell delivered on all these fronts. His 7 elixir cost meant that deploying him was a significant commitment, a moment of strategic importance in any match. His spawn damage created instant impact, punishing opponents who clumped their troops together. His jump attack added an element of timing and positioning that skilled players could master while also providing spectacular visual moments that made every match feel cinematic. And his character, from that team-colored plume to the description mentioning mustaches, gave him a personality that transcended his function as a game piece. As the release date approached, anticipation built to a fever pitch. Players theorized about strategies, dreamed up deck compositions, and debated whether the Mega Knight would be overpowered or balanced. Content creators produced videos analyzing every frame of his reveal trailer, breaking down his statistics and predicting how he would impact the meta. The Clash Royale community, always passionate, became almost obsessive in their focus on this single card. And then, on September 8th, 2017, the Mega Knight officially entered the arenas. The impact was immediate and profound, but that's a story for later. For now, what's important is understanding that the Mega Knight didn't just appear in the game. He arrived with history, with personality, with a design philosophy that made him instantly recognizable and memorable. He came bearing the weight of expectation and the promise of changing how Clash Royale was played. The dawn of the Mega Knight marked a turning point in Clash Royale's evolution. Before him, the game had its legends, its powerful cards, and beloved characters. After him, the standard for what a legendary card could be had been elevated. He set a new bar for impact, for design, for that intangible quality that makes a card not just good, but iconic. His shadow would loom large over every subsequent legendary release, with players inevitably comparing new cards to the standard he had set. But more than any of that, the Mega Knight represented something aspirational in the game's design. He showed that a character could be powerful without being simple, could have depth without being complex, could feel special without being inaccessible. He balanced being a defensive bulwark with offensive threat, being easy to understand with having a high skill ceiling, being impactful without being impossible to counter. This balance, this perfect storm of design decisions, is what transformed the Mega Knight from just another card into a legend. The armor of legends. If you've ever watched the Mega Knight descend onto the battlefield, you've witnessed one of the most visually striking moments in Clash Royale. But have you ever stopped to truly observe what makes him so imposing? Let's take our time examining every detail of this warrior's appearance, because understanding the Mega Knight's design helps us appreciate why he has become such an iconic figure in the game. The first thing anyone notices about the Mega Knight is his armor, and rightly so. This isn't the polished ceremonial armor of a parade ground knight. This is battle armor, designed for one purpose: to wade into the thickest combat and emerge victorious. The color is what immediately catches the eye, that deep, rich black that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. It's a color that speaks of night raids and shadow warfare, of a warrior who doesn't need bright colors to announce his presence because his deeds speak loud enough. But look closer, and you'll see that the black isn't uniform. The armor has texture, with plates overlapping in a way that suggests both flexibility and protection. Chainmail peeks through at the joints, that silvery gray mesh that has protected warriors for centuries in our own world. This attention to detail matters because it grounds the Mega Knight in a tradition of actual medieval warfare, while simultaneously marking him as something beyond ordinary. The chainmail suggests that underneath all that heavy plate, there's still a need for mobility, a reminder that even the mightiest warriors must be able to move. The chest plate is particularly impressive, a massive piece of curved metal that could probably deflect a cannonball. It's adorned with detailing that catches what little light reflects off the dark surface, creating subtle patterns that hint at craftsmanship beyond mere functionality. This is armor that was made by a master, someone who understood that protection and artistry need not be mutually exclusive. The belt that cinches around his waist bears his team's colors, a splash of vibrant identity on an otherwise dark canvas. This detail is important because it shows that despite his overwhelming individual presence, the Mega Knight still serves a cause larger than himself. Then there's the helmet, and oh, what a helmet it is. It covers most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, and what eyes they are. Blue and piercing, they're the only human element visible on this walking fortress. Those eyes have become iconic, featured in countless memes and fan art, because they're the window to whatever person exists inside all that armor. They convey determination, focus, perhaps even a hint of that old pain from his days of being mocked. But they also show confidence, the absolute certainty of a warrior who knows his worth and his power. Atop the helmet sits a plume in team colors, matching the belt. This detail is fascinating because it's purely ceremonial, serving no protective or practical function. In a design focused on brutal efficiency, the plume is a concession to pageantry, to the idea that warriors aren't just weapons but symbols. It waves as he moves, a bright flag announcing his presence, ensuring that even if somehow his massive frame and dark armor weren't enough, the plume would catch the eye. It's saying, yes, I'm here, and yes, you should be worried. But perhaps the most distinctive elements of the Mega Knight's appearance are his weapons, those massive spiked maces that serve as his fists. These aren't held weapons that can be dropped or disarmed. They're part of him, integrated into his gauntlets, making his very hands weapons of devastating power. The spikes gleam wickedly, designed not just to crush but to pierce, to maximize damage with every impact. The frames holding them are golden, a rare touch of warmth in his color palette, and they suggest that these weapons are special, perhaps even custom forged for this particular warrior. The design of these mace fists is brilliant from a practical standpoint. They're large enough to deal splash damage, each swing capable of striking multiple enemies. They're heavily weighted, adding momentum to his attacks and making each hit feel impactful. But they're also attached to his armor system, meaning his incredible strength isn't just in his arms, but distributed through his entire frame. When the Mega Knight punches, he's not just using arm strength, he's using his whole body, all that weight and power channeled through those spiked maces into his unfortunate targets. The overall silhouette of the Mega Knight is what game designers would call readable, even in the chaos of battle. Even when the screen is filled with troops and spells and effects, the Mega Knight's distinctive shape is immediately recognizable. He's broad and tall, with that slight forward lean that suggests coiled power ready to be unleashed. His proportions are just exaggerated enough to feel powerful without being cartoonish, walking that fine line between realistic and stylized that Clash Royale's art direction handles so well. Interestingly, the Mega Knight's design manages to feel heavy without feeling slow. This is a feat of visual communication that many games struggle with. The armor looks like it should weigh him down, should make him ponderous and easy to avoid. But the way he moves, with that medium speed that matches a Mega Minion or regular Knight, creates a dissonance that actually makes him more threatening. He shouldn't be that fast given his size and armor, but he is, and that violation of expectations is part of what makes him feel dangerous. The team-colored elements, the plume and belt, are more important than they might first appear. Clash Royale is a game where you're always fighting for your team, whether that's red or blue. These color touches ensure that even in the heat of battle, players can instantly identify which side a Mega Knight is on. It's a small detail that prevents confusion and frustration, but it's also a statement that the Mega Knight, for all his individual power, is still part of a larger force, still fighting for a cause beyond himself. When the Mega Knight Evolution was released years later, the design team made interesting choices in how to distinguish it from the original. The armor took on an amethyst hue, that rich purple that has long been associated with royalty and power. The eyes changed from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. The spikes on his maces gained golden frames and handles at their base, and his chainmail developed gold linings. Even his belt was upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These changes maintained the core of what made the original Mega Knight recognizable while elevating him to something even more special, something that literally glowed with power. The beauty of the Mega Knight's design is how it tells a story without words. You can look at him and understand immediately what he does, what he's about. He's a tank, obvious from his massive frame and heavy armor. He deals area damage, suggested by those wide swinging maces. He's aggressive, conveyed through his forward-leaning posture and those intense eyes. And he's legendary, communicated through every carefully chosen detail, from the quality of his armor to that ceremonial plume. But beyond function, beyond gameplay communication, the Mega Knight's design succeeds because it creates an emotional response. When you deploy him, you feel powerful. When your opponent deploys him against you, you feel threatened. That's the mark of exceptional character design, when the visual presentation creates genuine emotional engagement. The Mega Knight doesn't just look cool, he makes you feel something, and that's what elevates him from a well-designed game piece to an icon. The armor, the weapons, the colors, the silhouette, they all work together to create a character that's instantly memorable and endlessly appealing. In a game filled with visually interesting characters, the Mega Knight stands out, and that's no accident. It's the result of careful thought, skilled artistry, and a deep understanding of what makes a design not just functional, but legendary. The force of 1,000 mustaches, let's talk about power. Not just any power, but the kind that reshapes battlefields, that turns the tide of matches in seconds, that makes opponents' hearts sink when they see it deployed against them. Let's talk about the Mega Knight's abilities, and more specifically, let's explore what it means to land with the force of 1,000 mustaches. That phrase, the force of 1,000 mustaches, is pure Clash Royale magic. It's whimsical and precise at once, giving us this absurd mental image while also communicating something important. This warrior hits hard from the moment he appears. But what does that actually mean in gameplay terms? Let's break it down, piece by piece, mechanic by mechanic, until we understand exactly what makes the Mega Knight such a devastating force. The Mega Knight costs 7 elixir to deploy, which immediately tells us something crucial. In Clash Royale's economy of battle, 7 elixir is expensive. It's the same cost as a golem, a P.E.K.K.A., a royal giant. When you play the Mega Knight, you're committing a significant portion of your resources to the single unit. That means he needs to deliver value. And oh, does he ever? This is the story of Mega Knight. The name alone sends shockwaves through the arena. His armor weighs as much as an army, and his landing marks the beginning of chaos. You've come to the right place, traveler. This ... is his full story. Before we begin, take a moment. Put your phone aside, find a comfortable spot, and let the sound of steel and legend carry you. If you're new here, please subscribe to help us grow our channel. And right now, tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? Your messages from all around the world bring this arena to life. Now, close your eyes if you wish. The arena grows silent, the air thickens, and from the shadows, a giant descends, shaking the earth beneath his feet. This is the legend of the Mega Knight, forged in darkness, bound by honor, and unleashed with the strength of 1,000 mustaches. Let the story begin. The year was 2017, and the arenas of Clash Royale had seen many warriors rise and fall. Players had grown accustomed to the rhythm of battle, to the familiar faces of knights and giants, of princes charging with lances held high and wizards hurling spells across the battlefield. But something was coming, something that would change everything. Whispers began to circulate in the summer months, rumors of a new legendary card, unlike anything the arenas had ever witnessed. The announcement came in the sweltering heat of August, when Supercell, the masterful architects of this digital realm, revealed their latest creation. The community held its collective breath as the first images emerged. Here was a warrior clad in armor so dark it seemed to drink in the light around it, wielding massive spiked maces that looked capable of shattering mountains. His helmet bore a plume and team colors, a small touch of elegance on an otherwise overwhelming figure of raw, destructive power. But it wasn't just his appearance that caught the imagination of millions of players worldwide. It was his entrance. Unlike any troop that had come before, the Mega Knight didn't simply walk onto the battlefield. He descended from above with catastrophic force, his landing creating shockwaves that could obliterate entire squadrons of lesser troops in an instant. The description that accompanied his reveal spoke of landing with the force of 1,000 mustaches, a phrase so uniquely whimsical, yet somehow perfectly capturing the absurd magnificence of this warrior, that it would become legendary in its own right. The Mega Knight represented something new in the Clash Royale universe. He was a tank, yes, with hit points that rivaled even the mighty Golem. He dealt area damage like the Valkyrie or the Wizard. But he also possessed mobility, with a jump mechanic that allowed him to leap from enemy to enemy, dealing double his normal damage on impact. This combination of durability, splash damage, and mobility created a warrior unlike anything players had encountered. He could defend against massive pushes single-handedly, then transition into a devastating counterattack with health to spare. In the lore of Clash Royale, the Mega Knight's origins remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, adding to his mystique. Official Supercell materials hint at a backstory involving Knight School, a place where aspiring warriors learn the arts of combat and chivalry. According to these glimpses into his past, the Mega Knight wasn't always the imposing figure we know today. Once, he was simply another knight, but one who faced ridicule from his peers. The reason? His hands were described as small and delicate, unsuitable for a warrior destined for glory on the battlefield. This detail adds a surprisingly human dimension to what might otherwise be just another powerful card. The Mega Knight, despite his intimidating exterior and overwhelming strength, carries with him the memory of being underestimated, of being judged as inadequate by those who should have been his brothers in arms. This backstory resonates with something universal in the human experience. The journey from being looked down upon to rising above those limitations and becoming something truly extraordinary. But the path from mock student to legendary warrior isn't fully documented in official lore, and this gap has led to fascinating speculation within the Clash Royale community. Some fans theorize that the Mega Knight was actually the builder from Clash of Clans, Supercell's other flagship title. According to this theory, the builder had somehow discovered Dark Elixir and been transformed into the armored behemoth we know as the Mega Knight. While Supercell has since disproven this particular theory, it speaks to the hunger players have for understanding where this incredible warrior came from and what journey led him to don that distinctive black armor. The truth, as revealed through official channels, is that the Mega Knight chose his path deliberately. He didn't just stumble into greatness or have it thrust upon him through some magical transformation. Instead, he forged himself into something more through dedication, training, and perhaps a touch of that determination that comes from being told you're not good enough. He acquired armor that wasn't just protective, but symbolized his transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. He took up weapons that compensated for whatever perceived weaknesses he might have had. And he developed techniques like his devastating jump attack that played to his strengths while overwhelming his opponents. The Mega Knight Air's arrival in Clash Royale wasn't just the addition of another card to the game. It represented the culmination of Supercell's understanding of what made Clash Royale engaging. Players wanted cards that felt powerful, that gave them that rush of excitement when deployed at the right moment. They wanted mechanics that were interesting and skill-based, that rewarded good timing and smart positioning. And they wanted characters with personality, with that indefinable quality that made them memorable beyond just their stats and abilities. In the Mega Knight, Supercell delivered on all these fronts. His 7 elixir cost meant that deploying him was a significant commitment, a moment of strategic importance in any match. His spawn damage created instant impact, punishing opponents who clumped their troops together. His jump attack added an element of timing and positioning that skilled players could master while also providing spectacular visual moments. that made every match feel cinematic. And his character, from that team-colored plume to the description mentioning mustaches, gave him a personality that transcended his function as a game piece. As the release date approached, anticipation built to a fever pitch. Players theorized about strategies, dreamed up deck compositions, and debated whether the Mega Knight would be overpowered or balanced. Content creators produced videos analyzing every frame of his reveal trailer, breaking down his statistics and predicting how he would impact the meta. The Clash Royale community, always passionate, became almost obsessive in their focus on this single card. And then, on September 8th, 2017, the Mega Knight officially entered the arenas. The impact was immediate and profound, but that's a story for later. For now, what's important is understanding that the Mega Knight didn't just appear in the game. He arrived with history, with personality, with a design philosophy that made him instantly recognizable and memorable. He came bearing the weight of expectation and the promise of changing how Clash Royale was played. The dawn of the Mega Knight marked a turning point in Clash Royale's evolution. Before him, the game had its legends, its powerful cards, and beloved characters. After him, the standard for what a legendary card could be had been elevated. He set a new bar for impact, for design, for that intangible quality that makes a card not just good, but iconic. His shadow would loom large over every subsequent legendary release, with players inevitably comparing new cards to the standard he had set. But more than any of that, the Mega Knight represented something aspirational in the game's design. He showed that a character could be powerful without being simple, could have depth without being complex, could feel special without being inaccessible. He balanced being a defensive bulwark with offensive threat, being easy to understand with having a high skill ceiling, being impactful without being impossible to counter. This balance, this perfect storm of design decisions, is what transformed the Mega Knight from just another card into a legend. The armor of legends. If you've ever watched the Mega Knight descend onto the battlefield, you've witnessed one of the most visually striking moments in Clash Royale. But have you ever stopped to truly observe what makes him so imposing? Let's take our time examining every detail of this warrior's appearance, because understanding the Mega Knight's design helps us appreciate why he has become such an iconic figure in the game. The first thing anyone notices about the Mega Knight is his armor, and rightly so. This isn't the polished ceremonial armor of a parade ground knight. This is battle armor, designed for one purpose: to wade into the thickest combat and emerge victorious. The color is what immediately catches the eye, that deep, rich black that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. It's a color that speaks of night raids and shadow warfare, of a warrior who doesn't need bright colors to announce his presence because his deeds speak loud enough. But look closer, and you'll see that the black isn't uniform. The armor has texture, with plates overlapping in a way that suggests both flexibility and protection. Chainmail peeks through at the joints, that silvery gray mesh that has protected warriors for centuries in our own world. This attention to detail matters because it grounds the Mega Knight in a tradition of actual medieval warfare, while simultaneously marking him as something beyond ordinary. The chainmail suggests that underneath all that heavy plate, there's still a need for mobility, a reminder that even the mightiest warriors must be able to move. The chestplate is particularly impressive, a massive piece of curved metal that could probably deflect a cannonball. It's adorned with detailing that catches what little light reflects off the dark surface, creating subtle patterns that hint at craftsmanship beyond mere functionality. This is armor that was made by a master, someone who understood that protection and artistry need not be mutually exclusive. The belt that cinches around his waist bears his team's colors, a splash of vibrant identity on an otherwise dark canvas. This detail is important because it shows that despite his overwhelming individual presence, the Mega Knight still serves a cause larger than himself. Then there's the helmet, and oh, what a helmet it is. It covers most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, and what eyes they are. Blue and piercing, they're the only human element visible on this walking fortress. Those eyes have become iconic, featured in countless memes and fan art, because they're the window to whatever person exists inside all that armor. They convey determination, focus, perhaps even a hint of that old pain from his days of being mocked. But they also show confidence, the absolute certainty of a warrior who knows his worth and his power. Atop the helmet sits a plume in team colors, matching the belt. This detail is fascinating because it's purely ceremonial, serving no protective or practical function. In a design focused on brutal efficiency, the plume is a concession to pageantry, to the idea that warriors aren't just weapons but symbols. It waves as he moves, a bright flag announcing his presence, ensuring that even if somehow his massive frame and dark armor weren't enough, the plume would catch the eye. It's saying, yes, I'm here, and yes, you should be worried. But perhaps the most distinctive elements of the Mega Knight's appearance are his weapons, those massive spiked maces that serve as his fists. These aren't held weapons that can be dropped or disarmed. They're part of him, integrated into his gauntlets, making his very hands weapons of devastating power. The spikes gleam wickedly, designed not just to crush but to pierce, to maximize damage with every impact. The frames holding them are golden, a rare touch of warmth in his color palette, and they suggest that these weapons are special, perhaps even custom forged for this particular warrior. The design of these mace fists is brilliant from a practical standpoint. They're large enough to deal splash damage, each swing capable of striking multiple enemies. They're heavily weighted, adding momentum to his attacks and making each hit feel impactful. But they're also attached to his armor system, meaning his incredible strength isn't just in his arms, but distributed through his entire frame. When the Mega Knight punches, he's not just using arm strength, he's using his whole body, all that weight and power channeled through those spiked maces into his unfortunate targets. The overall silhouette of the Mega Knight is what game designers would call readable, even in the chaos of battle. Even when the screen is filled with troops and spells and effects, the Mega Knight's distinctive shape is immediately recognizable. He's broad and tall, with that slight forward lean that suggests coiled power ready to be unleashed. His proportions are just exaggerated enough to feel powerful without being cartoonish, walking that fine line between realistic and stylized that Clash Royale's art direction handles so well. Interestingly, the Mega Knight's design manages to feel heavy without feeling slow. This is a feat of visual communication that many games struggle with. The armor looks like it should weigh him down, should make him ponderous and easy to avoid. But the way he moves, with that medium speed that matches a mega minion or regular knight, creates a dissonance that actually makes him more threatening. He shouldn't be that fast given his size and armor, but he is, and that violation of expectations is part of what makes him feel dangerous. The team-colored elements, the plume and belt, are more important than they might first appear. Clash Royale is a game where you're always fighting for your team, whether that's red or blue. These color touches ensure that even in the heat of battle, players can instantly identify which side a Mega Knight is on. It's a small detail that prevents confusion and frustration, but it's also a statement that the Mega Knight, for all his individual power, is still part of a larger force, still fighting for a cause beyond himself. When the Mega Knight Evolution was released years later, the design team made interesting choices in how to distinguish it from the original. The armor took on an amethyst hue, that rich purple that has long been associated with royalty and power. The eyes changed from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. The spikes on his maces gained golden frames and handles at their base, and his chainmail developed gold linings. Even his belt was upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These changes maintained the core of what made the original Mega Knight recognizable while elevating him to something even more special, something that literally glowed with power. The beauty of the Mega Knight's design is how it tells a story without words. You can look at him and understand immediately what he does, what he's about. He's a tank, obvious from his massive frame and heavy armor. He deals area damage, suggested by those wide swinging maces. He's aggressive, conveyed through his forward-leaning posture and those intense eyes. And he's legendary, communicated through every carefully chosen detail, from the quality of his armor to that ceremonial plume. But beyond function, beyond gameplay communication, the Mega Knight's design succeeds because it creates an emotional response. When you deploy him, you feel powerful. When your opponent deploys him against you, you feel threatened. That's the mark of exceptional character design, when the visual presentation creates genuine emotional engagement. The Mega Knight doesn't just look cool, he makes you feel something, and that's what elevates him from a well-designed game piece to an icon. The armor, the weapons, the colors, the silhouette, they all work together to create a character that's instantly memorable and endlessly appealing. In a game filled with visually interesting characters, the Mega Knight stands out, and that's no accident. It's the result of careful thought, skilled artistry, and a deep understanding of what makes a design not just functional but legendary. The force of 1,000 mustaches, let's talk about power. Not just any power, but the kind that reshapes battlefields, that turns the tide of matches in seconds, that makes opponents' hearts sink when they see it deployed against them. Let's talk about the Mega Knight's abilities, and more specifically, let's explore what it means to land with the force of 1,000 mustaches. That phrase, the force of 1,000 mustaches, is pure Clash Royale magic. It's whimsical and precise at once, giving us this absurd mental image while also communicating something important. This warrior hits hard from the moment he appears. But what does that actually mean in gameplay terms? Let's break it down, piece by piece, mechanic by mechanic, until we understand exactly what makes the Mega Knight such a devastating force. The Mega Knight costs 7 elixir to deploy, which immediately tells us something crucial. In Clash Royale's economy of battle, 7 elixir is expensive. It's the same cost as a golem, a P.E.K.K.A., a royal giant. When you play the Mega Knight, you're committing a significant portion of your resources to this single unit. That means he needs to deliver value. And oh, does he ever? The first ability that defines the Mega Knight is his spawn damage. Unlike most troops that simply appear on the battlefield and then begin attacking, the Mega Knight announces his arrival with explosive force. The moment he lands, he deals significant area damage in a 360-degree radius around himself. This isn't a small amount of damage either. It's enough to completely eliminate several types of support troops, to severely wound others, and to scatter any tight formation of enemies with the knockback effect it creates. The spawn damage is slightly less than a royal delivery, but it's still devastating when used correctly. A well-placed Mega Knight can land on top of a push and instantly destroy musketeers, electro wizards, ice wizards, wizards, witches, and numerous other support troops. Even tougher units like evolved barbarians can be eliminated in that initial impact. This creates immediate value, potentially trading 7 elixir for 10 or 12, or even more elixir worth of enemy troops in a single moment. But the spawn damage does more than just eliminate troops. It disrupts formation. When the Mega Knight lands, enemies are knocked back, scattered, their carefully arranged positions destroyed in an instant. A well-organized push suddenly becomes a chaotic mess, with troops no longer supporting each other, no longer attacking in unison. This disruption is often as valuable as the damage itself, because it buys time for your towers to attack, for other troops to arrive, for the situation to turn in your favor. The knockback specifically deserves attention because it's one of the most underrated aspects of the spawn damage. It's not just pushing troops back a tile or two. It's a substantial displacement that can completely change engagement distances. can move troops out of range of their targets, can separate tanks from their support. Skilled players learn to use this knockback as a tool, positioning their Mega Knight spawns not just for maximum damage, but for maximum disruption. Then there's the jump attack, and this is where the Mega Knight truly becomes unique. If there are ground units between 3.5 and 5 tiles away from him, the Mega Knight doesn't just walk toward them. He stops, charges up for about 9/10 of a second, and then launches himself through the air in a spectacular leap that covers that distance in an instant. When he lands, he deals double his normal damage in an area, along with knockback once again. The jump attack transforms the Mega Knight from a simple tank into something far more dynamic. He's not slowly plodding toward enemy troops. He's actively hunting them, leaping from target to target like some kind of armored predator. This gives him incredible threat projection. An enemy behind your Mega Knight isn't safe. A troop trying to maintain distance isn't safe. He's constantly pressuring, constantly threatening to close the gap and deliver that devastating double damage impact. The double damage of the jump attack matters enormously. The Mega Knight's base damage is moderate, not particularly impressive for his cost. But when he jumps, that damage doubles, and suddenly he's hitting hard enough to seriously threaten medium health troops, to chunk tanks, to clear swarms with ease. The jump resets his attack timer too, meaning he can land, deal the jump damage, and immediately follow up with a regular attack, creating a burst of damage that can overwhelm enemies before they have a chance to respond. The timing of the jump is interesting from a gameplay perspective. That 9/10 of a second charge-up time is long enough for skilled opponents to react, to place a troop closer to the Mega Knight and steal his attention, to use knockback or stuns to interrupt the jump. But it's short enough that it's not easy to respond to, especially in the chaos of battle. It creates this tension where both players are thinking about that jump. The Mega Knight player looking for opportunities to let it fly, the opponent trying to prevent or mitigate it. The range parameters for the jump, 3.5 to 5 tiles, are carefully chosen. Too short, and it would trigger constantly, becoming unpredictable and hard to control. Too long, and he'd be jumping across the entire arena, which would be absurd even by Clash Royale standards. The actual range means that the Mega Knight tends to jump over one-tile gaps, to clear small obstacles, to reach troops that are trying to maintain a safe distance but not quite managing it. It feels natural, like something a heavily armored warrior genuinely might do in combat. When the Mega Knight isn't spawning or jumping, he's attacking with regular swings of those massive maces. These attacks are area damage, meaning he can hit multiple troops at once if they're grouped together. The attack happens every 1.7 seconds, which is relatively slow, but acceptable given the splash damage and his other abilities. His range is 1.2 tiles, classified as melee medium, which means he has just slightly more reach than basic melee troops. This matters because it means he can sometimes hit troops that think they safely out of his range. The Mega Knight's health pool is one of his most important attributes. At tournament standard, he has nearly 4,000 hit points. That's massive, making him one of the tankiest troops in the game. This health isn't just about surviving. It's about having the staying power to reach enemy towers, to absorb huge amounts of damage while his teammates deal with threats, to transition from defense to offense without dying in the process. A Mega Knight that survives defending against a push and still has half his health can become a nightmare for opponents to deal with. His movement speed is medium, the same as a knight, mega minion, or barbarian. This is faster than tanks like the Giant or Golem, but slower than cards like the Prince or Bandit. It is a balanced speed that lets him keep up with most pushes while not being so fast that he is impossible to intercept. The medium speed combined with his jump creates this interesting rhythm where he is alternating between steady advancement and sudden leaps, making his movement pattern distinctive and somewhat unpredictable. One crucial limitation of the Mega Knight is that he can only target ground troops. He cannot attack air units at all. This is a significant weakness that prevents him from being overwhelming. A Mega Knight alone cannot deal with a minion horde, cannot touch a baby dragon or mega minion, cannot prevent a balloon from reaching his tower. This weakness is intentional and important, creating counterplay opportunities and ensuring that the Mega Knight needs support despite his individual power. The Mega Knight's abilities create interesting interactions with other game mechanics. He can be stunned mid-jump by Electro Wizard or Zap, causing the jump to fail. He can be pulled by Tornado, repositioned mid-leap to land somewhere unexpected. He can be frozen, rooted, slowed, affected by all the various control effects in the game. But none of these completely shut him down. They merely delay him, buy time, create opportunities. The Mega Knight is resilient in a way that goes beyond his health pool, his multiple abilities ensuring he's always threatening even when countered. When the Mega Knight evolution was released, it added a new dimension to his abilities, the uppercut. With each regular attack, the evolved Mega Knight performs an uppercut that launches the targeted troop back 4 tiles toward the nearest enemy crown tower. This creates a combo with his jump, because those 4 tiles are exactly enough to trigger another jump attack. Suddenly, the evolved Mega Knight can lock single targets in a devastating loop of uppercuts and jumps, repeatedly hitting them and pushing them back until they reach the tower. The force of 1,000 mustaches isn't just a clever phrase. It's a perfect encapsulation of what makes the Mega Knight special. He has impact from the moment he appears. He has mobility that belies his size. He has staying power that lets him do his job, and then some. He has multiple ways to apply pressure and create value. All of these combine to create a card that feels powerful to play, threatening to face, and endlessly interesting to master. Understanding these abilities, really internalizing how they work and interact, is essential to using the Mega Knight effectively or countering him successfully. Every mechanic has its purpose, its strengths, its limitations. The spawn damage punishes clumping and creates immediate impact. The jump attack provides mobility and burst damage. The regular attacks clear swarms and chip at tanks. The massive health pool provides staying power. And all of it together creates a warrior that truly does land with the force of 1,000 mustaches, whatever that force might actually be. September 8, 2017. A legend arrives. There are dates in gaming that become etched in collective memory. Moments when something changed, when the before and after were distinctly different. For Clash Royale players, September 8, 2017 is one of those dates. It's the day the Mega Knight officially entered the game, and the arenas would never be quite the same. But the story of the Mega Knight's release actually begins earlier, in the final days of August, when Supercell offered players their first chance to obtain this new legendary. On August 25th, the Mega Knight Challenge was launched. This was a special event where players could build a deck that included the Mega Knight and battle others doing the same. The grand prize? Achieving 12 wins would grant you the Mega Knight early, before his official release, letting you be among the first to wield this new warrior in regular battles. The challenge itself was an experience, a glimpse into how this new card would change the game. Players experimented with different deck compositions, trying to find synergies with the Mega Knight's unique abilities. Some treated him as a defensive anchor, using his spawn damage to shut down pushes. Others built aggressive decks, pairing him with fast troops to create overwhelming pressure. Every match taught players something new about positioning, timing, the subtle art of when to spawn and when to jump. For those who managed to win that 12th game, the reward was more than just early access. It was bragging rights, the ability to surprise opponents who hadn't yet faced the Mega Knight in ladder matches, who didn't know his patterns and weaknesses. Those early adopters became unwitting teachers, their matches spreading knowledge about this new threat throughout the community. But Supercell didn't stop with just the challenge. From August 31st through September 4th, they offered a special shop deal for players at Arena 10 and above. You could purchase super magical chests, and these chests had a 50% chance to contain the Mega Knight with your first purchase, guaranteed with the second. This was an interesting approach, letting players who were willing to spend gems obtain the card without the skill requirement of winning 12 challenge matches. It democratized access somewhat, ensuring that the Mega Knight wouldn't be exclusively in the hands of the game's most skilled players. As these pre-release days passed, the community buzzed with discussion. YouTube was flooded with videos analyzing the Mega Knight, theorizing about his impact, showcasing spectacular plays from the challenge. Reddit threads dissected his statistics, compared him to other tanks and splash damage dealers, debated whether he was overpowered or balanced or maybe even underwhelming. Twitter erupted with memes, with clips, with that peculiar mixture of excitement and anxiety that comes when something new and powerful is about to change a beloved game. The anticipation built to an almost unbearable crescendo. Players who had gotten the Mega Knight early were either keeping quiet about their experiences or loudly proclaiming that the meta was about to change forever. Those who hadn't obtained him yet were both eager to try him and dreading facing him. Content creators were preparing day one videos, planning their deck guides and strategy breakdowns, ready to capitalize on the moment. Then September 8th arrived, a Friday, perfectly timed for weekend gameplay when player counts were highest. The update went live, and suddenly the Mega Knight was available in chests, in the shop, through trading, through all the normal means of card acquisition. For players in Arena 11 and above, or for anyone lucky enough to get him from a legendary chest, the Mega Knight was now accessible. The first few hours after release were chaotic in the best possible way. The arenas were flooded with players trying out their new Mega Knight, or facing him for the first time, or both. Matches had a different rhythm, an edge of unpredictability, as players learned through experience what the Mega Knight could and couldn't do. Some early attempts were disastrous, players wasting their 7 elixir on poorly positioned spawns or walking the Mega Knight into hard counters they didn't yet recognize. Other attempts were triumphant, perfectly timed defensive spawns that shut down massive pushes and created devastating counterattacks. The community response was immediate and loud. Videos analyzing the release day started appearing within hours. Content creators racing to be first with their takes on whether the Mega Knight lived up to the hype. The consensus was nuanced, which is always interesting with new releases. Yes, the Mega Knight was powerful. Yes, he could do spectacular things. But he also had clear weaknesses, clear counters, clear situations where he wasn't the right play. What became apparent quickly was that the Mega Knight had a high skill floor, but an even higher skill ceiling. Placing him randomly might occasionally work, but true mastery required understanding spawn timing, predicting opponent plays, managing elixir to support him properly. The jump attack in particular needed practice to use effectively, understanding when to let it trigger and when to prevent it by placing troops closer. The meta didn't shift overnight, but it definitely shifted. Decks that relied heavily on clumping troops together suddenly found themselves vulnerable to a 7 elixir response that could shut them down completely. Cards that could counter the Mega Knight, particularly Inferno Tower and Peke, saw increased usage. Deck building conversations changed, with how do I deal with Mega Knight becoming a standard question that had to be answered before a deck was considered viable. Within the first week, certain deck archetypes began to emerge. Mega Knight paired with Inferno Dragon became popular, each covering the other's weaknesses. Mega Knight with Miner and Poison formed the core of a control deck that could defend and chip simultaneously. Bridge spam decks added Mega Knight as a defensive piece that could turn into an offensive threat. The guard's versatility meant he fit into multiple strategies, each leveraging different aspects of his kit. but it wasn't all smooth sailing for the Mega Knight. Even on release day, skilled players were finding and exploiting his weaknesses. They learned that single, high-damage units like P.E.K.K.A. and Mini P.E.K.K.A. could duel him effectively. They discovered that pulling him with buildings could waste his jump and make him walk long distances. They realized that air troops were his kryptonite, that a well-played minion horde of Baby Dragon could take him down for a massive positive elixir trade. The first weekend saw an explosion of Mega Knight usage, as expected. He was new, he was exciting, he was powerful. Everyone wanted to try him, to experience that satisfying impact of his spawn damage, that spectacular arc of his jump attack. But as the weekend progressed and then rolled into the next week, usage stabilized. The novelty wore off. Players returned to their preferred deck archetypes or adapted them to include or counter the Mega Knight as needed. One of the interesting aspects of the release was how it validated Supercell's design approach. The Mega Knight was clearly strong, a legendary that felt legendary, but he wasn't breaking the game. Win rates with him were good, but not overwhelming. He had clear counterplay. He added strategic depth rather than removing it. This balance on release, while not perfect, showed sophisticated game design, suggesting that Supercell had learned from previous legendary releases and applied those lessons here. The community's creative response to the Mega Knight was immediate and entertaining. Memes proliferated, many focusing on that Force of 1,000 Mustaches line. Fan art appeared, depicting the Mega Knight in various styles and scenarios. Players created montages of spectacular plays, moments where the Mega Knight single-handedly defended against seemingly unstoppable pushes. The cultural impact extended beyond just the game mechanics into genuine affection for the character. As September gave way to October, the Mega Knight settled into the game's ecosystem. He wasn't in every deck, which would have been a sign of being overpowered, but he was common enough that every player had to account for him, had to have a plan for how their deck would handle him. This is the sweet spot for any powerful card, influential without being dominant, worth playing but not mandatory. The release also marked a shift in player expectations for what legendary cards could be. The Mega Knight set a new standard for impact, for spectacle, for that feeling of playing something truly special. Future legendary releases would be compared to him, evaluated against the benchmark he established. Some would fall short, others would meet or exceed it, but none could ignore it. September 8th, 2017 wasn't just the day a new card was released. It was the day Clash Royale demonstrated its maturity as a game, its ability to add complexity while maintaining balance, to create excitement while preserving competitive integrity. The arena shakes, early impact and community reaction. The days following September 8th were a period of discovery, adjustment, and sometimes chaos. The Clash Royale community, millions strong across the globe, was experiencing the Mega Knight phenomenon in real time, and the reactions ranged from delight to despair, from awe to frustration, from strategic fascination to meme-worthy absurdity. In those first weeks, the forums and social media platforms dedicated to Clash Royale were ablaze with discussion. Reddit's Clash Royale subreddit saw post after post analyzing the new card. Some players praised Supercell for creating something genuinely exciting and powerful that lived up to its legendary status. These players appreciated the spectacle of the Mega Knight, the way his arrival could turn a match around, the skill expression in timing his spawns perfectly to maximize value. But not everyone was celebrating. A vocal segment of the community felt that the Mega Knight was overtuned, too strong for his cost. These critics pointed to matches where a single Mega Knight spawn had wiped out 15 or 20 elixir worth of troops, creating massive swing advantages that felt impossible to recover from. They argued that his combination of tankiness, damage, and mobility was too much, that no single card should be able to defend and counterpush so effectively. The dividing community opinion revealed something interesting about Clash Royale's player base and game design in general. Players who had adapted quickly, who had learned the Mega Knight's patterns and incorporated counters into their decks, tended to view him as strong but manageable. Those who were still struggling to deal with him, or whose preferred deck archetypes were particularly vulnerable to him, saw him as a problem that needed addressing. Content creators played a crucial role in shaping community perception during this period. Popular YouTubers and streamers were producing daily content featuring the Mega Knight, and their takes varied widely. Some, like CWA Gaming and Clash with Shane, put out detailed guides on how to use the Mega Knight effectively and, just as importantly, how to counter him. These educational videos help players understand that while the Mega Knight was powerful, he wasn't unbeatable. Other creators leaned into the spectacle, producing highlight reels of the most devastating Mega Knight plays. These videos were entertaining, sometimes hilarious, but they also contributed to a perception that the Mega Knight was unstoppable. When you watch a compilation of perfectly executed Mega Knight spawns, each one obliterating enemy pushes and leading to 3 crown victories, it's easy to forget all the times the Mega Knight was countered or didn't provide value. Memes, as they always do in gaming communities, flourished. The Force of 1,000 Mustaches line became a running joke, spawning countless variations and images. Players created memes about the panic of seeing a Mega Knight land on their push, about the satisfaction of perfectly timing a spawn, about the specific type of player who immediately added Mega Knight to every deck regardless of synergy. These memes, while humorous, also served as a form of communal processing, a way for the community to collectively work through their feelings about this new addition to the game. One particular aspect of the early Mega Knight meta that generated discussion was what players called panic spawning. This referred to players who, upon seeing any kind of enemy push, would immediately drop their Mega Knight, regardless of whether it was actually the right play. Sometimes this worked, the Mega Knight's raw stats and abilities bailing out poor decision-making. But often it didn't, and these panic spawns became opportunities for skilled opponents to punish over-reliance on the card. The evolution of Mega Knight strategies in those early weeks was fascinating to watch. Initially, most players used him purely defensively as a response to enemy pushes. His spawn damage and high health made this the obvious application. But as players experimented, more nuanced approaches emerged. Some discovered that spawning the Mega Knight at the bridge, especially when the opponent was low on elixir, could create enormous pressure. Others found that placing him in the back during double elixir, letting him walk slowly toward the bridge while building supporting troops behind him, could create nearly unstoppable pushes. The synergy discoveries were particularly exciting. Players realized that cards like Battle Ram and Bandit, which could quickly reach the opponent's tower, created dilemmas when paired with the Mega Knight. Deal with the fast threats and the Mega Knight reaches your tower. Deal with the Mega Knight and the fast threats get through. This type of split pressure strategy became a hallmark of early Mega Knight decks. Inferno Dragon emerged as a favorite partner for the Mega Knight during this period. The pairing made perfect sense. The Mega Knight handled swarms and medium health troops that threatened the Inferno Dragon, while the Inferno Dragon melted the tanks and mini-tanks that could duel the Mega Knight effectively. Together, they covered each other's weaknesses beautifully, creating a defensive core that was difficult to overcome. As the first month progressed, the meta began to adapt. Cards that countered the Mega Knight saw their usage rates climb. Inferno Tower became more common, as it could melt the Mega Knight quickly while keeping him at a safe distance. PEKKA decks gained popularity, as P.E.K.K.A. was one of the few cards that could go toe-to-toe with the Mega Knight and win convincingly. Even lower-cost options like Knight and Mini P.E.K.K.A. found renewed relevance as Mega Knight counters. The adaptation wasn't one-sided, though. As counter cards became more common, Mega Knight players adapted their strategies. They learned to support their Mega Knight with Zap or Lightning to reset Inferno towers. They started carrying air troops to deal with high-damage ground units, trying to solo their Mega Knight. They became more selective about when to play him, recognizing that sometimes holding him as a defensive threat was more valuable than actually using him. This back and forth, this dynamic adaptation and counter-adaptation, is what makes card games like Clash Royale endlessly engaging. The Mega Knight wasn't static in the meta. He was a living presence that changed how players approached deck building, how they managed their elixir, how they thought about offensive and defensive positioning. Even players who didn't use the Mega Knight had to think about him constantly, and that's the mark of a truly meta-defining card. The tournament scene during this period provided interesting data on the Mega Knight's actual power level. While he was extremely popular in ladder play, whereas high rarity meant he was often overleveled relative to opponents' cards, tournament standard play presented a more balanced picture. Win rates in grand challenges and special events showed the Mega Knight was strong, but not dominant. Skilled players were countering him effectively, and decks without him were still winning consistently. This disparity between ladder and tournament performance revealed something important. Much of the frustration with the Mega Knight came from level-dependent interactions. An over-leveled Mega Knight could survive interactions he shouldn't, could destroy troops that should have survived his spawn damage. At equal levels, the card was well-balanced. But on ladder, where equal levels were rare, the Mega Knight could feel oppressive. The community's emotional journey with the Mega Knight in those early weeks mirrored the typical arc of any powerful new addition to a game. Initial excitement gave way to frustration as people faced him repeatedly without solid counter strategies. This frustration then gradually transformed into understanding as players, learned his weaknesses, and adapted their decks. Finally, acceptance settled in, a recognition that the Mega Knight was part of the game now, powerful but manageable, requiring respect but not fear. One of the more positive aspects of the community reaction was how it brought players together. Mega Knight discussions crossed clan boundaries, skill levels, regional differences. A new player struggling in Arena 11 could get advice from a professional player on how to counter the Mega Knight, creating connections that might not have formed otherwise. The shared experience of adapting to this new card created a sense of collective journey, of the community moving forward together. The early impact of the Mega Knight also sparked broader conversations about game balance, about what made a legendary card truly legendary, about the role of powerful cards in keeping a game fresh and exciting. Some argued that legendary cards should be game changers, that they should feel special and powerful, and yes, maybe even a little overpowered. Others felt that balance should trump rarity, that every card should be viable, but none should be necessary. Supercell, for their part, remained relatively quiet during this initial period, choosing to let the meta settle naturally rather than making hasty balance changes. This patience proved wise. The meta did settle, counter strategies emerged, and what initially seemed like an overwhelming card revealed itself to be strong but fair. This hands-off approach showed confidence in their design and respect for the community's ability to adapt. The Mega Knight's early impact extended beyond just gameplay. He influenced how new cards were designed and released going forward. Supercell had learned that big, splashy legendary cards generated excitement and engagement, but they also needed clear weaknesses and counterplay. Future releases would be evaluated against the Mega Knight standard, both in terms of power level and in terms of creating that feeling of playing something truly special. As October turned to November and the Mega Knight approached his 2-month mark in the game, something interesting happened. The complaints quieted, the panic subsided, and in their place came appreciation. Players who had initially hated facing the Mega Knight found themselves enjoying using him. Those who had called him broken recognized that he added strategic depth to the game. The Mega Knight had transitioned from controversial new addition to accepted part of the meta, from disruptor to institution. This journey, from release to acceptance, from novelty to normalcy, is the story of every successful addition to a long-running game. The Mega Knight shook the arena when he arrived, absolutely. But the arena absorbed the shock, adjusted, and found a new equilibrium. The community's resilience and adaptability turned what could have been a game-ruining addition into an enriching one. Proof that players and developers together can navigate the always challenging task of adding power to a balanced game. The Balance Chronicles. In the world of live service games, balance is never truly achieved, only approached. It's a moving target, shifting with every new card release, every strategic discovery, every evolution in how players understand and play the game. The Mega Knight's balance history is a testament to this truth. A chronicle of adjustments, both large and small, each attempting to keep him powerful and exciting while preventing him from becoming oppressive. The Mega Knight launched in a surprisingly well-balanced state, a testament to Supercell's playtesting and design philosophy. However, no card enters the live environment perfectly tuned. The sheer number of players, the diversity of deck compositions, the creative strategies that emerge from millions of minds working on the same problem. These factors reveal balance issues that no amount of internal testing can predict. The first significant balance change came relatively quickly on October 20th, 2017, just 6 weeks after his release. This update reduced the Mega Knight's spawn and jump damage by a modest 6%. The area damage radius of these abilities was also decreased from 3.5 tiles to 3 tiles. These changes might seem small on paper, but they had meaningful impact on gameplay. The damage reduction meant that certain interactions changed. Some troops that previously died to the spawn damage now survived with a sliver of health. This created more uncertainty in how the Mega Knight would perform, more opportunities for opponents to get value from their troops, even when the Mega Knight landed on them. The radius reduction was perhaps even more significant, making it slightly easier for opponents to spread their troops in ways that minimize the Mega Knight's impact. These changes weren't meant to cripple the Mega Knight, and they didn't. He remained a popular and powerful card. But they did reduce his most frustrating aspects. Those moments where he seemed to destroy everything in an impossibly large radius with damage that felt impossible to survive. The adjustments were surgical, targeting the specific elements that were creating negative player experiences without gutting the card's identity or effectiveness. In December of 2017, just 3 months after his release, another balance pass arrived. This one targeted the Mega Knight's regular attack damage, reducing it by 4.5%. This change was interesting because it didn't affect his signature abilities. The spawn and jump damage remained unchanged. Instead, it reduced his sustained damage output, his ability to take down buildings and tanks through repeated regular attacks. This adjustment made sense in the context of how the Mega Knight was being used. He was intended primarily as a defensive card that could counter-push, not as a tank that you built pushes around. But some players had found success using him as a primary win condition, pairing him with support troops and relying on his combination of health and regular attack damage to overwhelm opponents. The damage reduction didn't eliminate this strategy, but it made it less reliable, encouraging players to use the Mega Knight in the role he was designed for. A longer period of stability followed. Throughout 2018 and into 2019, the Mega Knight received no direct balance changes. This doesn't mean he was ignored. His interactions with other cards changed as those cards received buffs and nerfs, and new card releases created new synergies and counters. But his core statistics remained constant, suggesting that Supercell felt they'd found an acceptable balance point. This period of stability was important for the Mega Knight's place in the meta. Players could invest in upgrading him without fear that he'd be nerfed into irrelevance. Deck strategies could be refined without constantly having to account for changing Mega Knight statistics. The card had time to settle, for the community to truly understand him, for innovative uses to be discovered and countered and rediscovered in endless cycles. In June of 2019, a quality of life change arrived that didn't affect balance but improved gameplay feel. The Mega Knight's walking animation was adjusted to more accurately sync with his actual movement speed. This might seem trivial, but in a game where precise timing and positioning matter enormously, having animations that accurately reflect what's happening mechanically is crucial. The change made the Mega Knight feel better to play and easier to play against, as visual cues more clearly communicated his position and timing. Then, in October of 2019, the Mega Knight received his first buff. His hit speed was increased by 11%, from 1.8 seconds to 1.7 seconds. This seemingly small change had ripple effects throughout his kit. He attacked more frequently, increasing his sustained damage output and making him more threatening over time. More importantly, it made his attack rhythm feel slightly more responsive, reducing those frustrating moments where he'd be just about to attack when a troop moved out of range. This buff suggests that Supercell had gathered enough data to determine the earlier nerfs had been slightly too aggressive, or that the meta had shifted in ways that made the Mega Knight less dominant than intended. Buffs to previously nerfed cards are always interesting because they show a willingness to revisit past decisions, to recognize when the pendulum has swung too far in one direction. The next significant change came in November of 2020, in the context of a major update that saw numerous cards adjusted. The Mega Knight's regular attack damage was increased by 4.5%. This exactly reversed the damage nerf from December 2017, bringing him full circle back to his release damage values for regular attacks. It was as if Supercell was saying, "We tried reducing this, the meta adapted, and now we're comfortable restoring it." These restoration buffs are fascinating from a game design perspective. They demonstrate that balance isn't about finding one perfect state and maintaining it forever. The same statistics that were too powerful in 2017 might be perfectly appropriate in 2020 after the game has evolved. New cards have been released, and players have become more skilled at execution and counterplay. In September of 2021, the Mega Knight received another buff, this time to his hit points. A 4% increase in health might not sound like much, but at the Mega Knight's already substantial health pool, it translated to meaningful increases in survivability. Interactions with various damage sources changed, allowing the Mega Knight to survive longer in situations where he previously would have fallen just short. This health buff addressed one of the persistent issues with the Mega Knight's role as a defensive card. He was meant to stop pushes and then counterpush with remaining health, but too often he'd successfully defend but die in the process, leaving no counterpush potential. The extra health made it more likely he'd have enough remaining to threaten the opponent's tower, fulfilling his intended function more reliably. The balance changes to the Mega Knight weren't just about numbers adjustments. Throughout his history, various bug fixes and interaction adjustments affected how he functioned. Issues with his jump targeting were addressed, ensuring he'd jump at appropriate targets rather than sometimes walking when he should jump. Interactions with knockback and stun effects were refined, creating more consistent and predictable gameplay. One particularly important set of changes involved level scaling interactions. Supercell worked to ensure that the Mega Knight's effectiveness didn't swing too wildly based on level differences. An over-leveled Mega Knight had been particularly oppressive on ladder, destroying troops he shouldn't while surviving against troops that should have killed him. Adjustments to various damage and health breakpoints helped smooth out these level-dependent interactions, making the card more balanced across the entire range of levels. In March of 2023, the landscape shifted dramatically with the introduction of card evolutions. While the base Mega Knight received no changes in this update, the announcement that he would eventually receive an evolution meant that future balance considerations would need to account for two versions of the card. This added complexity to the balance equation, as changes to the base Mega Knight would affect the evolution and vice versa. When the Mega Knight evolution was finally released, it brought its own balance considerations. The uppercut mechanic, launching troops backward toward the opponent's tower with each regular attack, created new interactions and strategies. The evolution was intentionally tuned to be powerful. It was meant to feel like a significant upgrade, but not so powerful that it dominated every match. Balancing evolutions while keeping base cards relevant has been an ongoing challenge for Supercell, and the Mega Knight evolution represents one approach to that challenge. Throughout all these changes, certain principles have guided the Mega Knight's balance journey. First, his identity as a defensive card with counter-push potential has been preserved. No changes have transformed him into something fundamentally different. Second, his skill ceiling has been maintained. He is easy to play at a basic level, but rewards mastery of timing and positioning. Third, his weaknesses have been kept clear and exploitable air troops. High DPS, single-target units, and building pools remain effective counter strategies. The balance history also reveals Supercell's philosophy about legendary cards. They should feel special and powerful, worth the excitement when obtained and worth the investment to upgrade. But they shouldn't be mandatory, shouldn't warp the meta around themselves, shouldn't make other strategies feel invalid. The Mega Knight's journey from slightly overtuned to well-balanced to occasionally underpowered and back to well-balanced shows this philosophy in action. Looking at the complete arc of balance changes, a pattern emerges. The Mega Knight was released slightly too strong, was carefully nerfed to address the most problematic aspects, was left stable for an extended period, and has since received small buffs to keep him relevant as the game evolves around him. This pattern is what healthy balance looks like: responsive, but not reactive, willing to make changes, but not constantly tinkering, respecting both the card's identity and the player's experience. The balance chronicles of the Mega Knight aren't finished, of course. As long as Clash Royale continues as a live game, balance will be an ongoing process. New cards will be released that interact with the Mega Knight in unexpected ways. Strategic innovations will discover overlooked synergies or counter strategies. The meta will shift, ebb and flow like tides, and the Mega Knight's position within it will shift accordingly. But his core identity, carefully crafted through years of thoughtful balance adjustments, will endure. Knight School memories. Every warrior has a beginning, and even the Mega Knight, that imposing figure who descends onto battlefields with the force of 1,000 mustaches, was once something less than legendary. The lore of Clash Royale is often subtle, revealed in card descriptions and flavor text rather than explicit storytelling. But these fragments create a surprisingly rich tapestry when examined closely. The Mega Knight's backstory, centered around Knight School and the mockery he endured, adds depth to a character who could have been merely a collection of stats and abilities. The official description mentions that the Mega Knight crash lands with enough force to make grown wizards cry, and notes that in Knight School, this dude got smack-talked for his small and delicate hands. This single sentence carries surprising emotional weight. Here was someone training to be a knight, a warrior expected to wield weapons and wear armor and project strength, but he possessed a physical characteristic that made him a target for ridicule. Imagine the scene at Knight School. Young warriors in training, all competing for recognition, all trying to prove themselves worthy of their future role. In such an environment, any perceived weakness becomes a vector for mockery. Small hands, delicate hands. These became not just a physical characteristic, but a symbol of inadequacy in the eyes of his peers. The very tools he'd need for his profession, his hands, were deemed insufficient. This bullying, this mockery, would have been relentless. Knight School wasn't likely a gentle place. It was where future warriors were forged through competition, through testing, through constant comparison to one another. Every time he picked up a sword, someone probably made a comment. Every sparring session where his grip wasn't as strong as others became an opportunity for ridicule. The small hand jokes probably never ended, worn into grooves through repetition until they became a background hum of his existence there. But here's where the story becomes interesting, where the Mega Knight's character reveals itself. He didn't give up. He didn't let the mockery break him or drive him away. Instead, he found a solution, and that solution was brilliant in its directness. If his hands were too small to effectively wield traditional weapons, then he'd create weapons that attached to his armor, that used his whole body's strength rather than just his grip. Those massive spiked maces that define his appearance aren't just weapons. They're a response to limitation, a creative solution to a problem that others used to demean him. The armor itself tells a story too. That heavy, dark plate isn't standard knight issue. It's specialized, custom, designed to support those mace fists and to transform their wearer into something far more than an ordinary knight. Someone who felt inadequate because of small hands chose to encase himself in armor so impressive, so intimidating, that the hands within became irrelevant. The Mega Knight isn't hiding his perceived weakness. He's made it irrelevant through sheer overwhelming presence. There's something deeply human in this transformation narrative, even though the Mega Knight himself is a character in a mobile game. How many people have taken something they were mocked for and turned it into motivation? How many have responded to, "You can't because of X," with creative solutions that make X irrelevant? The Mega Knight's story is, at its core, about refusing to accept limitations that others try to impose on you. The jump attack, that signature ability that makes the Mega Knight so distinctive, can be read through this lens too. Traditional knights in Clash Royale walk steadily forward, plant their feet, and swing their weapons. But the Mega Knight leaps, defying expectations of how someone in heavy armor should move. It's as if he's saying, "You thought I couldn't be a proper knight? I'll redefine what a knight is." His whole fighting style is a rejection of traditional forms, a creation of something new that works for him specifically. The name itself, Mega Knight, suggests transcendence of the normal category. He's not just a knight, not even just a super knight. He's mega, beyond, larger than the role itself. This naming could be seen as overcompensation, but it could also be seen as earned. He didn't fit the mold of what knights were supposed to be, so he broke the mold and created his own category. Consider the psychological journey required for this transformation. From mocked student to legendary warrior is a path that requires not just physical training, but mental fortitude. Every time doubt crept in, every time those old voices from night school echoed in memory saying his hands were too small, too delicate, he had to push past them. He had to believe that he could be more than what his critics said he was, more than what his apparent limitations suggested. The story also says something about the culture of night school and warrior training in the Clash universe. That such mockery was apparently common, that physical characteristics became grounds for exclusion or ridicule, suggests a harsh environment. But it also suggests that this environment, for all its cruelty, produced warriors who were driven, who were forced to overcome, who emerged stronger for having faced adversity. The Mega Knight is proof of this. He wouldn't be who he is without that crucible of mockery. There's an interesting parallel between the Mega Knight's story and broader themes in Clash Royale. The game itself is about taking seemingly mismatched troops and creating synergies, about finding unexpected solutions to tactical problems, about creativity within constraints. The Mega Knight embodies these themes in his very backstory. He took a constraint, small hands, and created an innovative solution, mace fists integrated into armor. That made him not just viable, but extraordinary. The other students at night school, the ones who mocked him, where are they now? Presumably, they graduated and became regular knights. Competent, perhaps, but unremarkable. Meanwhile, the one they belittled became a legend. A legendary card that players across the world desire and fear. There's a poetic justice in that. A validation that being different, being subject to mockery, doesn't determine your ultimate value or potential. This backstory also makes the Mega Knight more relatable to players. Many people, perhaps most, have experienced some form of being told they're not good enough for something they want to do. Maybe it was a physical characteristic, maybe a skill deficit, maybe just being in the wrong place or knowing the wrong people. The Mega Knight's journey from inadequate to extraordinary resonates because it reflects struggles that transcend the game, that touch on universal human experiences of overcoming adversity. The fact that this rich backstory is conveyed in just a few words of flavor text shows Supercell's skill at world building. They didn't need to create an elaborate cutscene or write a novel. A single sentence about night school mockery is enough to spark imagination, to create depth, to transform a game piece into a character with history and motivation. It's efficient storytelling that respects players' intelligence and imagination. The Mega Knight's memories of night school, of being mocked, of feeling inadequate, these aren't shown directly in the game, but they inform everything about how we understand the character. They explain the armor's imposing nature, the oversized weapons, the aggressive abilities. They give context to the confidence he projects, that swagger of someone who has proven everyone wrong and knows it. Every time he lands on the battlefield with that characteristic force, he's making a statement. You were wrong about me. You've always been wrong about me. And here's the proof. Those memories also suggest that the Mega Knight fights not just for tactical victory, but for something more personal. Every battle is a continuation of that original struggle at night school. Every successful defense, every devastating spawn damage that obliterates enemy troops, every jump attack that crushes opponents. These are all echoes of "I told you I could do it." The battlefield becomes a place of continual validation. The psychology of power. There's something uniquely psychological about the Mega Knight that goes beyond his statistics and mechanics. When players see that dark armor descending onto their side of the arena, there's a visceral response that no spreadsheet can capture. Fear, respect, sometimes panic. Understanding why the Mega Knight generates these emotional reactions helps us appreciate not just his power, but his place in the mental game that every Clash Royale match truly is. The psychology begins before the Mega Knight even lands. The moment he appears above the battlefield, dropping toward his target position, there's anticipation. Both players know what's coming. The defender knows their carefully assembled push is about to be tested. The attacker knows they're about to see if they spent their 7 elixir wisely. That split second between appearance and impact is loaded with tension, pregnant with possibility. Then comes the impact itself, and this is where the psychological warfare really begins. The spawn damage and knockback don't just destroy troops and scatter formations. They shatter plans. A player might have spent 15 elixir building a push, carefully placing each troop to support the others, timing their advancement to overwhelm the opponent. Then 7 elixir worth of Mega Knight lands in the middle of it all, and suddenly half those troops are gone, the rest are scattered, and the entire strategy has collapsed. This feeling of having your plans demolished in an instant creates a specific type of frustration. It's not just about losing troops or taking damage. It's about the invalidation of effort and thought. Players invest mental energy into building pushes, thinking about placement and timing and synergies. The Mega Knight can make all that mental investment feel wasted with a single deployment. And that's psychologically painful in a way that losing to superior strategy or execution isn't. But there's also the flip side of this psychological dynamic. For the player using the Mega Knight, successfully shutting down a big push with perfect timing creates a rush of satisfaction that's hard to match. It's not just about making a good play. It's about timing. about reading your opponent's intentions, about that perfect moment where everything clicks and your prediction pays off. That dopamine hit from a well-timed Mega Knight spawn is real and powerful, reinforcing the behavior and making players want to recreate that moment again and again. The jump attack adds another layer to the psychological game. Opponents know it's coming, but the exact timing creates uncertainty. Will he jump now? Do I play something closer to distract him, or will that just waste elixir? Should I let him jump and counter afterward, or try to prevent it? These questions run through defenders' minds every time a Mega Knight is advancing, creating decision paralysis that can lead to mistakes or missed opportunities. There's also an element of inevitability to the Mega Knight that affects player psychology. Once he's spawned and healthy, he feels unstoppable. He's walking toward your tower, and you know you have to deal with him. But he has so much health that partial solutions don't feel sufficient. It's not enough to chip at him or slow him down. You need to fully commit resources to stopping him, and that commitment can leave you vulnerable to other threats. This creates a damned if you do, damned dash if dash you dashed on single quotes T feeling that generates stress and forces uncomfortable decisions. The overleveling phenomenon amplifies all these psychological effects. On ladder, where card levels vary, facing an overleveled Mega Knight can feel completely hopeless. Your usual counters don't work, quite right, because the level difference means he survives when he should die, or kills your troops when they should survive. This creates learned helplessness, a psychological state where players stop trying optimal strategies because their experience has taught them nothing works. They panic spawn counters, make desperate plays, and often lose not because the Mega Knight is actually unbeatable, but because they've convinced themselves he is. The meta-perception of the Mega Knight also plays into his psychological impact. Cards that are perceived as overpowered or no skill carry a stigma that affects how encounters with them feel. Players who believe the Mega Knight is a crutch for bad players will feel extra frustrated when losing to him, not just because they lost, but because they feel they lost to something unfair. Conversely, this stigma can make some Mega Knight users defensive about their deck choices, creating a psychological burden where they feel they have to justify or prove their skill despite using a cheap card. There is an interesting phenomenon where the Mega Knight's presence in the meta affects deck building, even for players who do not own or use him. Knowing that Mega Knight is common means including answers for him, which shapes deck composition. But those answers might be suboptimal against other strategies, creating attacks on deck building diversity. Players feel this constraint psychologically, even if they can't articulate it. The Mega Knight influences their choices before the match even begins, exercising psychological control over the meta through his mere existence. The sound design contributes significantly to the psychological impact. That deep thud when he lands, the metallic crunch of his attacks, the distinctive audio cues that announce his presence even if you're not looking directly at him. These sounds trigger immediate recognition and response in experienced players. Over time, they can even develop a Pavlovian response where hearing the Mega Knight S sounds creates a stress reaction before they've consciously processed what is happening. From a game design perspective, the psychological impact of the Mega Knight is both a feature and a challenge. He's meant to feel powerful, to create memorable moments, to be exciting to play and challenging to face. But if the psychological response tips too far into frustration or hopelessness, that's a problem. Supercell has had to walk this tightrope with balance changes, trying to maintain the Mega Knight's identity and impact while ensuring he doesn't create so much negative emotion that players stop enjoying the game. The psychology of power in gaming often relates to agency, the feeling that you have control over outcomes and that skill matters. The Mega Knight challenges agency in specific ways. His spawn damage can feel unavoidable, like you couldn't have done anything differently. His jump attack can feel random, like whether you win or lose depends on targeting decisions you can't fully control. These situations where outcomes feel predetermined or out of your hands are psychologically uncomfortable, creating frustration even when the actual balance might be fair. But experienced players develop a different psychological relationship with the Mega Knight. They learn to predict when opponents are likely to have him in cycle. They position troops anticipating his deployment. They manage elixir specifically to maintain answers. For these players, the Mega Knight becomes less an overwhelming force and more a puzzle to solve, a known quantity that adds complexity without adding stress. This transition from fear to understanding is part of the skill development journey in Clash Royale, and the Mega Knight serves as a significant milestone in that journey. The card also creates interesting psychological dynamics in terms of commitment and investment. Playing the Mega Knight is a 7 elixir commitment, a significant portion of your total elixir at any given time. This creates psychological pressure to make the play count, to get value from that investment. Players might hold the Mega Knight too long, waiting for the perfect opportunity that never comes, or play him desperately, trying to force value when the situation isn't right. This decision fatigue around when to commit such a costly card adds mental load to matches in ways that cheaper cards don't. There's also the trophy pressure's psychological effect. At certain trophy ranges, Mega Knight becomes extremely common, and players know this. Climbing ladder means facing him repeatedly, sometimes multiple matches in a row. This repetition can create a grinding, exhausting feeling where even when you win, you're dreading facing him again next match. The psychological fatigue from repetitive challenging situations is real and can contribute to burnout or frustration with the game. The meme culture around the Mega Knight also influences psychology in interesting ways. Players who identify with the jokes about Mega Knight users being brain dead or relying on a crutch card might avoid using him even when it would be strategically optimal because they've internalized the social stigma. Others might use him specifically because of the memes, leaning into the persona of the annoying Mega Knight player. These social psychological factors shape behavior in ways that pure gameplay considerations don't. Understanding the psychology of power that the Mega Knight represents helps us see why he's such a controversial and discussed card. He's not just strong in a mathematical sense. He's psychologically impactful in ways that affect how players experience matches, make decisions, and feel about the game. This psychological dimension is what makes the Mega Knight more than just another card. He's a test of mental fortitude, a trigger for emotional responses, and a force that shapes player behavior through fear, respect, and the complex interplay of commitment, agency, and learned patterns that define high-level Clash Royale play. Tactical mastery. Offensive strategies. Using the Mega Knight offensively is an art form that extends far beyond simply dropping him at the bridge and hoping for the best. While he's primarily known as a defensive card, understanding his offensive potential and the nuances of aggressive Mega Knight play separates competent players from true masters of the card. Let's explore the depth of offensive strategy that the Mega Knight enables. The most straightforward offensive use is the bridge spam. When your opponent is low on elixir, dropping the Mega Knight directly at the bridge creates immediate pressure that's difficult to answer efficiently. The opponent needs to spend at least as much elixir as you did to stop him, and often more, especially if they're caught with the wrong cards in hand. This play is most effective after you've successfully defended and forced your opponent to spend elixir, creating a window where they can't afford an optimal response. But the timing of bridge spam matters immensely. Drop him too early, and your opponent has time to generate elixir and cycle to their counters. Drop him too late, and you've missed the window where they're truly vulnerable. Reading your opponent's elixir count, tracking what cards they've played, understanding their cycle, all of this informs when the bridge spam becomes a powerful play versus when it's a desperate gamble. The back placement strategy represents a more methodical approach to offensive play. Placing the Mega Knight in the back corner of your side gives maximum time to build support troops behind him before he reaches the river. This creates what's called a beatdown push, where the Mega Knight serves as both tank and damage dealer, with support troops providing additional damage, splash protection, or utility. What makes this strategy effective is how it forces your opponent into difficult decisions. If they rush the opposite lane, trying to race your slow-building push, you have time to defend and still support your Mega Knight. If they wait and try to defend your push at the river, you have maximum elixir to support him. If they try to pressure both lanes, they're splitting their resources and likely can't fully handle either threat. The Mega Knight's health pool and area damage make him effective at both attacking and, if needed, abandoning the push to defend emergency situations. Support troop selection for offensive Mega Knight pushes reveal strategic depth. Fast troops like Bandit or Battle Ram create a two-speed push where opponents must choose which threat to prioritize. If they focus on the fast troops, the Mega Knight gets a free approach. If they focus on the Mega Knight, the fast troops might get through. This split pressure approach exploits the fundamental problem in tower defense games. You can't be strong everywhere simultaneously. Flying support troops behind the Mega Knight solve his air weakness while adding extra damage. Minions, Mega Minion, Inferno Dragon, these troops turn the Mega Knight from a ground specialist into a more complete threat. The opponent now needs splash for swarms, high DPS for the Mega Knight, and air targeting for your support. Finding a defensive solution that handles all three becomes significantly more difficult than stopping the Mega Knight alone. Spell support for offensive Mega Knight pushes is crucial at high levels of play. Lightning or Fireball can preemptively eliminate high DPS defenders like Inferno Tower or Mini P.E.K.K.A., clearing the path for your Mega Knight to reach the tower. Zap can reset Inferno effects or stun groups of defending troops, buying precious seconds for your Mega Knight to do his work. The elixir investment is substantial 7 for Mega Knight, 6 for Lightning, for example. But if it takes a tower or forces a massive defensive commitment, the value is there. The cycle consideration for offensive play is often overlooked by newer players. If you're planning an offensive Mega Knight push, you want it to be the Evolve version if you're running the Evolution. This means tracking your cycles carefully, ensuring that when you're ready to push, you'll get the upgraded version with the uppercut ability. Poor cycle management can result in spending elixir on an offensive push, only to realize too late that you've deployed the base version when you needed the evolution. Punishing overcommitment is another offensive application of the Mega Knight that requires reading your opponent. When they invest heavily in one lane, say, placing a golem in the back and beginning to build a massive push, the Mega Knight at the opposite bridge creates a problem they're well positioned to handle. They've committed elixir to their push and may not have efficient answers available. This opposite lane pressure can force them to abandon their push to defend, effectively wasting their investment. The surprise factor can't be underestimated in offensive Mega Knight play. Players often expect and prepare for defensive Mega Knight usage. When you use him offensively, especially early in a match before you've revealed him, the surprise can create panic and suboptimal responses. This is particularly true in the first minute, when some players are still developing their elixir advantage and figuring out their opponent's deck archetype. Double elixir time transforms offensive Mega Knight strategy significantly. With elixir generating twice as fast, the cost of the Mega Knight becomes less prohibitive, and you can more easily support him with multiple troops and spells. The standard late-game strategy often involves spawning the Mega Knight in one lane while having enough elixir to defend the other, or even spawning multiple Mega Knights in succession, overwhelming opponents with the sheer sustained pressure of multiple 7 elixir threats that each require substantial resources to stop. The counter-push after a successful defense is perhaps the most common and most effective offensive application. Your Mega Knight successfully defends against a push and survives with significant health remaining. Now he's already across the river, already threatening the opponent's tower, and they're likely low on elixir, having just invested in their failed push. Adding even cheap support troops behind him turns the successful defense into a threatening offense with minimal additional investment. Baiting out counters is an advanced offensive technique. If you know your opponent has Inferno Tower or P.E.K.K.A., hard counters to your Mega Knight, forcing them to use these cards on other threats, creates windows where your Mega Knight can be deployed offensively without facing his natural predators. This requires deck composition that includes other tanks or threats that force out the same counters, creating mind games about which threat your opponent needs to use their counter on. The split lane pressure using Mega Knight requires precise timing and elixir management. Place him in one lane while simultaneously deploying threats in the other goblin barrel. Minor, fast troops forcing your opponent to defend both sides. The Mega Knight's presence means they can't just ignore one side while fully committing to the other. Even if neither push fully succeeds, the tower damage accumulated from both lanes can add up to taking towers or creating crown tower health disadvantages that matter in close matches. Understanding tower health breakpoints for offensive decision-making separates good from great players. If an opponent's crown tower is low enough that your Mega Knight can take it even through imperfect defense, the offensive spawn becomes less risky. You might accept trading towers, or even losing the match if you can secure the crown tower you retargeting. This requires quick math and strategic thinking to recognize when going all in offensively is correct, even if it means giving up defensive advantages. The evolved Mega Knight's uppercut ability completely changes offensive calculus. The 4-tile knockback that triggers his jump attack means single defenders get locked in a cycle of being pushed back and jumped on, unable to effectively damage the Mega Knight. This makes the evolution version significantly more threatening offensively, capable of pushing through defenses that would stop the base version. Understanding when you have access to the evolution versus the base card dramatically changes offensive strategy. Offensive Mega Knight play in combination with win conditions creates layered attacks that are difficult to defend. If your actual win condition is Hog Rider, deploying the Mega Knight in the opposite lane turns him into a secondary threat that demands attention. Even if the opponent successfully defends both, the elixir expenditure and stress of defending two lanes simultaneously creates advantages in later cycles. The Mega Knight becomes a tool to enable your true win condition, rather than being the win condition himself. Recognizing when not to use the Mega Knight offensively is perhaps as important as knowing when to use him. If your opponent has full elixir, has hard counters in hand, and hasn't shown any vulnerabilities, offensive Mega Knight play is likely to result in getting little value for your significant investment. Learning patience, holding the card for better opportunities, managing the temptation to do something when you re-behind. These discipline elements separate players who use the Mega Knight well from those who waste him. The offensive mastery of the Mega Knight isn't about one dominant strategy, but about having a toolkit of approaches and the game sense to know which applies in each situation. It's understanding matchups, tracking cycles, reading elixir states, predicting responses, and executing with timing that maximizes value. The Mega Knight's versatility means he can be deployed offensively in myriad ways, and truly skilled players move fluidly between these approaches, keeping opponents guessing and exploiting whatever weakness presents itself. The art of defense with Mega Knight. While offensive applications showcase the Mega Knight's versatility, his defensive capabilities are where he truly shines and where his design intent is most apparent. Using the Mega Knight defensively is a nuanced skill that involves prediction, placement precision, and understanding the complex web of interactions between cards. Let's explore the defensive artistry that the Mega Knight enables. The perfect defensive spawn is more prediction than reaction. By the time you see your opponent's push fully developed and crossing the river, it's often too late to get maximum value from your Mega Knight. The art lies in reading your opponents as pattern, seeing them place a tank in the back or begin grouping troops and anticipating where their push will be and what composition it will have when it reaches the river. Spawning your Mega Knight at that predicted point creates the ideal situation. His spawn damage hits multiple high-value targets simultaneously. His knockback scatters the formation, and he's positioned to clean up survivors. Placement precision matters enormously for defensive spawns. One tile difference in where you place him can mean the difference between hitting 3 support troops and missing all of them. The spawn damage radius is 3 tiles, substantial, but not unlimited. Understanding this radius intuitively, being able to visualize it without overlays or guides, being able to place the Mega Knight in that perfect spot, even in the chaos of battle. This is a skill that comes with practice, but massively impacts defensive effectiveness. Against beatdown deck strategies built around large tanks like Golem, Lava Hound, or Giant, the Mega Knight serves a specific defensive role. He's placed not on the tank itself, which his spawn damage won't significantly harm, but on the support troops clustered behind the tank. Night Witch, Baby Dragon, Lightning Dragon, Electro Dragon, whatever splash or high DPS units are supporting the tank, these are the Mega Knight's targets. Eliminating or severely damaging these support troops with spawn damage turns a terrifying push into a lone tank that your Princess Towers can handle. The defensive timing against fast pressure decks requires different considerations. Against Hog Rider, Ram Rider, or Royal Hogs, you're not dealing with a slow building push you can predict. Instead, you need to react quickly to sudden bridge pressure. The Mega Knight can handle these threats, but placement becomes crucial. Too close to the tower, and you might miss with spawn damage. Too far forward, and the threat gets hits on your tower before you can stop it. The optimal placement is usually just at the river, letting the Mega Knight as spawn damage, and then his regular attacks stop the threat before it reaches the tower. Against spam decks, strategies that flood the arena with numerous cheap troops, the Mega Knight is uniquely valuable. His area damage, both from spawn and regular attacks, excels at clearing swarms. Skeleton Army, Goblin Gang, Spear Goblins, Fire Spirit groups, all of these popular spam elements die instantly or nearly instantly to the Mega Knight. The psychological deterrent is real too. Opponents running spam strategies have to think twice about their deployments, knowing a Mega Knight might land in the middle of their push. The kiting technique with Mega Knight. Defense is an advanced skill that turns his jump attack from a simple mechanic into a strategic tool. By placing troops at specific positions, you can control where the Mega Knight jumps, essentially choosing his path through the battlefield. This allows you to position him to intercept threats, to cluster enemies for maximum spawn damage value, or to set up situations where his jump will hit exactly what you want it to hit. Mastering this technique requires understanding the 3.5 to 5 tile jump, trigger range, and being able to use it predictively rather than reactively. Combo defending with other cards amplifies the Mega Knight's defensive value. Pairing him with Tornado, for example, creates a devastating combination where you can pull scattered enemy troops together just as the Mega Knight lands, ensuring spawn damage hits everything. Combining him with splash damage dealers like Wizard or Executioner means even if something survives his spawn, it's immediately hit by additional area damage. These combinations often completely annihilate pushes that would otherwise threaten towers, creating massive positive elixir trades. Against air-heavy strategies, the Mega Knight's fundamental limitation, inability to target air units, becomes a critical consideration. But this doesn't make him useless in these matchups. Against Lava Hound, for instance, he can touch the Hound itself, but destroys the pups when they spawn and eliminates ground support troops. Against Balloon, he needs air targeting support, but his presence means the opponent's ground troops can't support the Balloon. Understanding his limitations and building your deck to cover them is part of the defensive art. The counter-push potential after successful defense is what elevates the Mega Knight from a good defensive card to excellent one. Because he has substantial health, successful defenses often leave him alive with enough HP to threaten the opponent's tower. This creates what's called defense into offense, where a single card serves both roles sequentially. The 7 elixir investment feels less costly when you realize you're getting both defensive stop and offensive pressure from the same deployment. This is a key reason why the Mega Knight, despite his high cost, sees play in so many deck archetypes. Defending split lane pushes with the Mega Knight requires quick decision making. When opponents push both lanes simultaneously, you need to identify which lane the Mega Knight can best impact and which needs your other defensive tools. Generally, the Mega Knight goes to whichever lane has the most concentrated troop grouping, whereas spawn damage will provide maximum value. The other lane needs to be handled with cheaper cards or troops that are more efficient in different scenarios. This split-second decision-making under pressure is where defensive mastery truly shows. The defensive cycle management means tracking not just when you have the Mega Knight available, but when your opponent is likely to push. If you just use your Mega Knight offensively and your opponent has been patiently building elixir, they might push knowing you don't have your best defensive tool ready. Conversely, holding the Mega Knight defensively when your opponent is low on elixir and not threatening might be wasting opportunities. Balancing defensive preparedness with offensive opportunities is a constant tension in Mega Knight gameplay. Against swarm cards plus tanks combinations like Golem plus Skeleton Army or Giant plus Goblin Gand, the Mega Knight shined uniquely. He can be placed to hit the swarm with spawn damage while using his area damage attacks to handle any survivors and the tank simultaneously. This turns what might require multiple cards and careful sequencing from other decks into a single 7 elixir answer. The efficiency of this interaction is a primary reason why Mega Knight is popular against certain archetypes. Defending chip damage strategies requires a different Mega Knight approach. Against miner, goblin barrel, or wall breakers, the Mega Knight is likely too expensive and too slow to be your primary answer. But he provides value by creating situations where opponents can't build supporting pushes for their chip damage. A Mega Knight lurking defensively means they can't safely commit troops to support their miner or create diversions for their barrel. The threat of his defensive presence shapes their behavior even when he's not actively deployed. The late-game defensive stance with Mega Knight involves managing the evolving card rotation and elixir generation. In double or triple elixir, defensive Mega Knight usage becomes more forgiving. You can afford to use him suboptimally and still have elixir to correct or support. But this also means opponents can afford to bait him out and then push again quickly. The mind games intensify. Is this push the real threat or a feint to make you waste your Mega Knight? Reading opponent patterns and tendencies becomes crucial. Against Elixir Golem specifically, the Mega Knight presents an interesting case. The Elixir Golem gives your opponent elixir when destroyed, which normally makes killing it quickly a double-edged sword. But the Mega Knight has ability to simultaneously destroy the Elixir Golem and all support troops with spawn damage, then counter-push before the opponent can fully utilize the gifted elixir, turns this interaction favorable. It's one of the premier Elixir Golem counters, demonstrating how specific interactions can elevate a card's value in certain matchups. Defending siege buildings like X-Bow or Mortar with the Mega Knight is less about directly killing the building, though he can, and more about eliminating troops defending the siege weapon. An X-Bow protected by Tesla and troops is difficult to handle, but a Mega Knight landing on the protecting troops, scattering them with spawn damage and knockback, then either destroying the X-Bow or surviving long enough for your tower to do so, turns the tide. The key is recognizing when to target defenders versus the building itself. The psychological dimension of defensive Mega Knight presence affects opponent behavior in measurable ways. Players who know you have Mega Knight in hand or cycle will often play more conservatively, spreading troops rather than grouping them, holding back on committing to large pushes. This psychological pressure creates space and opportunities even when the Mega Knight isn't deployed. Your opponent is playing around him, making suboptimal moves to avoid giving you perfect Mega Knight value, and that's a form of value in itself. Defensive mastery with the Mega Knight ultimately comes down to making the most of every deployment. 7 Elixir is a significant investment, and getting maximum value destroying multiple troops, protecting your tower. Setting up a counterpush from each spawn separates players who merely use the Mega Knight from those who master him. It's a combination of prediction, positioning, timing, and understanding the countless interactions that determine whether a defensive Mega Knight spawn completely shuts down a push or merely delays the inevitable. The art lies in consistently achieving the former while avoiding the latter, and that requires practice, game knowledge, and the kind of intuitive understanding that only comes from hundreds of matches of experience. Countering the unstoppable. Every powerful card has weaknesses, and the Mega Knight, for all his imposing presence and devastating abilities, is no exception. Understanding how to counter him effectively is crucial for any Clash Royale player, whether you're facing him on ladder or in tournaments. Let's explore the full spectrum of counter strategies, from simple card interactions to complex positional plays and psychological approaches. The most direct counters are high DPS, single-target troops that can duel the Mega Knight effectively. P.E.K.K.A. is the premier example, possessing enough health to survive his spawn damage and attacks while dealing massive damage in return. When P.E.K.K.A. is placed to intercept the Mega Knight, the interaction is decisively in P.E.K.K.A.'s favor. She destroys him while retaining most of her health, creating a massive positive elixir trade and potentially a devastating counterpush. Mini P.E.K.K.A. functions similarly, though with less health, making positioning more critical. Place her too close to your tower, and the Mega Knight's spawn damage might hit the tower. Place her too far forward, and support troops with the Mega Knight might eliminate her before she can do her work. Inferno Tower and Inferno Dragon represent the percentage damage counters that excel against high health troops. The Inferno Tower's advantage is its safe distance. The Mega Knight can't easily reach it, and it melts him with its ramping damage. Proper Inferno Tower placement, typically in the center of your side, pulling the Mega Knight away from your tower, neutralizes him almost completely. The Inferno Dragon is more fragile but mobile, able to follow the Mega Knight and continue damaging him even if he jumps. Both Inferno options share a weakness. They can be reset by Zap or Lightning, spells commonly paired with Mega Knight. Anticipating this and having backup plans is essential. Building placements offer a low-cost counter strategy that's all about positioning rather than direct combat. Tesla, Cannon, Goblin Cage, these structures can pull the Mega Knight into the center of your territory, away from your towers, where both Princess Towers can attack him while he slowly destroys the building. This kiting wastes his jump attacks, minimizes tower damage, and often leaves him severely weakened or dead by the time he finishes the building. The key is placement. 4 tiles from the river, 3 tiles from your tower, centered between your towers. This specific positioning, called the center plant, maximizes tower damage on him while minimizing his damage to you. Knight, despite being only 3 elixir, can effectively counter the Mega Knight in certain situations. He has enough health to survive spawn damage and can then trade with the Mega Knight, especially if supported by your tower. This represents a massive positive elixir trade. 3 elixir countering 7, but it requires perfect timing and positioning. If the Mega Knight is supported or has too much health, Knight alone won't suffice. But as part of the defense or when the Mega Knight is weakened from previous engagements, Knight becomes an incredibly efficient answer. Air troops represent an entire category of counters that exploit the Mega Knight as fundamental inability to target air. Minion Horde, if unzapped, destroys the Mega Knight in seconds. Even single air units like Mega Minion or Ferno Dragon, while slower, can eliminate him without taking damage since he can't fight back. The catch is that Mega Knight decks usually include air counters precisely because of this weakness. Arrows, Zap, Fireball, Wizard, Executioner. These splash damage tools kill or severely weaken flying troops. The counter strategy becomes a mind game. Do you play your air counter immediately, risking the spell, or wait to see if they use their spell defensively first? Swarm tactics can overwhelm the Mega Knight despite his area damage if executed cleverly. Skeleton army placed after his spawn damage. Goblin gang split between lanes. Minion horde from air, while skeletons distract on ground. These combined swarm approaches divide his attention and his area damage. No single card overwhelms him, but forcing him to deal with multiple small threats from multiple directions stretches his capabilities. This strategy is elixir efficient when done correctly, but requires precise timing. Swarms placed too early die to spawn damage. Placed too late, and the Mega Knight might already be attacking your tower. The evolved barbarians present an interesting counter case. Their increased stats make them survivable against Mega Knight spawn damage, and their damage output when surrounding him is substantial. They represent a 5-for-7 elixir trade that typically favors the defender, especially when tower damage is considered. The barbarian's primary weakness against Mega Knight is his jump attack, which can scatter them and prevent them from surrounding him properly. Placement becomes crucial, dropping them around him after spawn damage, preventing the jump through positioning, or accepting some will die while others deal damage. Fisherman offers a unique counter mechanic through his hook. He can pull the Mega Knight away from threats, reposition him into tower range, or even pull him across the river if timed during his jump. This creates situations where the Mega Knight's positioning works against him, whereas 7 elixir investment results in minimal value because he's been manipulated into useless locations. Fisherman requires high skill to use effectively, but in practiced hands, he can completely neutralize Mega Knight threats while costing only 3 elixir. The Hunter is an underutilized but effective Mega Knight counter. His close range damage output is enormous, and he survives spawn damage with enough health to fight back effectively. Placement matters. Too far, and his spread damage is weak. Too close, and he takes tower damage from splash. The optimal distance is just far enough that Mega Knight's spawn damage hits Hunter, but not your tower, allowing Hunter to pour his close-range shotgun blast into the Mega Knight, while your tower adds damage. Support with a cheap tank like Ice Golem or Skeletons and Hunter becomes surprisingly effective. Electro Wizard provides utility beyond just damage through his spawn zap and attack stun. Placed on a Mega Knight, he immediately resets his jump if timed correctly and continually stuns him, slowing his attack speed. Ewiz alone won't kill a healthy Mega Knight, but he buys time and reduces damage output, allowing your towers and other troops to finish the job. The 4 elixir for 7 trade is favorable, especially considering Electro Wizard's utility remains after the Mega Knight is dealt with. Mega Knight versus Mega Knight interactions become common at higher trophy ranges where card ownership overlaps. When both players have Mega Knight, the interaction is about support troops and placement timing more than the Mega Knights themselves. Spawning your Mega Knight on theirs creates dual spawn damage that often neutralizes both or leaves both weakened. The player with better support or whose Mega Knight spawns second, thus getting the last hit of spawn damage, usually wins. This mirror match is all about reading when your opponent will deploy and being prepared to counterspawn. Legendary deck archetypes. The Mega Knight's versatility has led to his inclusion in numerous deck archetypes throughout Clash Royale's history. Understanding these deck types, how they utilize the Mega Knight, and their strategic approaches provides insight into why this card has remained relevant across so many metas and player preferences. Bridge spam decks were among the first to truly showcase the Mega Knight's potential beyond simple defensive play. These aggressive decks pair the Mega Knight with fast pressure cards like Bandit, Battle Ram, and Ram Rider. The strategy revolves around applying constant pressure, forcing opponents to respond to multiple threats simultaneously. The Mega Knight serves dual roles. When defending, his spawn damage and splash attacks stop enemy pushes efficiently, and when pushing, he provides a tanky presence that supports your fast troops or becomes a formidable counter-push threat himself after successful defenses. Beatdown Mega Knight decks take a different approach, treating him more like a secondary tank in slower, more methodical pushes. These decks might pair Mega Knight with Golem or Giant, building massive pushes with layered threats that overwhelm defenders through sheer sustained pressure. The Mega Knight in these builds often starts defensively, stopping enemy pushes, then joins your main beatdown tank for the counter push, creating a two-tank assault that's incredibly difficult to stop. Cycle Mega Knight decks seem contradictory. How can you cycle quickly with a 7 elixir card? But they work by including numerous cheap cards alongside the Mega Knight. Ice Spirit, Skeletons, Fire Spirit, Bats, maybe Spear Goblins or Arrows. These ultra-cheap cards allow you to cycle back to your Mega Knight quickly, meaning you can have him available frequently despite his cost. The strategy emphasizes efficient defense with cheap cards supplemented by the Mega Knight's defensive power, then capitalizing on elixir advantages with well-timed pushes. The bait decks incorporating Mega Knight use him as both bait and payoff. These decks include multiple cards that bait out the same counter, then capitalize when that counter is unavailable. For instance, if your deck includes Mega Knight, Goblin Barrel, and Skeleton Army, opponents must choose what to use their small spell on. Zap the barrel? Then Skeleton Army threatens. Zap the Skeleton Army? Barrel gets damage. Meanwhile, Mega Knight provides a substantial threat that demands different answers, stretching opponent resources across multiple threat categories. Control Mega Knight decks focus on efficiency and attrition. These decks aim to trade favorably on defense repeatedly, slowly building elixir and crown tower health advantages that eventually become insurmountable. Mega Knight is perfect for control because his defensive value is enormous. He can turn 7 elixir into 15 elixir of defensive value with a perfect spawn, and his counter-push potential means you're not just defending, you're threatening simultaneously. Control decks might include Mega Knight, Miner, Poison, Inferno Dragon, Bats, Ice Spirit, Log, and Fireball. Every card serves defensive purposes, while also providing chip or pressure capabilities. Mega Knight Balloon pairs area control with direct tower threat. The balloon targets buildings only, meaning it ignores troops and goes straight for towers if undefended. Mega Knight handles ground defenders, while Balloon flies overhead toward the tower. The combination forces opponents to defend both ground and air simultaneously, and many decks struggle with this split attention requirement. Throw in spells to eliminate air defenders, and this deck can take towers surprisingly quickly, despite its seeming lack of direct synergy. Mega Knight Sparky represents maximum spectacle in deck building. Both cards are expensive, both create dramatic moments, both have clear weaknesses. But when they work together, Mega Knight handling swarms and small troops that threaten Sparky, Sparky one-shotting tanks and mini-tanks that trouble Mega Knight, the combination can be devastating. The psychological impact of facing both simultaneously shouldn't be underestimated. Opponents often make mistakes when confronted with multiple high-impact threats. Understanding these archetypes helps players realize that the Mega Knight isn't just a card you drop randomly. He's a strategic piece that functions differently in different deck contexts. In bridge spam, he's aggressive support and defensive reset. In beatdown, he's a secondary tank and defensive anchor. In control, he's efficient defense that enables your win condition. In bait, he's both bait and threat. Each archetype demands different playstyles, different timing, different decision-making patterns. Mastering the Mega Knight means understanding not just the card in isolation, but how he functions within these larger strategic frameworks that define competitive Clash Royale play. The evolution arrives. Boxing champion on September 14th, 2024, the Mega Knight received something unprecedented in Clash Royale's history. He became the first legendary card to receive an evolution. This wasn't just a stat buff or a cosmetic change. It was a fundamental alteration of his capabilities that added a new dimension to his already impressive kit and created new strategic possibilities that would reshape how he was played and countered. The evolution, called the Mega Uppercut, reflects the Mega Knight's backstory in a charming way. According to the card description, Mega Knight's other great love, besides his mustache, is boxing. This single sentence adds personality while explaining the new ability. The Mega Knight had trained in boxing, developed a devastating uppercut technique, and now that skill was being showcased on the battlefield. The mechanical implementation of the uppercut is elegantly simple, yet profoundly impactful. With every regular attack, the evolved Mega Knight performs an uppercut that launches the targeted troop backward 4 tiles toward the nearest enemy crown tower. This knockback is consistent regardless of troop weight. A skeleton gets knocked back the same distance as a golem. The 4-tile distance isn't arbitrary. It's precisely calibrated to trigger the Mega Knight's jump attack range, creating a devastating combo potential where he uppercuts a target. The target lands 4 tiles away, which triggers the jump range, so he jumps and hits them again, then uppercuts again, creating a cycle that can lock single targets in an inescapable loop until they reach the crown tower. The visual design of the evolution reflects his enhanced status. His armor shifts from black to an elegant amethyst hue, that rich purple that has historically signified royalty and power. His eyes change from blue to magenta with glowing pink sclera, giving him an almost mystical appearance that suggests the evolution is more than just physical enhancement, it's magical transformation. The spikes on his maces gain golden frames and handles. His chainmail develops gold linings, and his belt is upgraded with golden spikes and the card evolution symbol. These aesthetic changes ensure the evolved Mega Knight is instantly distinguishable from his base form, crucial for both the player deploying him and opponents who need to recognize what they're facing. The strategic implications of the uppercut ability are enormous and immediately apparent to experienced players. The base Mega Knight, S' primary weakness in dueling situations was that single high DPS troops could often trade favorably against him. A mini P.E.K.K.A. to be placed to intercept him, taking the spawn damage but then fighting him relatively effectively. The evolved Mega Knight completely changes this interaction. The mini P.E.K.K.A gets uppercutted backward, preventing her from attacking effectively, then jumped on for double damage, then uppercutted again. The cycle repeats until either the mini P.E.K.K.A dies or reaches the tower, and throughout this process, she's dealing minimal damage to the Mega Knight because her attacks are constantly interrupted. This interaction change cascades through the entire counter hierarchy. Cards that once traded evenly or favorably against the base Mega Knight suddenly struggle against the evolution. Prince charges in but gets uppercutted mid-charge, negating his charge damage and making him vulnerable. Sparky charges her shot but gets knocked back before firing, effectively reset without Zap or Electro Wizard. Even P.E.K.K.A, the premier Mega Knight counter, has trouble because while she has enough health to survive the uppercut jump cycle, her slow attack speed means she's taking far more hits than she can dish out, turning a favorable matchup into something much more even. The evolution's defensive capabilities surpass even the base Mega Knight's impressive performance. When defending against single tank pushes Royal Giant, Giant, Golem, Electro Giant, the evolved Mega Knight can be placed on them and will repeatedly uppercut them backward, preventing them from reaching the tower while the Mega Knight and towers deal damage. What makes this particularly devastating is that these tanks often have death damage or lingering effects when they reach towers, but the evolved Mega Knight can prevent them from ever getting there, completely negating their intended function. However, the evolution isn't without weaknesses, and understanding these is crucial for both using and countering it effectively. Swarm's still overwhelming because the uppercut only affects the main target. His area damage still hits multiple enemies, but only one gets knocked back per attack. A well-timed skeleton army, goblin gang, or minion horde can surround and eliminate him before the uppercut provides significant value. Air troops remain his fundamental counter. He cannot uppercut what he cannot reach, and flying units are immune to his most dangerous new ability. Building counters become more important against the evolution. Because the uppercut can lock single troops in cycles, placing buildings to pull him becomes the safer defensive strategy. An Inferno Tower placed correctly melts him before he reaches it, and even if he does, it's a building, not a troop, so the uppercut provides no additional value. Tesla, Cannon, Goblin Cage all, these building options become premium responses to the evolution in ways they were unnecessarily against the base version. The cycle requirement for the evolution adds strategic depth. Like all evolutions, the Mega Knight requires one cycle to deploy the evolved version, meaning you deploy him twice and every other deployment is evolved. This creates interesting decision points. Do you waste a base Mega Knight deployment to get the evolution in cycle? Do you hold your Mega Knight until you know the next one will be evolved? How do you track opponent cycles to predict when they'll have access to the evolution? These questions add layers to gameplay that reward planning and game sense. The evolution's release was handled through multiple avenues, reflecting Supercell's approach to evolution accessibility. Players could obtain it free by earning 55 crowns on 6 separate days during the Fight Night Evolution event, which ran until September 25th. This gave dedicated free-to-play players access without spending money. Alternatively, it could be purchased directly through in-app purchase, typically bundled with exclusive emotes and other bonuses for around $10. After the initial release period, it became available through standard Evolution Shard collection, level up chests, season shop purchases, and lucky drops. The community reaction to the evolution was predictably mixed, as with any powerful new addition. Some players celebrated having a reason to use their upgraded Mega Knights again, excited by the fresh gameplay the uppercut provided. Others lamented that an already strong card had been made stronger, worried about balance implications and the meta becoming dominated by evolution Mega Knight strategies. Content creators immediately began testing, producing guides on optimal use and counter strategies, while competitive players integrated it into their tournament decks or developed specific answers to handle it. Balance adjustments came relatively quickly, suggesting Supercell was monitoring the evolution's impact carefully. On January 15, 2025, a maintenance break adjusted the evolution so he would no longer jump on enemies that were knocked back by his attack. This change was crucial. It prevented the infinite loop potential, where a single target would be trapped indefinitely. After this adjustment, the Mega Knight would uppercut a target, but if that target was the only one in range, he'd walk toward it, rather than immediately jumping, giving the target time to potentially escape or be supported by other defending troops. A subsequent update on March 31, 2025, increased the evolved Mega Knight's spawn damage by 0.23% and fixed various bugs, including interactions with Electro Giant and ground troops crossing rivers after being knocked up. These precise adjustments show the ongoing balancing act required to keep the evolution powerful and exciting while preventing it from becoming oppressive or frustrating to face repeatedly. Deck building around the evolution requires different considerations than the base Mega Knight, because the evolution excels at locking single targets but remains vulnerable to swarms and air. Pairing him with splash support and air defense becomes even more crucial. Wizard Executioner, or Magic Archer behind the evolution Mega Knight, creates a combination that handles both his weaknesses. The support deals with swarms and can hit air targets, while the evolution handles single threats and tanks damage. Spells become more important too. Having zap or arrows to clear swarm counters, or lightning to eliminate building counters, can be the difference between the evolution reaching the tower or being shut down for a negative trade. The evolution also creates interesting psychological dynamics. Opponents who know you have the evolution in cycle will play more conservatively, holding swarms or buildings specifically for it. This allows your base Mega Knight deployments to potentially get more value, as opponents are over-preparing for the evolution and underestimating the base version. Conversely, if opponents don't realize when you have the evolution available, they might attempt single-unit counters that worked against the base version, but fail catastrophically against the evolution, leading to tower losses or massive damage. The evolution Mega Knight represents more than just a powerful card variant. It's a statement about Clash Royale's ongoing evolution, about how legendary cards can continue to receive attention and development years after their initial release. It validates the time and resources players invested in upgrading their Mega Knights by giving that investment renewed relevance. And it adds another layer to the rich strategic tapestry that makes Clash Royale endlessly replayable, where even familiar cards can surprise you with new capabilities, new interactions, and new ways to approach the eternal dance of attack and defense that defines every match. Meta impact through the ages. The Mega Knight's influence on the Clash Royale meta has been profound and persistent, but it hasn't been static. Like the meta itself, his position within the strategic landscape has shifted, sometimes holding a dominant position, other times fading to niche use, always relevant but never unchangingly so. Tracking his meta impact over the years tells the story of Clash Royale's evolution as a game. In his release period, September through November 2017, the Mega Knight's meta impact was immediate and disruptive. Usage rates spiked dramatically, especially on ladder where players who obtained him early had significant advantages. The meta hadn't fully adapted, yet counter strategies weren't refined. Deck compositions hadn't adjusted to account for his presence. This created what could be called the honeymoon period, where the Mega Knight felt stronger than he actually was, simply because the collective knowledge of how to handle him hadn't developed. The first post-release meta saw the rise of what players called Mega Knight defenses, deck archetypes specifically built to counter him. Inferno Tower usage climbed significantly. P.E.K.K.A decks proliferated. Building heavy strategies that could kite and distract him became popular. This was the community's immune response, the collective adaptation to a new threat. The Mega Knight remained powerful and popular, but his win rates normalized as players learned both how to use him effectively and how to counter him efficiently. By early 2018, the Mega Knight had settled into the meta as a stable presence rather than a dominant force. He was common enough that every viable deck needed to account for him, but not so overwhelming that he appeared in every match. This equilibrium represented healthy balance. The card was impactful without being oppressive. Certain archetypes naturally countered him. Others struggled against him, creating a rock-paper-scissors dynamic that kept the meta diverse. The mid-2018 meta saw interesting developments as new cards were released that interacted with the Mega Knight in unique ways. The Magic Archer's long-range splash damage provided efficient chip alongside or against Mega Knight. The Royal Hogs created fast pressure that demanded responses, making Mega Knight defensive spawns riskier as you needed elixir for other threats. Each new card release subtly shifted the Mega Knight's position, not through direct changes to him, but through changes to the ecosystem around him. The 2019 meta period, following his late 2019 buff to hit speed, saw renewed Mega Knight prominence. The increased attack frequency made him more threatening in duels and more effective at clearing troops. Usage rates climbed, particularly in bridge spam variations that paired him with fast pressure cards. The meta adapted again, but this time, the Mega Knight had slightly better tools to fight back against his counters, creating a more contested landscape where both Mega Knight decks and anti-Mega Knight decks jockeyed for supremacy. Tournament play throughout these years showed the Mega Knight's competitive viability fluctuating. In some major tournaments, he saw high representation, particularly in formats favoring defensive play and counter pushes. In others, faster cycle decks or heavy beatdown strategies that could overwhelm his defensive capabilities dominated, pushing him to the fringes. His tournament presence was always respectable, but rarely dominant, suggesting balanced design that allowed skilled play with multiple archetypes rather than centralizing around one strategy. The 2020 meta, influenced by global shifts and increased playtime during lockdowns, saw the Mega Knight become somewhat controversial on ladder. His overleveling on ladder created frustration among mid-range players who lacked properly leveled counters. The perception of him as low skill or a crutch became more prominent in community discussions. Those statistics showed that at equal levels and high skill, he remained balanced. This disconnect between perception and reality highlighted how psychological factors and level-dependent interactions can create meta-narratives that diverge from actual balance. The introduction of champions in late 2021 added new dynamics. Champions with their abilities provided tools that could handle the Mega Knight in novel ways. Archer Queen's Cloak could avoid his attacks while dealing damage. Golden Knight's Dash could reposition around him. Monk's Reflect could turn his own damage against him. Each champion release subtly altered the Mega Knight's meta position, not dramatically, but incrementally, as the game's complexity increased and new interaction possibilities emerged. The 2022 meta saw multiple balance passes that tweaked various cards around the Mega Knight without directly changing him. Support troops he commonly paired with received adjustments. Counter cards were buffed or nerfed. These indirect changes affected his performance more than many players realized. A nerf to Battle Ram or Bandit weakened bridge spam Mega Knight decks. A buff to Cannon made building kiting strategies more viable against him. The meta isn't just about individual cards, but about the web of interactions between all cards, and changes anywhere in that web ripple out to affect everything else. The Evolution update in 2023 fundamentally altered meta considerations around the Mega Knight. The existence of evolutions for other cards meant more threats that demanded responses. More decision points about when to commit elixir, more layers of strategic depth. The Mega Knight remained relevant, but is part of a more complex ecosystem where evolved barbarians, evolved firecracker, and other enhanced cards competed for deck slots and mental attention. The Mega Knight Evolution, as released in September 2024, created perhaps his most significant meta impact since his original launch. Suddenly, the Mega Knight wasn't just a solid defensive card with counter-push potential. He was a potentially game-ending threat that could lock down single-target defenses and force opponents into specific counter strategies. Usage rates spiked again. Deck diversity shifted as players either incorporated the evolution or built specifically to counter it. The meta during this period was defined in large part by Evolution Mega Knight presence and the strategies that emerged to handle or leverage him. The quick balance adjustments to the evolution, the jump change in January 2025, the spawn damage increase in March showed active meta management. Supercell was monitoring win rates, usage rates, and player feedback, making targeted changes to keep the evolution powerful without letting it become oppressive. This active management style, responding to meta developments rather than waiting for scheduled balance passes, reflected lessons learned from years of live service game operation. Throughout all these meta periods, certain truths about the Mega Knight remained constant. He was always better on ladder than in tournaments due to level advantages. He was always more popular among mid-range players than pros, who often preferred more reliable or flexible win conditions. He was always controversial, beloved by users, and frequently complained about by opponents. And he was always relevant, never completely dominant, but never falling into irrelevance, maintaining a consistent presence that marked him as one of the game's defining cards. The current meta, as of early 2025, sees the Mega Knight in what might be his healthiest state yet. The evolution provides high-power gameplay for those who enjoy it. The base version remains viable and accessible. Counter strategies are well understood, but not trivializing. Deck diversity is high, with Mega Knight fitting into multiple archetypes without dominating any. This represents years of iterative balancing, community adaptation, and thoughtful design reaching a plateau where power, accessibility, and counterplay exist in reasonable equilibrium. The meta impact through the ages tells a story beyond just one card's rise and fall. It tells the story of a living game that changes and grows, where yesterday's dominant strategy becomes today's counterable approach, where players and designers engage in an endless dance of innovation and response. The Mega Knight has been a major character in this story from 2017 to the present, a constant presence whose impact has waxed and waned, but never disappeared. Understanding his meta journey helps us appreciate not just the card, but the dynamic, ever-shifting landscape of competitive Clash Royale, where nothing stays the same for long, where adaptation is constant, and where even the mightiest warriors must evolve or be left behind. Tournament legacy and competitive play. While the Mega Knight has always been popular on ladder, his competitive tournament legacy presents a more nuanced picture. Tournament play with its level caps and best-of-3 formats. creates a different environment where raw power matters less than consistency, versatility, and player skill. The Mega Knight's journey through competitive play reflects both his strengths and his limitations at the highest levels of play. The first major competitive appearance of the Mega Knight came at the Clash Royale World Finals in December 2017, just 3 months after his release. Several competitors included him in their lineups, primarily in bridge spam configurations. The results were mixed. Some players found great success with him, leveraging his defensive power to shut down opponent pushes and create devastating counterpressure. Others struggled, finding that top-level opponents had already developed counter strategies that neutralized his impact. This debut established a pattern that would persist. The Mega Knight was viable competitively, but not dominant. Effective in the right hands and matchups, but not universally optimal. The Clash Royale League throughout 2018 saw fluctuating Mega Knight representation. In the first season, he appeared in roughly 20 to 25% of deck lists, a healthy but not overwhelming presence. Certain players became known for their Mega Knight mastery, showcasing intricate timing and placement that extracted maximum value from every deployment. These showcase matches did more than just win games. They educated the player base on optimal Mega Knight technique, raising the general skill level around the card across the entire community. One particularly memorable competitive moment came during the Crown Championship 2018, when a player executed a perfect Mega Knight spawn that eliminated an entire push worth over 20 elixir, then counterpushed for the 3 crown victory. This play became a highlight reel moment, shared across social media and YouTube, cementing the Mega Knight's reputation for spectacular game-swinging potential. But for every highlight play, there were dozens of matches where the Mega Knight performed adequately without creating these dramatic moments, reflecting the reality that consistent, efficient play often matters more than spectacular ceiling. The 2019 competitive season saw an interesting development: the rise of Mega Knight Minor Poison as a tournament-viable archetype. This control-focused deck leveraged the Mega Knight's defensive prowess while using Minor and Poison for consistent chip damage. The strategy was patient, almost defensive, waiting for opponents to overcommit and punishing them with efficient Mega Knight defenses, then slowly chipping away with Minor Poison cycles. Multiple players piloted variations of this deck to success in Clash Royale League and Crown Championship qualifiers, proving that the Mega Knight could anchor control strategies at the highest level, not just aggressive bridge spam. However, the 2020 competitive meta saw reduced Mega Knight presence as cycle decks like Hog Cycle and X-Bow gained prominence. These faster cycling strategies could bait out the Mega Knight, then push when he was out of cycle, or spread pressure across both lanes to prevent the Mega Knight from providing single-lane defensive dominance. The competitive meta demonstrated a truth about the Mega Knight: he excels against certain strategies but struggles against others, making him a meta-dependent choice rather than a universally strong pick. The introduction of best-of-5 formats in certain tournaments created interesting strategic dynamics around the Mega Knight. Players would include him in their lineups not for every match, but for specific matchups where he excelled. This selective deployment showed sophisticated meta reading, recognizing that the Mega Knight was a tool for specific jobs rather than a universal solution. The format also allowed players to ban out Mega Knight in matches where they had poor answers, adding another layer of strategy around when and how to include him in competitive play. The Clash Royale World Finals 2021 saw a memorable Mega Knight performance in the Grand Finals, where a top player used him in a critical Game 5 situation, spawning him perfectly to shut down a match point push and turn the game around for an eventual championship victory. This clutch performance under maximum pressure showcased why players continue to trust the Mega Knight competitively. His ability to create swing moments in crucial situations provides insurance against catastrophic push breakthrough that could end matches or series. The monthly seasonal tournaments that Supercell introduced provided another data point for Mega Knight competitive viability. These tournaments, accessible to all players, but with tournament standard levels, showed consistent but moderate Mega Knight representation. Win rates hovered around 50 to 53% across these events, suggesting he was balanced, viable, and effective without being overpowered. Players who mastered him performed well. Those who misused him struggled. This skill dependency is the hallmark of good competitive card design. The Evolution Mega Knight's arrival in competitive play created immediate controversy and adjustment. Initial tournaments featuring the Evolution saw high ban rates. Players respected his power enough to frequently ban him out rather than try to counter him. As counter strategies developed, ban rates decreased and actual play rates increased, with players incorporating the Evolution into various archetypes or building specific answers into their decks. The Evolution's competitive presence was stronger than the base Mega Knights had ever been, suggesting that while the base version was balanced for competitive play, the Evolution pushed closer to dominance. Certain professional players became synonymous with Mega Knight mastery. Their gameplay videos and tournament performances served as masterclasses in optimal deployment timing, positioning precision, and strategic decision-making around when to hold versus when to commit the 7 elixir. Analyzing these top-tier Mega Knight pilots revealed techniques that weren't immediately obvious: specific placements that maximize spawn damage, timing patterns that predicted opponent plays, elixir management that ensured the Mega Knight was available for critical defensive situations. The competitive legacy of the Mega Knight isn't measured solely in championship wins or dominant meta periods. It's also measured in his consistency. He's never completely disappeared from competitive play since his release. While his representation percentage has varied, he's maintained continuous presence across multiple years and evolving metas. This longevity in competitive relevance is rarer than many players realize. Most cards cycle through periods of competitive viability and irrelevance. The Mega Knight's sustained, if fluctuating, presence demonstrates fundamental design that continues to provide value at the highest skill levels. The tournament formats themselves influence Mega Knight viability. In single elimination tournaments where one loss means elimination, the Mega Knight's swing potential, his ability to completely shut down pushes and turn games around, made him attractive despite inconsistencies. In double elimination or round-robin formats where consistency across many games mattered more, players sometimes opted for more reliable, if less spectacular, cards. This format sensitivity added another dimension to competitive deck-building decisions around whether to include him. Analyzing competitive statistics reveals interesting patterns. The Mega Knight's tournament win rate has historically been highest in the hands of players with over 1,000 tournament wins, suggesting significant skill dependency. Conversely, players with fewer than 100 tournament wins show below 50% win rates with Mega Knight decks, indicating that while the card was powerful, extracting the power required experience and game sense that novice tournament players often lacked. This skill gradient is part of what keeps the Mega Knight interesting competitively. Mastery provides tangible advantages. The future of the Mega Knight in competitive play likely involves continued adaptation and evolution. As new cards release, new interactions will emerge. As players continue refining techniques and strategies, the ceiling for Mega Knight play will continue to rise. And as the game's competitive scene grows and develops, the Mega Knight will remain a consistent presence, sometimes more prominent, sometimes less, but always part of the conversation about viable competitive strategies. His tournament legacy isn't about domination, but about enduring relevance, about being a card that players at the highest level continue to respect, prepare for, and occasionally choose to wield in the most important matches of their competitive careers. Cultural impact and memes, beyond statistics and strategies, beyond win rates and deck archetypes. The Mega Knight has achieved something that transcends gameplay. He's become a cultural phenomenon within the Clash Royale community. Memes, jokes, recognition, and collective experiences have transformed him from merely a card into an icon with cultural significance that extends beyond his mechanical function. The phrase "the force of 1,000 mustaches" became an instant meme upon the Mega Knight's release. Players latched onto the absurd specificity of it. Why mustaches? Why 1,000? What does that even mean as a unit of force? As the echoes of the arena fade and the dust of battle settles, our journey with the mighty warrior comes to an end. The tale of the Mega Knight, his strength, his honor, his thunderous descent, now rests quietly in the night beside you. If your eyes grow heavy, let them close. If your thoughts drift, let them wander. For even legends sleep, and so should you. Before you go, traveler, tell me this. Which character should we explore next? Your voice guides the next story, the next legend, the next night's dream. And if you've enjoyed this calm journey through steel and shadow, consider subscribing. It helps this little corner of the Clash universe grow, and ensures you never miss the next bedtime lore. Thank you for sharing these quiet moments with me. Sleep well, traveler. May your dreams be gentle, and your battles tomorrow be light. Welcome. Settle in. Get comfortable. Tonight, we're diving deep into the story of one of the most explosive personalities ever to grace the arenas of Clash Royale. Pull your blankets close, dim those lights, and let me tell you about a warrior who traded precision for power, who found beauty in chaos, who discovered that sometimes the loudest statement you can make is through the thunderous boom of a rocket-propelled firework splitting the sky. This is the story of the firecracker. The year was 2020, and the world of Clash Royale was about to change forever. It was early February, specifically the third day of that cold winter month, when something new arrived in the arena. The timing wasn't accidental. Chinese New Year celebrations were filling the air with the scent of gunpowder and the brilliant cascades of fireworks painting the night sky in every color imaginable. It was against this backdrop of celebration and explosive artistry that the firecracker made her entrance into the game. Before she arrived, players had grown accustomed to a certain rhythm in the arena. They knew the archers with their reliable bows, the musketeer with her trusty rifle, the magic archer with his piercing shots. But the firecracker? She was something entirely different. She brought with her a philosophy that would reshape how players thought about ranged combat, about splash damage, about the very nature of support troops in the heat of battle. The developers at Supercell had been watching, listening, observing how players engaged with ranged units. They noticed patterns, recognized gaps in the meta, understood that there was room for something that could bridge multiple roles while maintaining a distinct identity. The firecracker emerged from countless hours of design meetings, balanced discussions, and artistic iterations. She wasn't just another card to fill a roster slot. She was a statement, a declaration that even common rarity troops could command attention and respect. When the announcement trailer dropped, it immediately captured imaginations. Here was this figure, clearly related to the Archer family by her general build and stance, but carrying something radically different. No simple bow and arrows for her. Instead, she wielded a handcrafted wooden rocket launcher, a device that looked both rustic and incredibly dangerous. Inside sat a striped rocket, its colors matching the vibrant team scheme, waiting to be unleashed with devastating effect. The community's reaction was immediate and intense. Forum threads exploded with speculation. What would her stats be? How would she fit into existing deck archetypes? Would she be overpowered at launch, or would she need buffs to find her place? The excitement was palpable, crackling through the air like static electricity before a storm. On January 6, 2020, select players got early access through a special challenge. This wasn't just a test of the card itself. but a test of how the community would adapt to a completely new mechanic. The Firecracker's attack pattern was unlike anything that had come before. She would fire her rocket toward a target, and upon impact, it would explode into 5 separate pieces of shrapnel, each one continuing forward in a cone pattern, piercing through any enemy unfortunate enough to be standing in their path. And then there was the recoil. Oh, the recoil. Every time she fired, the sheer force of the explosion would send her tumbling backward, sliding across the arena tiles like she was skating on ice. This wasn't just a visual flourish. This was a mechanical innovation that would define her entire playstyle, making her unpredictable, difficult to target with spells, and creating a rhythm to her attacks the players would need to master. The early adopters discovered something magical. Here was a 3 elixir common card that could single-handedly change the flow of battle. She excelled at punishing grouped units, could provide sustained damage against air swarms, and had the range to threaten towers from relative safety. But she also came with a massive weakness, one that would become legendary in its own right. She could activate the opponent's king tower with alarming ease if placed incorrectly, turning what should have been an advantage into a devastating self-sabotage. By February 3rd, when she became generally available to all players who had reached Hog Mountain, the Firecracker had already achieved something remarkable. She had generated more discussion, more debate, more passionate argument than most legendary cards. Players either loved her with fierce devotion or viewed her with suspicion and frustration. There was no middle ground, no casual indifference. The Firecracker demanded a reaction, and that reaction was always intense. Her arrival also marked a shift in how Supercell approached card design. She proved that you didn't need legendary rarity or complex mechanics to create something that felt special and unique. Sometimes, all you needed was a simple concept executed brilliantly. A woman with a rocket launcher, a love for explosions, and the courage to embrace the chaos that came with her chosen weapon. The first month after her release saw usage rates climb steadily. Players experimented with her in cycle decks, in control decks, even in some beatdown strategies where she could clear away swarm counters. Professional players began featuring her in tournament decks, recognizing that in skilled hands, she could provide value that far exceeded her modest elixir cost. The Firecracker wasn't just a card. She was becoming a phenomenon, and through it all, she maintained her identity. Unlike troops that became defined purely by their statistics or their role in the meta, the Firecracker had personality that shone through every deployment. You could almost imagine her grinning behind that hood as she loaded another rocket, could sense her excitement as the fuse began to burn, could feel her savage joy as the explosion painted the arena in fire and light. This was no mere soldier following orders. This was an artist who had found her medium. This was a pyromaniac who had discovered that her destructive impulses could be channeled, directed, refined into something that wasn't just chaos, but controlled chaos. Beautiful chaos. Necessary chaos. Origins in the arena, but where did she come from? How does an archer decide one day to abandon the elegant simplicity of bow and arrow for the thunderous complexity of rocket-propelled explosives? To understand the Firecracker, we need to understand her roots, her history, the journey that led her to this moment of transformation. She started like so many others in the arena as an archer. Not the archer that players deploy on the battlefield, but one of many in training, learning the ancient art of archery that had been passed down through generations of warriors. The bow was tradition. The bow was precision. The bow was everything that the Archer Corps stood for. Controlled power delivered with unerring accuracy. Young recruits would spend months, sometimes years, perfecting their draw. They learned to feel the tension in the string, to calculate the arc of the arrow's flight, to compensate for wind and distance and the movement of their targets. It was meditation and warfare combined. a practice that demanded complete focus and absolute discipline. For most archers, this was enough. This was fulfilling. This was their calling. But for the one who would become the firecracker, something was missing. She excelled at the technical aspects. Her aim was true, her release smooth. Her arrows flew straight and struck hard. The instructors praised her potential. Fellow trainees looked to her as an example of what dedication and practice could achieve. On paper, she was the perfect archer, someone destined for distinction in the arena. Yet inside, restlessness grew. Every arrow that hit its mark brought satisfaction, but it was fleeting, insufficient. She began to realize that what she craved wasn't the quiet pride of a job well done. What she wanted was spectacle, drama, the kind of impact that couldn't be ignored or overlooked. When her arrow struck an enemy, they would fall. Yes, but there was no announcement of it. No moment where the entire battlefield had to stop and take notice. The turning point came during a rare ceasefire, one of those mysterious pauses in the eternal conflict when warriors were granted brief respite from their duties. While others rested or socialized, she found herself drawn to the arena's munitions. Depot, a place where explosive ordnance was stored for siege weapons and defensive structures. The bombs, the rockets, the firecrackers used for celebrations and signal flares. All of them sitting there, potential energy waiting to be released. She picked up one of the celebratory firecrackers, feeling its weight, examining its construction. It was simple, really. A tube packed with powder, a fuse to ignite it. A careful balance of components designed to create light and sound in that wonderful, terrible burst of force. Her mind began to race. What if this could be weaponized? What if the principles that made these celebration devices so effective could be applied to combat? The first experiments were conducted in secret, during those precious hours when the arena slept and oversight was minimal. She fashioned a crude launcher from spare wood and metal fittings, creating something that could hold and aim a rocket without immediately destroying itself or its operator. The earliest attempts were disasters. Rockets that exploded prematurely, launchers that shattered from the force, burns and minor injuries that she had to hide from the instructors. But failure only fueled her determination. Each setback taught her something new. She learned about structural integrity, about the angles needed to handle recoil, about timing and trajectory, and the thousand small details that separated a weapon from a liability. She studied the fireworks used in celebrations, noting how their designers created patterns in the explosions, how shrapnel could be directed and controlled rather than simply scattered randomly. Months passed. Her official training continued, and she maintained the facade of a dutiful archer candidate. But her real education was happening in those stolen hours. In that workshop she'd claimed as her own, surrounded by sketches and failed prototypes and the lingering smell of gunpowder that never quite washed away. The breakthrough came when she realized she was thinking about the problem wrong. She'd been trying to eliminate the recoil, to create a launcher that stayed perfectly still when fired. But what if the recoil wasn't a problem to be solved? What if it was a feature to be embraced? The backward movement could create distance from enemies, could make her harder to target, could become part of her fighting style rather than a limitation of her weapon. With this revelation, everything changed. She redesigned the launcher to accommodate the recoil, to use it rather than fight against it. She adjusted her stance, learning to flow with the backward momentum rather than resist it. She practiced until the motion became natural, until firing and sliding back was one fluid movement rather than action and reaction. The rocket design evolved too. She experimented with different powder mixtures, different casing materials, different ways of packing the interior to achieve maximum effect. What she wanted was an initial impact followed by a spreading pattern, something that could strike a primary target and then shower everything behind it with secondary damage. It took countless iterations, but she finally achieved it. 5 distinct pieces of shrapnel, each one carrying enough force to harm, spreading out in a cone that could catch multiple enemies. When she finally felt ready to demonstrate her creation, she didn't go to the instructors. She knew they would see only deviation from tradition, would focus on the risks rather than the potential. Instead, she went to the arena quartermaster, the grizzled veteran responsible for equipping troops and evaluating new weapons. She showed him what she'd built, explained her vision, and then asked for a chance to prove it worked. The demonstration was set for dawn, when the arena was empty except for a few observers. Training dummies were arranged in various formations, simulating different combat scenarios. The quartermaster watched with crossed arms and a skeptical expression as she took her position, loaded her first rocket, and prepared to fire. The explosion echoed across the empty arena, a sound that made birds scatter from the nearby trees and sent several guards running to investigate. The primary dummy was obliterated, reduced to splinters, and scattered straw. The 4 dummies behind it weren't destroyed, but showed significant damage, struck by the spreading shrapnel pattern. And the archer-turned-firecracker stood 15 feet back from where she'd fired, having slid smoothly in response to the recoil. For a long moment, silence. The quartermaster walked to examine the dummies, inspecting the damage patterns, calculating in his mind what this weapon could mean in actual combat. Finally, he turned back to her and nodded once. It was a small gesture, but it contained multitudes. Approval, recognition, the acknowledgement that she'd created something genuinely useful. Within a week, she was removed from standard archer training and assigned to a special program. The rocket launcher was refined, reinforced, optimized for repeated use. A uniform was designed that offered protection while allowing the mobility she needed. The hood, the gloves, the reinforced boots that could handle the friction of her constant sliding retreats. Most importantly, a distinctive headband in team colors, marking her as something new, something different from the traditional archers she trained alongside. The name came naturally. She worked with fire, with explosive force, with the crack and boom of detonations. Firecracker. It fit perfectly, capturing both the celebratory origin of her weapon and the dangerous reality of what she brought to battle. Her former fellow archer trainees had mixed reactions. Some saw her as a traitor to tradition, someone who'd abandoned the purity of archery for something crude and destructive. Others viewed her with envy, wishing they'd had the courage to similarly break from convention. A few became genuine friends, recognizing that her choice wasn't a rejection of them, but an affirmation of her own identity, her own path. The day finally came when she was deemed ready for actual combat deployment. She stood at the edge of the arena, rocket launcher resting on her shoulder, feeling the weight of eyes on her. Some were curious, wondering if this experiment would prove worthwhile. Others were doubtful, expecting her to fail spectacularly and prove that the old ways were best. And a few, just a few, looked at her with something like hope, inspired by the idea that you didn't have to accept the role you were given, that you could forge your own identity even in a world as structured as the arena. She loaded her first combat rocket, felt the familiar weight settle into the launcher, watched the fuse begin its slow burn toward ignition. The target was a swarm of small enemies, perfect for demonstrating what her weapon could do. She aimed, breathed out slowly, and pulled the trigger. The explosion was beautiful. Design philosophy and visual identity. Let's talk about how the firecracker looks. Because in the arena, appearance isn't just cosmetic. It tells a story. It conveys personality. It lets you understand who someone is before they ever take a single action. And the firecracker's visual design is a masterclass in character communication through appearance. Start with the silhouette. Even at a distance, even reduced to just a shape on the battlefield, you can identify the firecracker immediately. She shares the basic body structure with the archers, that lean, athletic build of someone who's spent years training for combat. But where archers stand with that classic archer stance, weight balanced, bow drawn, the firecracker's posture is different. There's an energy to it, a barely contained enthusiasm. She stands like someone ready to move, ready to dodge, ready to slide backward at a moment's notice. The rocket launcher is the centerpiece, of course. It's deliberately rustic in design, handcrafted rather than factory-made. The wood has that weathered look of something that's been used extensively, scarred by countless launches, stained by powder residue, and the char of proximity to explosions. The metal fittings are functional rather than decorative, reinforced at stress points. Designed to handle forces that would tear apart lesser constructions. Inside the launcher sits the rocket itself, visible even before it's fired. This visual detail is important. It creates anticipation. You can see that striped projectile waiting there, can imagine it screaming toward its target, can almost hear the explosion before it happens. The stripes match team colors, either blue or red, depending on which side of the bridge you're fighting from. It's a small detail, but it creates that sense of belonging, of being part of a larger force, even while maintaining individual identity. The headband is iconic. It's not just team-colored fabric. It's a statement. Think about the symbolism of a headband in combat contexts. It keeps hair out of your eyes, yes, but it's also a mark of determination, of someone who's ready for serious work. The firecracker's headband is always bold, always visible, a splash of color that draws the eye, even in the chaos of battle. Her tunic follows similar design principles to the archers, but with modifications. It's slightly more reinforced around the shoulders and chest, protection against the heat and force of proximity to explosions. The team-colored elements are integrated throughout, creating visual harmony while maintaining that sense of identity. The black hood adds an element of mystery, shadows that obscure details while highlighting the features we can see. The gloves are practical, designed for handling explosive ordnance. They need to protect while maintaining dexterity, allowing her to load rockets quickly without fumbling. The material appears thick, heat-resistant, probably treated with some kind of fire-retardant coating. The boots follow similar logic, built for friction and impact, designed to handle the constant sliding that defines her combat style. But here's what makes the visual design truly brilliant. It's the combination of elements that shouldn't work together, but somehow do. She's got this traditional warrior aesthetic with the hood and tunic, but she's carrying this crude, powerful weapon that feels almost anachronistic. She looks nimble and light, but she wields something that creates massive explosions. She appears serious and focused, but there's that undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement, of someone who genuinely loves what they do. The artists who created her knew exactly what they were doing. The concept artist, Lyosha Kalibin, established the core visual identity. The look development artist, Cal Vaiswanan, refined it, adding textures and details that made her feel real and lived in. The lighting and final renders brought everything together, ensuring she looked equally good, whether viewed from the front, side, or back. Whether standing still or in the middle of that signature recoil slide. The developers faced interesting challenges during her creation. How do you make a character who uses explosives fit into the Clash universe's established aesthetic? The Clash style is cartoony but grounded, exaggerated but believable within its own internal logic. The firecracker needed to feel like she belonged in this world, like she was a natural evolution of existing character types rather than something imported from outside Dot. The solution was in the details. The rocket launcher, while unique to her, shares design language with other wooden structures in the Clash universe. The metal fittings look like they could have come from the same forges that produce armor and weapons for Knights and P.E.K.K.A. the explosions themselves. When they occur, use the same visual effects framework as fireballs and rockets. Creating continuity, even in destruction. Color theory played a huge role. The team colors anchor her to the game's existing palette, ensuring she reads clearly in the heat of battle. The black hood and gloves provide contrast, preventing her from becoming just a blob of red or blue. The wood tones of the launcher add warmth, making her feel more approachable despite the destructive power she wields. There's also the matter of scale. The firecracker is correctly proportioned for the arena, sized appropriately relative to other troops and structures. But her weapon adds visual weight, making her feel more substantial than her 3 elixir cost might suggest. This is important. Players need to feel like they're getting value, need to perceive power even in common rarity cards. The Evolution version, introduced much later in June 2023, takes these design principles and amplifies them. The navy and gray colored tunic with its evolution symbol immediately communicates enhanced status. The indigo coloring throughout creates a more mystical, powerful appearance. The golden fuse on her rocket adds that touch of premium quality, that suggestion of improved performance. It's the same character fundamentally, but elevated, refined, showing what happens when someone already skilled pushes themselves to an even higher level. But what really makes the design memorable is the personality it conveys. You look at the firecracker and you understand things about her without needing explicit explanation. You see that she's confident, maybe a bit reckless. You sense her enthusiasm for her craft. You recognize that she's someone who's chosen this path deliberately, who's embraced the chaos and made it her own. This is why her design has inspired so much fan art, why artists in the community love drawing her. She's got that perfect combination of clear, recognizable elements and room for interpretation. The core identity is strong enough that she's always identifiable, but there's flexibility in the details, space for artists to add their own style and vision. The unveiling video for the firecracker, showcasing her design and abilities, achieved something remarkable. It hit trending rank number 2 on YouTube. Think about that for a moment. In a platform filled with content creators competing for attention, a character reveal for a mobile game card captured imaginations enough to trend globally. That's the power of strong visual design combined with an interesting concept. People saw the firecracker and immediately wanted to know more, wanted to experience playing with her, wanted to be part of this explosive new addition to the arena. The design team could have played it safe, could have created just another Archer variant with minimal changes. Instead, they took risks. They created something that stood out, that demanded attention, that became instantly iconic. The firecracker's appearance isn't just memorable, it's definitive. She looks exactly like what she is, a pyromaniac who found a calling in controlled chaos, an artist whose medium is explosion, a warrior who understands that sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is through spectacular destruction. The pyromantic nature lets talk about what drives her. Not the mechanics, not the strategy, but the psychology. What kind of person chooses explosives as their weapon? What kind of mind looks at fire and destruction and sees not danger, but possibility? The firecracker isn't just someone who happens to use explosive weapons. She's someone drawn to them, someone who needs them, someone whose very nature finds expression in the flash and thunder of detonation. The term pyromaniac gets thrown around casually, often incorrectly. True pyromania is a recognized condition, a fascination with fire that goes beyond mere interest into something deeper, more consuming. But in the context of the firecracker, we're not talking about disorder or dysfunction. We're talking about someone who's channeled that attraction to flame and explosion into something productive, something that serves a purpose beyond mere destruction. She loves fire, not in the abstract, not as a concept, but as a physical reality. She loves the heat against her skin, the way it makes the air shimmer and dance. She loves the colors, the way flames shift from orange to yellow to blue, depending on temperature and fuel. She loves the smell, that acrid scent of burning that others find unpleasant, but she finds intoxicating. Most of all, she loves the sound. The crack of ignition, the roar of combustion, the thunderous boom when something explodes. But fire alone isn't enough for her. Fire is beautiful, yes, but it's somewhat predictable. Once started, it simply burns until fuel is exhausted or oxygen depleted. What captivates the firecracker is the moment of explosion, that instant when potential energy becomes kinetic, when force is released all at once in a manner both violent and exquisite. Explosions are controlled chaos, planned spontaneity, destruction with purpose. Her morning routine, if you can call it that, involves checking her rockets obsessively. Each one is examined for defects, weighed to ensure proper powder loading, tested for fuse integrity. This isn't paranoia or anxiety. This is love. She handles each rocket the way a musician handles their instrument, with care and respect and a deep appreciation for what it can do when used correctly. Between battles, when other troops are resting or socializing, she can often be found at the armory. Not just maintaining her launcher, though she does that too. No, she's experimenting, tinkering, always trying to find ways to make the explosions bigger, brighter, more spectacular. The armory master has learned to give her space, recognizing that her modifications, while sometimes alarming, generally improve performance rather than creating hazards. There's a purity to her focus that's almost meditative. When she's working with explosive materials, everything else fades away. The politics of the arena, the rivalries between troops, the endless cycle of battle and respawn, none of it matters. In those moments, there's only her, the materials, and the challenge of perfect creation. Every rocket she crafts is a small work of art, something that will exist briefly but brilliantly before fulfilling its purpose. She has theories about explosions, complex ideas about timing and force distribution that she enthusiastically explained to anyone patient enough to listen. Most troops don't understand half of what she's saying, but they recognize the passion behind the words. She talks about blast radii and shrapnel, patterns the way poets talk about meter and rhyme, seeing elegance in something others view as simple destruction. But here's what makes her fascinating rather than frightening. She's not destructive for destruction's sake. She's not trying to hurt people or cause chaos without purpose. Every explosion she creates serves a function. Every rocket fired has a target, a reason, a place in the larger tactical picture. She's managed to take this attraction to fire and force and channel it into something that helps her side win battles, that protects allies, that contributes meaningfully to the eternal conflict of the arena. That her fellow troops have varying opinions about her. Some find her intensity off-putting, prefer the company of warriors who can relax completely when off-duty. Others respect her dedication, recognizing that this level of focus is rare and valuable. A few are genuinely concerned, worried that someday she'd go too far, push past the boundaries of acceptable risk in pursuit of ever more impressive explosions. But she's never careless. This is crucial to understand. Her love of explosions doesn't make her reckless. If anything, it makes her more careful, more considerate of variables, more aware of what can go wrong. She understands intimately what explosive force can do, respects it in a way that only someone who works with it constantly can. The controlled chaos she creates isn't accidental. It's deliberate, planned, executed with precision that belies the spectacular violence of the results. There are quiet moments, rare but real, when she watches fireworks displays during arena celebrations. Not the military rockets she uses in combat, but the purely celebratory kind, designed solely to create beauty in the sky. During these moments, something in her expression softens. The intensity remains, but it's tempered by appreciation, by joy that's unmarred by tactical considerations. These explosions exist purely to be beautiful, and she finds that purity profound. She has favorite types of explosions. Quick, sharp detonations that are over almost before they begin. Sustained burns that build gradually before climaxing in spectacular release. Cascading chains where one explosion triggers others in sequence. Multi-stage rockets that explode once on impact, then again as components separate. Each type has its place, its purpose, its particular aesthetic appeal. The evolved firecracker description is telling. Some firecrackers just want to watch the world burn. Especially this one. It's playful, tongue-in-cheek, but there's truth in it. She does want to watch the world burn, not out of malice, but out of genuine appreciation for the process. Burning is transformation. Fire takes one thing and makes it something else. Explosions are transformation accelerated, compressed into an instant so brief that the eye can barely track it. That instant of transformation is what she lives for. Her relationship with her weapon is almost symbiotic. The launcher isn't just a tool she uses. It's an extension of herself, a physical manifestation of her internal nature. When she fires, she's not just releasing a projectile. She's expressing something fundamental about who she is, creating in the world something that matches what exists inside her. Each explosion is a statement, a declaration, a small piece of her soul made visible. Other troops create through construction or healing or support. The firecracker creates through destruction, and there's something profound in that paradox. She takes explosive force, something inherently chaotic and dangerous, and turns it into art. She makes it purposeful. She proves that even destruction can be beautiful when executed with skill and understanding and genuine love for the craft. In her quietest moments, when pressed to explain why she chose this path, she doesn't talk about power or effectiveness or tactical advantages. She talks about the moment. That brief instant between trigger pull and impact, when the rocket is in flight, when potential is about to become actual. Everything exists in that moment. All possibilities, all outcomes, compressed into the fraction of a second before explosion. That moment, she says, is the only time she feels completely alive, completely herself, completely present in the world. She is the firecracker, not because of her weapon, not because of her role in battle. Not because of her role in battle, but because at her core, in the deepest part of who she is, she understands that sometimes the world needs someone willing to embrace the explosion, someone who sees beauty in the boom, someone who knows that controlled chaos isn't contradiction, but truth. The fire that burns inside her matches the fire she creates outside. And that perfect alignment of internal nature with external expression is what makes her not just a soldier, but an artist. A pyromaniac artist whose canvas is the battlefield and whose paint is explosive force. Mechanics of destruction. Now let's get technical. Let's talk about exactly how the firecracker's weapon works, because understanding the mechanics helps us appreciate the genius behind the design. This isn't magic. This is physics, chemistry, and engineering combined in a way that's both deadly and elegant. The launcher itself is deceptively simple. At its core, it's a tube that holds and directs a rocket, reinforced to handle the forces involved in launch. But simple doesn't mean crude. Every element of its construction serves multiple purposes. Every choice made during design reflects deep understanding of the requirements. The tube is wooden, specifically hardwood that's been treated to resist heat and splintering. Wood is chosen over metal for several reasons. It's lighter, making the launcher more maneuverable. It provides some natural shock absorption, reducing the stress on the user during firing. And perhaps most importantly, it can be easily modified and repaired in the field. The firecracker isn't working with military-grade equipment backed by industrial manufacturing. She's using something closer to artisan-crafted tools, where maintainability and adaptability matter more than perfection. Metal reinforcement bands wrap around the tube at regular intervals, preventing the wood from splitting under pressure. These bands are carefully positioned based on stress calculations, placed exactly where forces will be greatest during launch. They're also adjustable, able to be tightened or loosened to maintain proper alignment as the wood naturally expands in contrast with temperature and humidity changes. The trigger mechanism is elegant in its simplicity. Pull it, and it strikes an igniter against the rocket's fuse, starting the burn that will lead to launch. There's a carefully calibrated delay between trigger pull and actual launch, giving the firecracker time to aim and brace. Too short a delay and she couldn't achieve precision. Too long and the weapon becomes impractical in fast-paced combat. The current timing is the result of extensive testing, finding the sweet spot where accuracy and practicality intersect. Now, the rockets themselves. These are marvels of compact engineering. Each one contains multiple components working together to achieve the desired effect. The outer casing is rigid enough to survive the launch, but designed to fragment in a specific pattern upon impact. Inside is the propellant, a carefully formulated mixture of chemicals that burns quickly and produces tremendous force in a controlled direction. The stripes on the rocket aren't just decorative, though they do serve that purpose. They're also markers, visual indicators of the rocket's orientation. The firecracker can glance at a rocket and immediately know which end is for, which way it will fly. In the heat of loading, when seconds matter, this instant recognition is invaluable. The fuse is protected by a cover until the rocket is loaded into the launcher. Once loaded, the cover automatically opens, exposing the fuse to the igniter. This safety feature prevents accidental detonation while the rocket is being handled. It's simple, mechanical, foolproof in the best possible way. When fired, the rocket accelerates quickly, reaching operational velocity within the first few feet of travel. The propellant burns in a precisely controlled manner, creating thrust that pushes the rocket forward while creating equal and opposite force that shoves the launcher backward. This is basic physics, Newton's third law in action, but the implications are complex. The recoil force is substantial. We're talking about enough backward momentum to send someone sliding several feet across the arena floor. Most weapons users would try to eliminate this to create a stable firing platform. But the firecracker embraces it, uses it. Her boots have specially treated soles that reduce friction just enough to allow smooth sliding without losing all control. Her stance when firing is optimized to transfer the recoil force efficiently, letting her body move as one unit rather than fighting internal tensions. This backward movement serves multiple tactical purposes. It creates distance from enemies, particularly useful against melee troops trying to close in. It makes her harder to target with precision spells, as her position is constantly changing. And it creates a rhythm to her attacks that enemies struggle to predict. She fires, slides back, resets, fires again. The pattern varies based on terrain and tactical needs, but the fundamental cycle remains constant. The flight path of the rocket is carefully calculated. The angle of launch, the burn rate of the propellant, the weight distribution of the projectile, all of these factors combine to create a ballistic arc. The firecracker has internalized these calculations through thousands of hours of practice. She doesn't consciously think about trajectory anymore. Her body knows instinctively where to aim to hit targets at various ranges. Impact is where things get really interesting. The rocket is designed to detonate on contact, not through timing. This ensures it explodes exactly where intended rather than potentially missing if the fuse timing is off. The detonation itself is a carefully orchestrated event. The primary explosion happens in the nose of the rocket, creating the initial blast force and damage. But microseconds later, the casing fragments in a predetermined pattern. 5 pieces of shrapnel shoot forward in a cone pattern. These aren't random fragments. They're specifically designed components that separate from the rocket during explosion. Each piece is heavy enough to carry momentum and cause damage, but small enough to travel in a relatively predictable pattern. The angle of the cone is carefully calculated to maximize coverage while maintaining effective range. This shrapnel pattern is what makes the firecracker truly special. A direct hit with the rocket deals significant damage to the primary target, but everything behind that target, within the cone of shrapnel spread, takes secondary damage. This allows her to hit multiple enemies with a single shot, to punish grouped units, to strike targets that thought they were safely behind a tank. The shrapnel pieces pierce through enemies, meaning they don't stop on first contact. If units are lined up perfectly, a single shot can damage 3, 4, even 5 separate targets. This piercing property makes her incredibly effective against swarm strategies, where multiple small units cluster together. One rocket can devastate what would normally require multiple attacks to clear. But here's the crucial detail that defines high-level firecracker play. The shrapnel can hit your own towers. If the firecracker is positioned poorly, if she fires at the wrong angle, those fragments that pierce through enemies will continue traveling until they hit something else. And if that something else happens to be your king tower, positioned behind your princess towers, you've just activated it, giving your opponent a massive strategic advantage. This risk-reward dynamic is central to the firecracker's identity. She offers tremendous value, but only if deployed correctly. Skilled players learn the safe zones, the angles that keep shrapnel away from friendly structures. They understand positioning in a way that goes beyond simple front versus back thinking. They calculate trajectories, predict movement, adjust placement based on what the opponent is likely to deploy. The range of her weapon is another crucial factor. At 6.5 tiles, she outranges most troops and can even threaten towers from relative safety. This range isn't arbitrary. It's long enough to be useful, to allow her to attack from positions that keep her relatively safe, but not so long that she becomes impossible to counter. The balance between range and vulnerability is delicate, intentionally so. Her hit speed tells another part of the story. 3 seconds between shots. That's the time needed to load a new rocket, align the launcher, pull the trigger, and deal with the recoil from the previous shot. 3 seconds might not sound like much, but in arena combat where frames can matter, it's an eternity. This relatively slow attack speed means the firecracker needs protection, needs to be deployed behind tanks or alongside troops that can handle enemies that get close. The damage numbers have evolved over time through various balance changes, but the fundamental principle remains. She deals moderate damage to the primary target and reduced damage to secondary targets hit by shrapnel. This split damage model rewards good positioning and punishes grouping while preventing her from being oppressively powerful. Her health pool is deliberately low. At 3 elixir, she's cost-effective, but she can't take much punishment. This fragility is intentional, creating counterplay opportunities. Small spells like Zap or Snowball can't kill her outright, but can stop her attack and potentially allow enemy troops to reach her. Arrows can eliminate her completely, creating a 1 elixir advantage for the opponent. Fireball is overkill, but guarantees the removal. This vulnerability to spells creates interesting strategic decisions. Do you use your small spell to reset her attack, preventing damage but not eliminating the threat? Do you commit a medium spell for guaranteed removal, but potentially waste elixir? Do you ignore her and accept the damage while pushing the opposite lane? Each choice has implications, creates branching paths in the tactical decision tree. The evolution version adds another layer to her mechanics. She gains the spark ability, which triggers after every 4 shots. This spark is essentially an extra rocket that fires automatically at a random target, dealing damage and creating that same shrapnel spread. The randomness of the target prevents it from being too powerful, too easily exploitable, but it adds meaningful value over the course of a match. The spark doesn't require extra loading or aiming. It just happens, another explosion in the firecracker's signature cone pattern. This ability rewards sustained deployment, encourages players to protect their firecracker and let her keep firing. 4 shots might seem like a lot, but in a long match, she triggered the spark ability multiple times, adding significant chip damage and swarm clear potential. The evolved version also gains increased health and damage, making her more resilient and more threatening. She's still vulnerable to spells, still requires careful positioning, but she's more forgiving of minor mistakes, more capable of surviving incidental damage. These improvements justify the evolution cost, making her feel meaningfully stronger without completely changing her identity. Understanding these mechanics, really internalizing how every component works together, separates players who use the firecracker from players who master her. The former simply drops her in the back and hopes for value. The latter calculates angles, predicts enemy deployments, positions her with surgical precision to maximize damage while eliminating risk. Every rocket fired is a small optimization problem. Where exactly should she stand? Which enemy should she target? Will the recoil move her into a better or worse position? What's the opponent likely to play next? And how will that affect their effectiveness? These questions run through skilled players' minds constantly, informing decisions that might look simple but reflect deep understanding. The mechanics also create personality. The way she fires and immediately slides backward gives her this distinctive jerky movement pattern. She's never still, always repositioning, always in motion. This creates a visual identity that's instantly recognizable, making her feel alive and reactive rather than static and scripted. The sound design reinforces the mechanics. The whoosh of the rocket launching, the boom of impact, the secondary pops as shrapnel hits additional targets. Each sound provides feedback, confirms what happened, creates that satisfying sense of cause and effect. Players don't just see the damage numbers. They hear the explosion, feel the impact through audio cues that make every shot feel substantial. These mechanics didn't emerge fully formed. They're the result of extensive testing, countless iterations, refinement based on player feedback, and observed usage patterns. Balance changes have tweaked numbers, adjusted timing, modified interactions. But the core mechanical identity, rocket with recoil and spreading shrapnel, has remained constant. It's the foundation everything else builds upon, the defining characteristic that makes the firecracker who she is. In understanding the mechanics, we understand the character. She's precise chaos. She's controlled destruction. She has physics and chemistry and psychology all working together to create something that is both deadly effective and deeply satisfying. The mechanics aren't just numbers on a card. They're the language through which her personality speaks, the medium through which her story is told. Every rocket fired, every slide backward, every explosion that paints the arena in fire, these are her words. And together, they tell a story of someone who found exactly where they belong. The Archer connection. To truly understand the firecracker, we need to examine her relationship with the Archers, the troops she trained alongside, the family she both belongs to and has diverged from. This relationship is complex, layered with respect and rebellion, tradition and innovation, connection and separation. It defines much of who she is and why her journey matters. The Archer is one of the oldest troops in the Clash universe, appearing in Clash of Clans before Clash Royale even existed. When Clash Royale launched, the Archers were there from the beginning, part of the training camp, available to every player immediately. They represent fundamentals, basics, the foundation upon which so much strategy builds. 2 ranged attackers for 3 elixir, reliable damage, simple to understand, but with depth for skilled players. The Firecracker's connection to this lineage is undeniable. Her basic body structure matches the archers. Her cost mirrors theirs, free elixir, creating direct comparison. Her role is similar range damage dealer, with particular effectiveness against swarms and air units. Players who understand how to use archers have a head start in understanding firecracker deployment. But the differences are equally important. Where archers are about consistency, the firecracker is about impact. Archers steadily chip away at targets, their arrows flying in reliable rhythm. The firecracker punctuates battle with explosions, her attacks less frequent but more spectacular. Archers can be split to pressure both lanes simultaneously. The firecracker is indivisible, her power concentrated in single deployments. The training they share creates a common foundation. Both learned about range management, understanding when to attack and when to hold fire. Both studied target prioritization, knowing which enemy to focus on in complex situations. Both practice positioning, finding angles that maximize effectiveness while minimizing vulnerability. These fundamental skills translate across weapon types, creating underlying similarity despite surface differences. But their philosophical approaches diverge dramatically. Archer training emphasizes patience and consistency. You aim, you release. You trust in the straightforward relationship between effort and result. Firecracker methodology embraces variables, acknowledges that every shot creates unpredictable elements, and finds beauty in managing controlled chaos. Where archers seek to eliminate unknowns, the firecracker has learned to dance with them. Among the archer community, the firecracker is a controversial figure. The traditionalists view her choice as a betrayal, abandoning proven methods for something flashy and dangerous. They point to her vulnerability, her potential to sabotage her own team, her relatively slow attack speed. They see someone who was gifted with talent for archery and squandered it chasing explosions. The progressives see her differently. They recognize that evolution requires divergence, that new tactics emerge only when someone is willing to break from tradition. They admire her courage in pursuing an unconventional path, her dedication to mastering something difficult and different. They see not betrayal but innovation, not abandonment but expansion. The archers deployed in battle alongside her have learned to work with her quirks. They know to position themselves away from her firing lines, avoiding both her recoil slides and her shrapnel spread. They've developed synchronized tactics, where archers steadily damage tanky enemies while the firecracker clears supporting swarms. The combination can be devastating when executed properly, tradition and innovation working together. There's a respect that exists between them, even when disagreement persists. The archers recognize that the firecracker's weapon, whatever they think of it, is devastatingly effective in the right situations. The firecracker acknowledges that archery's elegance and reliability have value, that her explosions couldn't exist in isolation without the supporting structure that more traditional troops provide. Family gatherings, those rare moments when the eternal conflict pauses, can be complicated. The firecracker sits with her archer relatives, and conversations dance around their differences. They discuss tactics generally, avoiding the specific disagreements about methodology. They share stories of battle, finding common ground in the experience even when their roles differ. But there's always an undercurrent, an acknowledgement that one of them chose a different path. The younger archers in training look at the firecracker with complicated emotions. Some see possibility, inspiration, that their role isn't fixed, that they could forge their own identity if they found something they loved enough. Others feel pressure, worry that simply being good at archery won't be enough anymore, that they'll be expected to innovate when they prefer to perfect existing techniques. Instructors use the firecracker as a teaching tool, though not always in ways she appreciates. See what happens when you abandon fundamentals, one instructor might say, pointing to a match where an improper firecracker placement activated the king tower. See what's possible when you master fundamentals and then build on them, another might counter. highlighting a perfectly executed firecracker defense that stopped a major push. The magic archer represents another interesting comparison point. He also diverged from standard archery, adding magical properties that make his arrows pierce infinitely. But his divergence stayed within the archery framework. He still uses a bow, still relies on the core techniques. The firecracker's departure was more radical, abandoning the bow entirely for something completely different. This makes her both more controversial and more distinctive. There's a photo, or something like a photo, in the archer barracks. It shows a training class from years ago, before the firecracker made her choice. She's there among the others, bow in hand, looking like she belongs completely. Veterans who knew her then sometimes talk about how skilled she was, how her form was textbook perfect, how instructors predicted great things. And they wonder, quietly, what she might have achieved if she'd stayed the course. But others, the ones who knew her best, saw the restlessness even then. They noticed how her eyes would wander during long training sessions, how she seemed most engaged when discussing new techniques rather than perfecting old ones. They weren't surprised when she made her choice, recognized it as inevitable rather than unexpected. The firecracker she became was always there, waiting for the right catalyst to emerge. The relationship extends beyond individuals to the broader tactical ecosystem. In deck building, firecracker and archers occupy similar slots, range support troops at 3 elixir. Players choosing between them make decisions based on preference, playstyle, and specific strategic needs. This creates natural comparison, endless debates about which is better in various situations. Competitive players have generally concluded that they serve different purposes. Archers are more consistent, easier to value, less likely to backfire. Firecracker has higher potential, but requires more skill, more understanding, more precision in deployment. Neither is universally better. Context determines optimal choice. This parity is itself a form of respect, acknowledging that the firecracker's radical departure created something of equivalent strategic value to the traditional approach. In the end, the archer connection defines the firecracker through both similarity and difference. She comes from this family, carries their DNA, shares their fundamental understanding of ranged combat. But she's also separate, distinct, having chosen a path that sets her apart. The relationship is neither completely harmonious nor entirely antagonistic. It's complicated, nuanced, real, just like family relationships often are. The firecracker remains an archer in some essential way, carries that identity even while transcending it. She's proof that you can honor your origins while forging your own path, can respect tradition while pursuing innovation, can belong to a family while being uniquely yourself. The bow and the rocket launcher are different weapons, but the hands that wield them learned their basic skills in the same training grounds. And that shared foundation, that common origin, creates bonds that neither divergence nor disagreement can completely sever. Training days and early battles. Let's go back to the beginning, to those formative days when the firecracker was learning to master her weapon, discovering how to turn theoretical understanding into practical skill. This period shaped her, taught lessons that would define her entire approach to combat. Every master has an apprenticeship. Every expert was once a stumbling beginner. The firecracker is no exception. The first time she tried to fire her newly authorized rocket launcher in official training conditions, she missed completely. The target was stationary, positioned at moderate range, an easy shot by any reasonable standard. But she was nervous, overeager, pulled the trigger before properly aligning. The rocket screamed off at a wild angle, exploding harmlessly against the arena wall. The recoil sent her tumbling backward, unprepared for the force, landing hard on her backside while training officers tried unsuccessfully to hide their laughter. That moment could have been discouraging. Instead, it became instructive. She learned that confidence without technique was worse than useless. that her weapon wouldn't magically work just because she wanted it to. She had to earn proficiency, had to build skill through repetition and adjustment and countless incremental improvements. The training program developed for her was unique, without precedent. The arena had trained countless archers, musketeers, wizards, but never someone using this